This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. After 6 days of heart-stopping action here in Estonia, it's been brutal, it's been brute force at times, but it is time for finals day. 2 teams missing out, the top 4 teams are here. Let's see if the Stallions can go back-to-back, if the Hippos can win another ECS, or if there could be a new club raising that trophy. Get ready, get set. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the ECS Estonia Finals Day, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day of European cricket with 4 matches today. It is finals day here in Estonia, day 7, but don't worry, we will have cricket on tomorrow. Just it will be from another corner of Europe with the ECS Romania starting tomorrow morning around this time. And yeah, it's our first cricket in Romania for this season as well. But right here, right now, it is time for finals day, and we have the top 4 teams, of course, the familiar format by now, I think, for a lot of our viewers, with the top 2 getting that double chance. It will be the Stallions and the Hippos in 1 and 2 later in the day, but right now it is time for the eliminator, and it's a winner goes home situation for these 2 teams, with the Talon Strikers taking on Talon United in this one. One team will go forward to qualify and have the chance to qualify for the final later on tonight. Let's see what happened to the coin toss now with Tyrone Peters and the 2 captains.
United to call.
Heads.
Tails is the call. It's a head.
We're going to bowl first.
The Strikers are going to have a bowl.
So it is the Strikers that have won the toss and elected to bowl, so I suppose they'll have the benefit of knowing exactly what they need to chase in the second half. Although, yeah, I don't think conditions change a lot here during the first game compared to some other venues that we see across Europe. But the Strikers, they certainly had a bit of a slow start to the tournament, but actually they came home with a wet sail and ended up with an 8 and 2 record. Actually, 1 more win than the team that finished in second, the Talon Hippos. But because the Hippos had so many bonus points, because the Strikers maybe didn't pick up as many as those, that's why the Strikers find themselves in this eliminator. Habib Khan's had an absolute breakout tournament for the Talon Strikers. In fact, he definitely would be one of my MVP candidates. If you look at his all-round contribution, he just seems he's very, very determined, isn't he? And he'll be very determined to put in a good performance here. But let's not forget Hassan Amjad and what he did. Did last year, I should say, on finals day, when he scored an incredible 183 individually. In fact, he hit more sixes than anyone ever has in an ECN T10 innings. And yeah, I'm sure, although he's had a bit of a disappointing week by his high standards, he'll be hoping that he can go big today. Otherwise, of course, it will be go home. Talon United, actually, they've got a record breaker on their team as well coming back. Sahil Chown missed the last 5 games, but he is back to lead the United side in this one. And you can't discount a team with someone like that. Of course, he held a record last year for the quickest T20 century, something he obtained playing for the Estonian national team in Cyprus. So United, they've made an average of 6 changes per game. That's why I've been calling them the mystery men. But I mean, with some of the match winners in their side, you cannot discount them today. Short weather today. Well, it was a bit brisk yesterday from the looks of things, but I can tell you it's a little bit better today. Only 9 degrees right now, should get to 16, but it is Estonia. We're in kind of Sanders workshops across the corner, so potentially, you know, it's going to be a bit cold here. Hopefully the rain stays away. Looks okay at the moment. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 16 degrees. Marco Celagin is in the commentary box as Rico is already making the journey to Romania today. But Marco, I know you're going to take us through what happened yesterday, and of course looking forward to this eliminator with the Strikers winning the toss and electing to bowl. Over to you as we get ready for the start of finals day.
Yes, thank you, Vinny. Here we are at the Estonian Cricket and Rugby Field for finals day, and we're going to be starting off with a real banger of a game between the 3rd place Strikers and the 4th placed Talon United, all to play for This is match 26, so we'll just quickly go through what happened yesterday. In the first game yesterday, the Tallinn Riders getting up a win, 133 for 4, beating Tallinn United, who... It was a cold, wet day yesterday, so Tallinn United in that game, that was very much a morning effort there. And you can see there, Shakil Chauhan, there's going to be a lot riding on his performance today. He scored 46, and also other big performances. Samir Khan, 44, not out, so they're going to be hoping that that continues today. Lots to play for in this game. It's all or nothing for Tallinn United for that spot in the qualifying final. And then match 27 yesterday, the second match of yesterday. It was the Tartu Wolves against the Tallinn Strikers. And the Strikers winning that one with 125, chasing down the 121 put on by the Tartu Wolves. And again, we see some good performances yesterday from Amjad Sher and Aslan Amjad. The very destructive Aslan Amjad when he gets going, as Vinny mentioned in the preview, 35 for him, and also 3 wickets in that game by Habib Khan, the captain, who really has been brilliant in this tournament for the Strikers, and he'll be hoping to continue that today. Match 28 yesterday was the Tallinn Riders against the Tallinn Stallions, the only game for the Stallions yesterday. That one they won pretty easily, chasing down the 97 in 6.1 overs. And Zishan Ali was the main culprit with the bat for the Tallinn Stallions with 48 off 12. And he also had a very good performance with the ball with 3 for 11 off his 2 overs. He's going to be a bowler to look out for today. He's going to have a lot to do for the Stallions. And then the last 2 games of yesterday, match 29, Tallinn United against the Tallinn Strikers. So a little preview of the game that we have today. But again, yesterday was yesterday and today is today. Tallinn United put on 109 off their 10 overs, and the Strikers ran that down very quickly with 4.4. But it was wet, it was slippery, it was cold. This will be a different game today. It's dry and the weather is a bit better today. Last game that we had yesterday was match 30, the Tartu Wolves last game against the Tallinn Hippos, and the Wolves put on 100 off their 10 overs, and the Hippos chased that down very comfortably for the loss of only 1 wicket for 101 in 6.1 overs. It was a quick one with a big 58 not out by Jordan O'Brien, who'd be hoping to continue that today. As you can see there, the standings, and the Stallions on top with the Hippos. We'll see them in the first qualifying final, but this one is the elimination final, all to play for. The Strikers against United. We can see the team lineups. The Strikers bringing in Saeed Eftekar and Muhammad Etisham in this game. And Tallinn United, their captain Sahil Chauhan coming back in the team, and that'll strengthen their team as well. So Strikers will be favourites for this game, but every team can beat anyone. It just really depends on the individual performances, and it's going to be very important to hold those catches. And today in the morning, where it's a little bit chilly, a little bit damp, there's a bit of dew around, the catchers are going to have to keep those hands warm and take what they can as the first ball comes in and is played away by Shakil Chauhan. First up, the bowler is Amjad Sher starting things off. So the Tallinn United get their score off with a 4. Well played by Shakil, just playing it into the off field, and a nice drive, easy cover drive through the boundary. And that was a nice shot there by Shakil Chauhan. He'll be hoping for a lot more of those. So here's Sher coming in for the second ball of the day. And yes, a nice little piece of away swing. As we saw yesterday, Shakil likes to come down the wicket, and that can sometimes get him in trouble, especially to a ball on off stump swinging away, just as that ball was. That was a perfect delivery to a batsman like Shakil Chauhan. But if you go onto his pads, he's going to hit you far and wide. And this one as we see, onto the leg side, but no power and straight to the fielder, so no runs scored there. As we look at the replay, we can see there's a little bit of movement off the wicket as well that Shah got with that delivery. He banged that one in just a bit shorter. So now the fourth ball of the day. Looking at the field, we have a straight deep mid-on and a wide mid-on on the boundary. And this one played in the air into the covers. They go through for a single. It's a tight one, but they manage. And it's a good piece of fielding there. The ball was, as I mentioned, hit in the air. It sort of popped up, but bounced well in front. Shaquille was probably very happy that he didn't quite connect as well as he might have liked. If so, that might have gone straight to the fielder there. But it was a good piece of fielding and good pressure. And that's what we want to see in this first eliminator as Shah comes in and bowls his first ball to captain Sahil Chauhan, who plays it well away. It was a good delivery there. So a nice tight first over, first by Shah. There's still a ball to come. Let's see if he can finish this one off. For captain Shahil, there is a deep mid-off and a mid-on. There's no wide mid-on for Sahil. So Shah, let's see if he can finish this over strong. And he does. It's a good delivery. It's played in the gap in the covers. And the batters go through for a single. That gets captain Sahil off the mark with one. And at the end of the first over, Tallinn United 6 runs on the board for the loss of no wickets, with the Chauhan brothers both opening. It's a family affair to start this eliminator. And then you can see the stats of the first 30 games. Lots of runs and lots of maximos. 655 sixes there. You can see the general run rate, 112.7. So a par score, you would say, 130, between 120 and 130. And on a finals day, runs on the board is good, but the teams like to chase. So here we have the second bowler coming in is Aslan Amjad. He's coming in wide round the wicket, creating a big angle for the batter. And Sahil plays that away on the leg side for a single, bringing his brother Shaquille onto strike. That can get confusing with two S. Chauhans both batting. So I'll just say Chauhan, so keep it easy. Here's Arslan for the second delivery of the game. And Sahil goes off to the leg side to make space onto the off, and that's where he hits the ball. And again, just a single, no big maximos or fours yet, and that is exactly what the strikers wanted, putting that pressure on. Eventually, the batters are going to want to really reach that boundary as often as possible. And just as I say that, this ball is pulled away onto the leg side, and that will be a big maximo, the first one of the day. Rama lama lama, far, far, far. There's going to be many of those today. So the first one by Sahil Chauhan. And with that first 6, I'd like to welcome everybody who's in the chat. In there, Lucas Seidel and family in Voidviertel. Once again, hello to you, to MD Habib, to Garrett Bale. Hello to you all, and to all the viewers watching around the world. As Aslan Amjad comes in now for the fourth ball, and once again just pitches short and pulled high and wide, and that's another maximo, 2 in a row. Rama lama lama, far, far, far. Oh yeah, kick out the jams, he says. Yes, Sahil Chauhan, 2 in a row. And that ball just too short and right in that swinging arc. That one's going over the boundary all day, let me tell you. And that is exactly what Tallinn United needed. It was a steady start, but now they're looking to up the tempo. And he goes again, doesn't connect quite as well as he would like, and they only go through for a single, the two brothers. So captain Sahil, as I said, he missed the last few days of the tournament, so him coming back into the Tallinn United team will definitely strengthen them, and they'll be expecting or hoping that he can really get going in this game. So Aslan Amjad coming in. Let's see if he can, what he can manage for this last ball. It's a good delivery outside off stump and just played into the covers as the ball comes in and there's nobody backing up. So an extra run given away. It's 2, and the ball doesn't come in, so they go through for 3. So the brothers are really connecting. They're calling well together, and 2 runs given away by the Tallinn strikers unnecessarily. So in these finals, 2 runs here, 2 runs there, that can add up, and that can all go on that total at the end. So you don't want to give any cheapies away, that's for sure. So at the end of the second over, that's Tallinn United. No wickets down for 23. Sahil Shahan in that over, getting his eye in and hitting a few maximos. As you can see, the Tallinn strikers only lost 2 games in their 10 that they played in the qualifying. And now I'd like to welcome Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo here here in the commentary box for today's finals day here in sunny Estonia.
Yeah, I'm pumped. And I'm seeing blue sky, so bring it.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what everyone was complaining about yesterday. Anyway, here's Shuvo with some left-arm spin in over number 3. Bit of a draw this start. Still think with the Chan combination, United will feel they're well placed to make a run at the strikers. You can see they actually won 4 less games, but they are basically in the same boat here in the eliminator.
And that's a good delivery by Shuvu. He gets it down at Shahan's feet. He can only squirt it away for a single onto the leg side.
Yeah, Shuvo, like most bowlers, he's had his moments. He's a good bowler. He's occasionally been taken to, occasionally an expensive over here or there, but really for the most part he's been pretty reliable for the strikers, who had a bit of a slow start to their tournament but came home pretty well.
And a lot of that was on the back of their exceptional captain, Habib Khan, who we'll be seeing, I'm sure, very shortly. So Shuvu, again, a good delivery outside off stump. He's just keeping it there or thereabouts, and there's nothing short, there's nothing over pitched yet.
Yeah, he's it's true. Habib's had a really good week, hasn't he? With his century, with his bowling, hat trick as well, right?
I feel like that first game on the Thursday against the Stallions just put him into another gear. And this one is in another gear as Shakil hits it down the ground for his first big maximo of the day. A big 6 there. And once again, this one just a little bit over pitched by Shuvu, and this one falling in Shakil's hitting arc.
Yeah.
And he hits it wide and far.
What's good is how he hits that with straight bats. Pretty safe shot as well. We're still on the power play. Mid-off was up in the circle. Probably knows he won't get that opportunity for too much longer. But, yeah, classy shot.
Yeah, there's a wide mid-on. He does like to prefer the leg side generally. And this one again hit hard down and straight along the ground and also to the boundary for a 4. So that's 2 boundaries now in a row of Shuvu. And well played by Shakil, not trying to overhit it, just managing it to get past the mid-off. And once he gets past the mid-off, it's pretty much 4 all day.
Seems so. Geez, this is beautiful weather now. There's a whole bunch of clouds around, and they just seem to have all agreed at once. All right, we're out of here. It's brightened up. It's beautiful at the moment.
Well, let me tell you, Vinny, it is a sight to see, because yesterday was a dark, chilly one. And this one isn't dark or chilly. This one is flying over the boundary. Rama, far, far, far over the boundary for another Maximo to the batter, Shakil, who moves his score along to 26. And Ashraful Shuvu just allowing a little bit too much width, and there's no player there on the boundary. As we said, still in the power play. And Shakil making the most of that. He's only going to have one more ball before another 3 players can he put on the boundary and put outside of the circle. So
yeah, Shuvo's got for 18. It's been a really bad over, I wouldn't say. It's just been good cricket from his opponents. And I suppose you've got that issue with only the two outfielders, so it's pretty hard to protect. Let's see if they can take this one magical, Talon United.
good delivery. Good piece of fielding as well. There in the covers. Gets it back in nice and quickly, not allowing the batters to get a run. So the brothers stay at the ends that they're at. The Sahil will be facing the next delivery. So at the end of the third over and the end of the power play, Talon United now moved their score along to 42. A pretty decent old power play, 3 overs.
You kind of would expect these two to have a good understanding between wickets as well.
You would hope so.
You would hope so, but it's not always the case with brothers, I think, as we've seen. Will always used to run each other out.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that was always fun to watch, actually, sometimes. There we see the power play overs, 6 off the first and 18 coming off the second and the third overs. Talon United will want to continue that. And if they can get that score up around, you know, the higher the better. As we said, the Stallions, when they played the Strikers, scored 147. And with Captain Habib playing an amazing knock, managed to get that, to run that score down. So even a high score like that is nothing is. Oh, we were saying catches are going to be important, and that one goes down pretty much down the throat of Shayan Khan there.
It's a huge moment in the game. Sahil Chand, he missed the last 5 games. He's only faced a handful of balls so far. That was the classic crocodile style. The alligator doesn't do the job. It's dropped on 16.
So Gul Zaman bowling this 4th over now, and he would be disappointed that he didn't get a wicket with his first delivery.
Yeah, that's the moment that we'll remember. I remember Saif had a drop earlier. He's had a few, actually. There's one in particular that was particularly costly.
Well, chances will be given. It's going to be who can take them, and now he gets another chance, and this time he does take it. This time he comes in, is a lot better judged, and he takes it. Shayan Khan gets 2 bites at the cherry. That doesn't always happen, and that's the end of Captain Sahil Shahan. He decides to go down there again. It doesn't quite work, so he goes for 17 off his 8 balls.
Well, it's only going to cost him 1 run. That is such a stroke of fortune, isn't it, for the Strikers, who would have been really worried. Nobody more so than Shayan Khan, to put it down at long off. But I think life doesn't always give you second chances, but sometimes it does. He holds on, and it's the first wicket of the day, 44 for 1.
Yeah, that's an important one. As we said, they would have been hoping that the captain would come back in. He bowls as well, so he's still got a lot to do in this game. But yeah, Gul Zaman, well deserved there. So his first wicket coming in the 4th over. So Talon United losing their first wicket with the score on 44. The new batsman is Ashit Nigam. Also keeps wicket, but now he's got the bat in his hand.
He's cramped by this one, but yeah, he's been up and down the order, hasn't he, depending on what they needed. Yeah, you heard me right when I said in the introduction. On average, United have made 6 team changes per match, so match to match. An average of 6. That is insane. That's over half your team going in and out.
Well, as you've said, you've called them the mystery men all week, and I asked them today if do you have a steady team? Have you got the team you want today? And they said yes. So no excuses today in the eliminator. It's all about win this one or go home.
Yeah, exactly. So I suppose it's time to put up or shut up for them right now. Shaquille trying to move it forward.
Zaman outside off and missed there on the boundary, through for a 4 to Shakil Chauhan. And at the end of the 4th over now, 1 for 49 for Talon United. And I'd like to see the replay, see how close the fielder got. Well, he put in a desperate dive at the end, but it just got past him. So we can see that Worm, the 2 big 18-run overs of over 2 and over 3. And that last over only going for 7.
Yeah, pretty good comeback over there for the Strikers.
Shaquille, 31 off 13. It'll be a pretty important player moving forward here to see if he can go on with it. Nigam also being asked to bat in the number 3 position. Still Samir to bat next, so bat reasonably well. Thing is, against this strikers lineup, you look at some of the players in here. Amjad Sher, I mean, you know how well he can hit the ball. Hassan Amjad, kind of sleeping giant of the week still. Not even to mention Habib Khan, who's got a century earlier in the week. That's not even...
And a hat-trick.
Yeah, and a hat-trick, yeah. And then someone like Shane Khan and Elias Hassan as well. Kind of maybe to bat in the middle somewhere. So, strikers, can't imagine a score they wouldn't be confident of chasing down.
Well, that's it. Again, I think that game against the Stallions 2 days ago, that really just flicked a switch for them, and they are an explosive team with a lot of explosive batsmen all the way down their lineup, and one of those explosive batsmen, or the most explosive batsman in this tournament so far, their captain, Habib Khan, as we said, got a hat-trick as well. He's been doing it all. Started off with a wide one down leg, but he just loves it. He loves getting into the thick of it. He's got a smile on his face, and he loves the challenge. And there he faces the challenge and says, that's all mine. He knocks the wickets over. That is the end of Arshit Nigam. The head goes up. You miss, I hit, says Captain Khan.
Yeah, exactly. It's just, I suppose it's on a bit of a length, a little bit of inseam, to be honest. It's just a wild heave attempt. I mean, it's aggressive, but then if there's absolutely no technique behind it, it's risky. Put it that way. Nigam gets the death rattle. He's out for 1, and the score, 50 for 2.
Yes, and Habib Khan goes on his merry way. He's going to be one of the players who's up for player of the tournament for sure. He's been doing it with bat, he's been doing it with the ball, and he's also been fielding well as well, taking his catches. So yeah, wild and woolly shot there by Nigam.
Yeah, but okay, 1 of 4.
He didn't waste time.
Yeah, wasted a bit more time than none, but not as much as some.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you are.
Work that out.
So the new batsman, Maidul Islam, now facing his first delivery, and he plays it very correctly into the offside and manages to get a single and off the strike, off his first ball.
Yeah, it was an interesting period of this game. They're getting a little bit slow. I know it's not terrible. 108 doesn't seem enough. Right now they're going 113 pace. The fact the expected score is low, and that tells you that if Chowan goes, the score probably takes a dive.
Yeah, they're gonna want to lift that rate, and again a tight single there. The batter's going through. It's good that they're going for it. There's no point in sitting on, leaning back onto your bat at this stage of the tournament. It's all or nothing. You win this one, and you're through. You lose it, and you're out.
Yeah, that would have been out. Had to throw blindly, didn't he? It was the play.
And this one hit well down the ground. Should be stopped. Is stopped. The fielder there doing well. He might have copped one in the face with rebound off his hand, but he did well. And he gets the ball in quick. Just the 1 run coming off it. Okay, Habib Khan this time rolling his wrists over the ball, bowling a leg spinner. He likes to mix it up. Some he pushes through, some he bowls through with a leg spin action.
Yeah, so that will be the end of the over again. Good mix of all sorts there from Habib. 55 for 2 after 5. Hey, let's welcome you into the commentary box. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Great job yesterday. Let's give a shout out to our colleague Rico, who of course is en route to Romania. I think he's probably in the air right now, but great job, Rico. Again, pretty tough conditions for you guys yesterday, but quite nice at the moment.
Oh, yeah. Look, he's been defrosting ever since, and now he'll continue to defrost on his way to Romania, I'm sure. Yeah, it was a good day yesterday. We got through it, but today we have clear blue skies for finals day here in Estonia, and I'm looking forward to see how this all is going to pan out. Every team can beat everyone.
Yeah, that's true, especially in the format. This is a terrible ball first up. That's going to be a no ball. Gulzaman comes on, and... some calls are tough in cricket. That one probably wasn't. I think the annoying thing for Islam is he doesn't put it away. I would feel he should have probably put it over the ropes.
I think it's higher than he actually thought. Sometimes if the as a batsman, if the ball is around shoulder height, then it is actually gets a bit difficult just to hit it over the boundary as they would have liked. So yeah, probably got away with one a little bit. Zaman there didn't quite go for a 7-up, but this will be a free hit. And the batsman moves around the crease, makes space, doesn't connect as much as he would like.
Ooh.
So yeah,
slow getting to the other end. There's really slow showing. Look at him just trotting in here.
Oh, yes. Yesterday in the morning on a cold day, you could tell he'd been playing all week. He was stiff as a sailboard, let me tell you. But yes, here's Gul Zaman coming in again now, second delivery. And hit in the air through the offside by Islam. Just a single. And these singles, well, it's just not going to be enough. As we said, the strikers have an explosive batting lineup, and even against a bowling lineup as strong as the Stallions, they managed to chase down 147 the other day. But this one, high over the straight boundary, and Ramalama Lama, far, far, far. That is a big Maximo for Shakil, once again moving his score along to 41, and he's going to hope that there's going to be many more where these come from.
Excellent footwork. He got it to a length, which was the perfect length to play that shot. Sometimes if it's too much of a half volley, you can't get under it. So he actually used his feet very, very well.
Well, that's what he likes to do. He comes down to the ball very often. Sometimes it gets him in trouble, and that time it worked perfectly. So Zaman in again. This one, high. It's not going to reach the fielder. One bounce, throws it in.
Little things here. I like the way that they're throwing the ball in quickly and forcing Shakil to run a bit. Obviously, it's the end of a long week. Now he has kind of carried the fort, hasn't he? He's held the fort with Sahil being out of the side. He's had a lot of responsibility, bowling, batting, captaining. Now, he must be feeling it here on the 7th morning. So just, make him uncomfortable out there.
Well, I think he's one that's very happy that the sun's out and the temperatures are up. And this one hit in the air. Will the fielder take the catch? Yes, he does once again. Shayan Khan down there at a wide mid-off on the boundary, and he takes a well-judged catch. And that is the end of Madul Islam, not quite connecting as he would have liked. And he leaves with the score on 66 with 4 runs to his name off the 5 deliveries he faced.
Yeah, and once again, Cheyenne, I'd say it's perfect technique, but it's good enough, and it gets muddled out the way for 4, 66 for 3. So yeah, I suppose the issue is Shakil, he's going at a pretty good rate. He's not getting a lot of help at the moment from his teammates. Again, the drop and then the catch of Sahil Chow, just a huge, huge moment that's defined this innings. Next cab off the rank is going to be Nazmul Haq, batting number 5.
Nazmul Haq, have we seen him in this tournament? I can't remember seeing him bat. So let's see. As we said, we've called them the mystery men, and all of a sudden we have a bit of a mystery batsman. So let's see what batter. So we'll see what Haq has or what he can offer. And that's a good delivery. He just plays it down the ground for a steady single, but steady isn't going to win the race today. You need some explosive dynamite in these 10-over games. So the end of Zaman's second over. Good bowling. He got 2 wickets. Could have had plus a drop catch. 19 runs coming off his 2 overs, as we see. And that's the thing. Shakil Chauhan, 42. He needs some support from people down the ground. And he still has Samir Khan, who can really hit the ball a long way as well. So there are still batsmen there. And Tallinn United will be hoping that they come off. So the new bowler now is Elias Hassan. Had a decent day yesterday. This one through the covers to the boundary. It's a 4. And to Nazmul Haq. Hits it well. So Elias Hassan starts off with a bit of a loosener.
Epic 4 overs here. Expecting the score's been around about the same most of the time, around the kind of high 100s.
Yeah, this one again. just played steadily down the ground. So strikers doing well, keeping Tallinn United under wraps, with the exception of Shaquille Shahan. So he's the one who's really been pushing this score along for Tallinn United.
Look at the rate he's going as well. It kind of equates to about a 130 score as well. Even that is quite chaseable.
Yeah. And this one is hit well and high over the offside. And that is a big Maximo again, another 6. It's well hit. He opens, moves across, goes down, cut away over the boundary, over the cover boundary. And they're still bringing the ball back. That's how far it went.
Yeah, it's a really good shot. It gets on the front foot, and that was no half volley. But very, very good shape there from Shaquille. He moves to 48, knocking on the door of a half century.
Well-deserved half century. Let's see if he gets there. So Hassan will want to make sure that this ball is pitched up at his feet, I would hazard to guess. They have the players down the ground straight for it. So let's see. It's a little bit short. And the half century is brought up with another big Maximo. Rama Lama Lama, far, far, far. That is 50 up for Shaquille Shahan. 54 not out for him. And that is another boundary. And that is exactly what his team needed. Brings them up to 84. And it's been a good innings.
Been a top innings, actually, from Shaquille, considering how tired he must be. 5 6s, 3 4s. He's kind of held it together. Now with those couple, I expect to score 120. Again, just a little bit up. Still 20 balls left to make a difference. Let's see if he can get a real heater here.
Okay, this one again wide outside off, and just like earlier in the over, it goes high over the point boundary for another big Maximo, another big 6. Ramalama Lama, far, far, far again. And Shaquille continues on his merry way. That's 60 up for him. And he really plays that shot well. He just leans into it and gives it everything.
Yeah, good shot. Really, really good shot. He's been pretty good with his decision making. I think it's one clear difference. I mean, yes, probably has a bit more talent than your average player. But even the decisions he's made here, the shot selection, that's the reason he's still there. He's raised that strike rate, hasn't he, now? 60 off 21. So now he's going at the kind of rate, if everyone went how he's going, they're probably getting 170s.
That's it. So this over's already magical. Let's see if it gets even more magic. Good fielding by Shan.
Be the end of the over as well. So 91 for 3. So yeah, I expect the score might go up a little bit. Only 3 overs to go. And so they were around about 15% chance of winning. They doubled their chances just in the last couple of overs. Hassan's over goes magical. 24 off that one. Hey, gives me a chance to say hello to a few people in the chat as well, and to give you an idea of what's happening here on finals day with the Strikers taking on United. Strikers winning 8 games in the first 10, and United only winning 4. Stallions Hippos will play for the first spot in the final later on, so stay with us. It's going to be a big day. Cricket Load, Johnny Heesum, good to see you. And Scotty from the ECN Supporters Club Australia, nice to see you. I saw Wayne was in there before as well.
So Captain Habib Khan now brings himself back onto bowl.
I know I might have some questions about what I did on my day off. I can say I did make the use of the sauna as much as I can.
An
to the point that it
exceptional
probably,
choice, Vinny.
You know, but I mean, it's very different when you've spent the whole day, and it was amazing, don't get me wrong, when you spent the whole day in freezing weather, and then you get it, then you appreciate it a bit more. It's probably a bit spoiled.
Good to Oh, there's a mix-up. They get themselves back in. Again, it was good fielding by the captain. He loves getting in the thick of it.
Well, this is all about that Chow doesn't want to get run out. He realises it's a bit dodgy, and he just said, look, the risk is too high. So he throws his henchman and says, look, if it's your time, it's your time. And I think that's, that's a smart decision, even though it's not really selfish because it's what's best for the team. He's the set batter. And Shaquille felt there was a very high chance he was going to be run out if he went through with it.
This one pushed through with a bit of effort by Habib. As I said, every now and again he throws in the leggy. just to mix it up. Have you tried the water slides? I went down the water slides the other day.
Did you?
Yeah.
That's one thing I haven't had time for. I think I've gone the relaxing route versus the water park route so far. It's a cool hotel.
It is. It's a great
I got to
hotel.
say, different countries, there's different options for the hotels. So we don't quite have the IPL budget for hotels that they must have. But this one is cool. It's like a hotel and water park.
Yeah, I've never been in a hotel that has their 3 water slides.
Yeah. See, maybe that's something for tonight.
Well,
that's a way for me to...
I can tell you, the
home.
Kamikaze, the high one, it's a fun little ride, let me tell you. Spins you around. And this is a good shot, played high and wide over the leg side boundary from Shaquille. He is seeing them well and hitting them even better. Big Maximo there. And this one strays, he loves it. He loves it on his pads. And he's not going to miss out. That nearly went across the road there.
Something I said the other day is that good players, they don't necessarily look leg side. They're not in the bad habit of looking leg side when they shouldn't. So when the ball appears that is the one to hit over leg side, he'll just do it naturally. I mean, that's one that he reads the line of the ball and plays the right shot. He'll be not happy with where the fielder was, or maybe didn't think the batter was ready. But yeah, something he's done really well. He's hit all around the park here, Charles.
You can see he's just a bit deeper in his crease there as well. And this one again over the leg side boundary. Doesn't quite connect as he would have liked. It's a 4, not the 6 he would have hoped for. You can see how deep he is in his crease.
No ball called
and
as
it's
well.
called no ball for height as well.
Yeah, and it was a slow ball. It never really came down.
That might have been one of those leggies. Sometimes they just don't go out. I can say that from experience.
Yeah, it was a wristy. Went wrong. Last ball of the over. Free hit.
Oh, and an edge over the keeper between the little flying slip, and that goes to the boundary down in the 3rd area. And that's another boundary to Shaquille. So, again, this time Captain Habib not quite getting it where he wanted to. And that free hit goes for 4.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, it couldn't have been caught anyway, but it would have been handy if they could have stopped it. So, United making a fist of this. 108 for 3 off 8. And 108 was about the score the computer thought for a while. That's all they were going to get to. They got 2 kind of bonus overs. They'll be hoping. I mean, the rate they're going right now, 135. Slightly higher than average, I think, if you look at the numbers in the tournament so far.
And remember, earlier on, they also beat the Stallions, I think, with a lower score.
That's a good point, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, 127 is the average score so far. I think you're talking about match number, I'm going to say...
I think it was day 2.
Day 2, match 7, yeah. Talon United at 101 defeated the Stallions 83. But it was almost like a perfect eclipse of all the Stallions failing in that game. But, yeah, I mean, it shows you the 101 has been defended. And I actually think still it's the lowest score we've seen defended all week. And the second lowest is a lot higher. The second lowest score that's been defended is 123.
You can see if it all goes well, then you can put the batting team under pressure.
And the other thing which is pretty unusual is that we've had a huge lopsided difference between wins batting first and wins batting second. Just 7 teams have won batting first, 23 teams have won batting second, which is very unusual. Over many, many thousands of games, statistically it's pretty much 50-50. So to have a tournament 7-23, it could be coincidence, maybe not. Maybe just batters are cool in the chase and bowlers are feeling the pinch in the second inning. So it's no surprises to me when the captains are going to bat second if they win the toss today.
Well, especially after that Stallions game where they chased down 147. Remembering in that game they lost 3 wickets in the first over and managed to come back.
Chair the Wild Thing back in over number 9.
So the Wild Thing with Tandoori written on his back. And this one keeps this line just a little bit wider outside off stump.
Amjad, if you're not aware, he's a Finnish national. He's captained the Finnish team as well. Plays for Empire CC. We'll see him in a month in the ECS Finland, I'm sure. Very experienced player. And I call him the Wild Thing because he is, just when he bats, he's pretty aggressive.
Well, I'm sure we're going to see lots of that today. And this one is some aggressive batting from Shaquille Chauhan again. Another Maximo, and Ramalama far, far, far over the boundary. And if he keeps going, maybe he can even get to 100. Who knows? If he does, his team will be very happy.
Yeah, no doubt. Just lost the line a little bit there. Chauhan's seeing him really well at the moment. He's 82. I'm not going to even jinx him, not even going to think about it or try. But it's been a brilliant individual performance that's kept Talon United in this contest.
Yeah, he really has batted well. I think it's been the standout performance for him with the bat during the week, and it's come right at the right time. He's sharing again, fourth ball of this over. And this one pushed and pulled hard and pulled over the boundary for 4. So once again, just slightly short. The bowler trying to get a little bit of away cut. Manages, but not enough to stop the batter from hitting it over the boundary.
Yeah, that was a front foot pull. I was going to say, getting right up towards his highest score on the network here. He did score 100 last year, scored it against Talon Hippos. And he gets Shakill's record, actually. It's a pretty good record. Across 25 games, he scored over 500 runs. He's striking at about 230, an average of 31. And they're pretty good numbers in the format. And this is only his third 50 ever, but one of those 50s turned out to be 100 not out.
Maybe it'll happen again. This one, high over the fielder. And
I reckon he's done something there. I reckon he's pulled something. They'll get 2, but first we'll check the height of this. I think maybe it's probably just okay. Checking on the replay.
oh, let's see.
That'll
That
be
looks
fine.
good. That looks good. Hits right at the bottom of the bat. Shurin again. And this one guided into the covers, only for a single this time.
At the end of the
So
over.
good delivery.
Into the over as well. 123 for 3. Yeah, just got a feeling it's Gul Zaman. Just have a look. He's either cramming, and then it's one of the more unusual pieces of fielding I've ever seen. Basically dives on the stationary ball. That's because he's not able to stay up. Anyway, that will be the end of the over. So it's 123 for 3 after 9 as we head into the 10th.
When we were saying we were hoping they could get to 130, and it looks like that should be on the cards with the way Chauhan is seeing the ball at the moment. And we can see there the bowling. Amjad shares 2 overs, 21. Pretty good. Gul Zaman, the standout, 2 for 19.
Yeah, Hassan over was costly, wasn't it? Of 24. How can he go to Amjad in the last? Thought they might go for another option. I just haven't seen him bowling a bit this week.
He's bowling wide, bowling round, big angle. And that angle doesn't change anything. It's a big 6 and another Maximo. Ramalama, far, far, far. Oh, yes, Shaquille. Keep going, says his team. It is very well struck. And yeah, he's trying to create a big angle across the batsman. But if he does, he'd want to keep it a bit wider off stump, I'd be thinking.
He's 95 now in this cutthroat eliminator. Can he bring up his ton?
Oh no, he hits it straight to square leg. Straight down his throat. The catch is taken and he misses out on his 100. It was there for the taking. And that's going to be a little disappointment, but he has done a fantastic job for his team. 95 off 33 deliveries. And from a score of 129, that is a really good innings. And he's put his team in with a shout in this game.
Yeah, it's been a great effort, actually. I mean, he's elevated them to a position where they might win. I think, yeah, won't know the exact percentages, but, I mean, 95 in such a pressure game. And that was one of the few balls he didn't hit the middle of the bat.
Yeah, and if he did, it probably would have gone over. And this one, high and wide. Will the fielder puts his hands up and it bounces off his hands for a boundary, or did he actually knock it over for a 6? Let's see in the replay.
It'll be for Cheyenne Khan. He misjudged that. He was just about...
Oh, yeah, that's one bounce over for 4. The fingers are going to be a bit sore there.
metre further in than probably needed to be. So he's had a bit of a tough ride down there. So he's not a bad guy to bring in here, Samir Khan. Scores a 4 first ball, still 3 to come.
Yeah, he can hit a hard, long ball. This one off the toe of the bat, stopped by the keeper. So an important dot ball there in the last over. But they have got the score over 130. And that gives them a shot. That gives them a shot.
It's above average score for the week.
And they're wide. That's that angle created, and Shahan can't stop the ball from going over the boundary. Goes for another 4.
A mini cameo here from Samir, coming at a good time. They kind of bucked the odds basically here, Talon United. The mystery men. All right. And yeah, they look to be on for kind of 108, 110. Now they're looking at 140 here. Last ball coming up.
Oh yes, and 140 it will be. This is a big 6. Maximo Ramalama, far for the last ball. And that brings up 143 for Talon United. That is a really good effort, and that's going to put some pressure on the strikers, and that's going to take some doing in a final.
Yeah, it certainly will. What a great shot last ball.
They connected well.
Met it on the full, and yeah, 143. That last over from Amjad is going to go for 20. So he had a bit of a rough day with the ball. 1 for 38, his figures. And so, well, have a look at these first 10 overs. Obviously, Sahil Chow a big back in for Talon United as the mystery man trying to make a mystery run into the top 3. But it was his brother Shaquille that, despite what must be immense fatigue here on day 7, came out and shouldered the load. His 95, I should say, a really critical innings, narrowly missing out on another ECN 100.
Yeah, it was an excellent innings. He played it well. He played the ball on its merits throughout, and when it was in his hitting zone, he hit hard and he hit long, and he continued to hit the ball over the boundary. There was good ball there by Habib Khan. There was a couple of drops that went down. He was lucky that the captain Sahil.
This was a chance, though. Don't forget that could have been run out. No, it wasn't an easy one. It was a half chance went down. There was a big moment where we saw Sahil get dropped, and we thought that might cost him, but
he was caught 2 balls later.
Caught, just added 1 more to his score. Cheyenne, some he caught, some he didn't. In that 10 overs. But yeah, really was all about Shaquille. 9 6s and 6 4s on the way to that 95. Even this, I mean, his strategy was there. Knew it wasn't worth that risk for him to get run out. If his partner got run out, I mean, that's the way the cookie crumbles. But yeah, they didn't bowl particularly well to him either. I think at times they gave him what he wanted, gave him width, gave him length. But take nothing away from his batting. His stroke making was absolutely divine here in this innings.
Well, the shots I remember are the cut shots over the boundary. Those he really got going. Unfortunately, when he was going for his 100, he just didn't connect as he would have liked, and then gave an easy catch, but then a little cameo at the end.
That's the thing, right? So, yes, he gets out. You think, it'll save you maybe 10 runs. Not really, because the 4 balls after he got out, 4.46 as Samir took the game, ran forward with it, actually got Talon up from the 120s into the 140s. So the victory target for the Talon strikers, 144 coming up. As you look back at this scorecard, Sahil Chow back into the side, made 17, but it was all about his bro Shaquille Chow, narrowly missing out on a second European Cricket Network century. Samir, the other one I'd like to mention, with really handy 4-ball 14 at the end, just 4 extras, so not so many given away. I suppose some present opportunities to hit boundaries, a couple of no balls in there. Bowling wide, I think Gulzamad recovered from a bit of a shaky start at times, but 2 for 19, best of the bowlers. Wickets also to Aslan Amjad and Habib Khan, but you can see that some of them were expensive. Amjad going for 38, Hassan's over going for 24, but it's all set up, Marco, for a very interesting second innings to see which team will survive.
I think it's a great score because it's going to put some pressure on the strikers. They can't just waltz out there and think they're going to do this easy. They're really going to have to knuckle down, and the pressure's going to be on, and I'm looking forward to see what they can do.
We don't say when the going gets tough, the tough get going. We're going to get going for a few minutes, but then we will be back and we'll find out which team will make it to the top 3 and survive to the second half of finals day. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Marco Celligin. We'll see you for more blue skies and Grizzlies flying when we return to Estonia for more European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello, welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get ready for the second half of this Cutthroat Eliminator. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, back with you for ECS Estonia Finals Day 2025. And this day only comes around once a year here in Estonia. In some years it hasn't come at all because we had a series in 2020, but then it was 2024 before we returned. We're very, very happy to be back. And I've got to say, everyone has made us feel very welcome this week as well. So United, story so far, 143 on the board. And yeah, an innings that looks like it was going to be a little bit under. Turns out to be a little bit over. 144 required for the Strikers. And these two, let's not forget, they met yesterday in match 29. On that occasion, United 109. It was chased down in just 4.4 overs. But I will say, as they normally have done, they've moved the revolving door, a couple of more rotations. So very different looking Talon United outfit here today. They're happy with their team. I think they're happy with their score on the board. But now the big moment of truth comes. We'll see if they are able to defend this and make it to the top three. Against the Strikers outfit that were pretty destructive on finals day last year, the first half at least. Striking 254 to start their day before going down to the Stallions in the decider. Here we go with Samir Khan, starting with a big wide, and that's the worst possible start, really. Is it going to go? That's the part of the field that's a bit slower. It's been called wide, and they'll run an extra as well. So, Samir, disappointed that first one gets away. Pretty lucky it doesn't go for the minimo. So 2 on the board. It's a wild thing on strike. Amjad Sher. He does hit the ball hard. This one, very catchable height, but into the gap. He's off the mark with 4. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Joining me once again for the second innings is Marco Chelaghe.
Hello, yeah, I'm looking forward to this chase. I think it's going to be really exciting. And the Strikers have an explosive batting lineup, and they're going to need to be, because this is a challenging score to chase down.
Yeah, it certainly is. But, like I said, numbers from yesterday would suggest they could do it pretty easily. But that's dependent on a few things. And the big stars firing, that's a good start for Amjad Sher.
And he comes in. This one plays high and wide over the leg side. This one goes to the boundary, doesn't go over for a maxima, goes for a 4. Well played by Amjad. Yeah, I think comparing today's game to yesterday's game, it's chalk and cheese. Yesterday it was cold. There wasn't really too much riding on that game, and Tallinn United looked like there wasn't too much riding on that game, if you know what I mean. It was a morning game, and it looked like they hadn't quite woken up.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll find out, won't we? And Amjad Sher, he's destructive anytime, especially in the power play.
So, good ball pitched up on the stumps by Khan.
Yeah, but what if they can at least restrict in this power play, Tallinn United? They'll probably push that rate up above 15, and then kind of, you're relying on a lot of things to go right as the batting side. Relying on those 2 boundaries and over minimum to stay in touch.
Well, a lot's going to be riding on Captain Habib. Let's see what he can do. He hasn't faced a ball yet, but so far, Sher is hitting them well.
That's great effort on the boundary, but Tikas almost loses a fingernail there. This is a nasty kind of hop to get. It's not a good ball. It's a big full toss. He bravely kind of swings the hand at it, and it beats him to the boundary, 4 runs.
Yeah, it sort of beats him on the hand and then beats him to the boundary. Unfortunately, it was a good effort. Khan in again. And high and wide and over the boundary. Rama Lama Lama, far, far, far. It's still flying. A big Maximo from Sher. So he gets into the swing of things very literally.
He's just got amazing wrists, the way that he can just snap through the ball. Thing is, if you were able to stop that last 4, he's off strike. Okay, then you've got to deal with Habib. But we also know Habib sometimes plays a bit of a rash shot early. We've seen him get castled on a couple of occasions.
Well, that one outside off stump, and Captain Habib doesn't get any of the strike in that over. So at the end of the first over, 20 runs. It's a magical one coming off it. That's exactly what the strikers would have wanted. And all of those coming off the bat of Cher, with the exception of a couple of extras.
Yeah, definitely. A good start, though, on balance with the strikers who eat in 20 runs to that total of 143. As we can have a look at the Golden Ball counter. Well, I can tell you, this is exactly 2 weeks ago because it was finals day in Jersey. Can't believe that's 2 weeks ago. We had a crazy Golden Ball. Look who it is. Shaquille bowling the second over, loses the first one down the leg side. He's having a great game. Scored 95 in the first innings, and we're hoping to follow it up with a good couple of overs. Yeah, but that was a crazy Golden Ball, decided by basically one frame of a broadcast.
I might have actually seen that one, I think.
Yeah. I think you tuned in.
So Shaquille, and there we have it. That is a huge wicket. Captain Khan out just the second ball he faces, and Shaquille is having the game of, I'm not going to say the game of his life, he's probably had a few, but he's having a good one today.
I'll say it, he's having the game of his life. Look at that swing, it's full toss. I think he plays inside it, which is surprising. And we'll see it here.
Yeah, it's the swing, it just gets him, he's not sure.
But what's weird is that it does swing a lot, but he misses it kind of inside the ball.
He plays inside out, sort of, yeah.
So we know, I said it last over, didn't I? I said we know that occasionally Habib will play a loose one early in his innings, and that was it. And Shaquille hits the stumps on the full. So, yeah, bit of a flashpoint here early in his second innings, 21 for 1.
Oh, this really has put the cat amongst the pigeons, and now we'll see that explosive batting lineup that I've been talking about. They're going to have to light that fuse, and it's not going to be the captain that does it for them this time. Shahan coming in again, getting a lot of in-swing.
Oh.
And a tight run.
I mean, that's huge. I mean, both these are match winners that are at the crease right now. I actually thought bowler's end was a more obvious end to throw. It comes in late. But if he picks it up here, he's not even halfway, and he throws at the end where that's the one guy that was planning on the run was Amjad Shah. Gets home, and that's what Shaquille's saying. Maybe not word for word, but I suggest you might have been better off throwing at the bowler's end.
It's reading between the lines, that's called. Yeah, so Shaquille getting a lot of in-dip and causing some issues with the batsman with it. Shah facing this one. This one doesn't quite swing in as much, but just gone to the mid-off. So no runs there, a dot ball. But this is turning out to be a good over by Shaquille, and putting his team once again right in amongst it. And this one's high. Where's it going to fall? The fielder's under it, and he puts it down. Didn't quite get in the position he would have liked. Had to reach forward to it.
This is a huge moment in the game. You can't overestimate it. He thinks he's gone here, Cher, but barely touches it. It's right in the sun. Tikas does have the glasses, still got to find it. I don't even think he gets a finger on in the end. And don't forget, Tikas just took that nice one on the finger last over as well.
True, well, he's going to get another little clip on the fingers as this one is hit to the boundary from Aslan Amjad. He gets his first boundary, and he's going to have to put on the fireworks like Vinny told us about in the tournament last year when he had that amazing inning. So let's see, he hasn't quite come off so far this week, but his team will say today might be the day. This is the time they need it. It's now or never.
Yeah, you said it. Now or never. Amjad is his breakout innings of the week.
This one again, just angled in. Little bit of in-dip, and batters only go through for a single.
The end of the over, so 28 for 1 after 2. We can give you a bit of a peek about how the table finished up. And again, we talk about the bonus points all the time. It's a very tangible thing to play for, because actually that's kind of the difference between two teams that were closely matched on the ladder. You look at the Hippos, they finished second ahead of the Strikers despite winning one less game, because they kept picking up 4-pointers when they did win. Then you look at the bottom with the Riders actually winning 2 games, but actually still getting the spoon, with the Wolves being a bit more consistent, picking up points in losses. So yeah, it shows you, I think, the balance with the bonus points and kind of what they're worth and all that. It's about perfect, I think, because yeah, you want it to be something that can make a difference. And obviously in this case it has in a couple of those positions.
Oh, it's made a big difference. And it also just puts that extra element in the game, doesn't it? Tatu Wolves spent a lot of the time chasing that first win, but always managing to get bonus points. And then with that first win, managing to lift themselves off the bottom of the table. But now back to the game. Billy coming in, bowling this one. And this is wide outside of off, and the batter hits it straight into the covers and caught. A good catch by Chauhan there. I think this is Captain Chauhan, if I'm not mistaken. It looks like Sahil.
Yeah, well, I mean, this sums up Amjad's tournament, really. It's there, it's begging to be hit. Kind of was away from his body, didn't get a lot of power in the shot.
Didn't really move with it, with his legs. He just reached for it, and it hit the toe end of the bat. He just manages to place it into the hands of Chauhan.
Yeah, and that one is taken. So Amjad, it's a dejected walk-off, isn't it? He knows he's going to have to watch the rest from the sidelines. It's a nervous wait ahead to see if the Strikers survive. Remember, the Strikers had a disappointing start to the week. Then they kind of found their mojo, didn't they? And they've been on a bit of a hot streak.
But that hot streak coincided with their captain having a hot streak.
That's true. They lost 2 of their first 3. Since then, they have won 7 in a row. But, well, will it end here? Will it continue?
It all comes down to today. So Billy with the perfect start coming into his second delivery.
This also ramps up the pressure on Amjad Sher. Oh, bit of a lazy bit of running there from Cheyenne first up. But O'Billy gets that big wicket. See here, just happy to trot. I mean, if you get run out like this, especially in a final, I still think that hit might have been really, really tight. Seen some crazy things in finals. There was an ECL group final, Group D, where Zabiullah of the Zurich Nomads hit one back to the bowler, turned his back, the bowler threw the stumps down, and he hadn't gotten back in his crease. Wasn't even watching.
Well, what's the funniest thing you've seen in European cricket? You've seen so many games in a short period of time. You must have seen some crazy stuff. In a long period of time, I saw some crazy stuff as well. But you've had a
funniest thing I've seen?
Yeah.
Well, first I watched this ball get pounded to the boundary. It's shared. It keeps on keeping on. Being very destructive in this power play. I suppose, 43 or so would be to be up with the rate in the power play. 41, 43 or 44. I mean, I suppose maybe I'm a bit polluted a bit by what gets played back to me or what I see coming up on the internet. So the first thing that comes to mind is when the unfortunate Mohamed Shaikat got hit in the unmentionables attempting a 3rd run in Portugal on a fairly frigid day in Portugal back in 2022.
Oh, sounds nasty. And this one, Cher pulling it over the boundary. This one's a 4. So in this last over of the power play, Strikers bringing it on to 33. As we said, Tallinn United managing 43 in their power play overs.
Yeah, so that one probably comes to mind, only because I think it's probably one of the most played ones. There's some that that was funny because everyone always thinks it's funny if it's not you, and also the way that he kind of tried to straddle the ball made it extra funny. He's never lived it down, poor Shaikat.
Billy again, this time down the crease from Shab. I think it bounces just in front of the boundary line. It's going to be tight. We're going to have to look at the replay.
I think this is 4, but we'll just check it. Did it maybe get some of the rope? What are we seeing here on the?
I think just on the inside.
Yeah, just inside. That'll be 4 runs.
Centimetres away.
Yeah, so there's that. There's also a couple other things come to mind. Fletch, who used to work for us, he was playing in a game, and just one of those throws where the ball got stuck in his hand. He almost threw it into his own foot. That was pretty funny. This is not so funny for O'Billy, who's going to go for another 6. Cher carrying his side through the power play. He's 37, and after 3 overs, it's 47 for 2.
So the Strikers with their nose in front in the run tally, but just those 2 big wickets that they lost. How will that play out as this innings goes on?
Hello to Adian Tessarande as well. How are you, Adian? Hopefully you're well. I wonder, have you made the move yet? Let me know. Have a look at this innings. 55 in the first half and then 88 in the second, which is pretty good considering that they had lost Sahil Chan around just before the halfway mark. But Shaquille carried it, didn't he? And then nice little cameo from Samir at the end. Now you see the difference between chasing kind of 128 and 144, which is kind of the difference that he made when he came in and could be productive late in the piece. But here's the golden boy, Shaquille Chowan, who scored that 95, bowled a reasonably good first over as well. Picked up Habib Khan for a first ball duck, first legal ball.
And again, getting a little in-dip.
Now, I like that he's bowling out here because he's swinging the ball, and I think this is one reason that you would bring somebody back that is a genuine swing bowler before the ball gets banged up too much more. Interesting also with the field. They've got almost, we call it the Southern Cross field, which is where you have almost a dead straight fielder. So you got, instead of long on long off, you got one in between as well. They're really protecting that straight hit against Sher.
Yeah, and once again through the offside now. It should be stopped. And isn't. It just goes through the fielder there on the boundary for a 4.
To give Samir credit, he does pretty well here. You can see it's every bounce is different that he's getting. He just tries to get his body behind it and squirts away for a boundary. But I mean, you can't criticize too much. You can see that straight fielder. He's a very straight long off.
And this one, will it be taken? The fielder's coming in, and it's a good catch there from Billy taking that one. So a well-judged catch and another wicket going down for the Strikers. That's the big wicket of Amjad Sher, who was going really well. And O'Billy running in from the boundary, puts his hands out and it falls straight in. So once again, Tallinn United just...
See, this is the fielder. We were just looking at him. Goes straight to him. O'Billy is the fielder we were just highlighting. And he actually takes it really well on the run, doesn't he? Takes it around waist height, maybe dipping just below. But that field works a treat. So, you know, let's give credit to Sahil Chan as well. Sometimes it just scrambles the circuits of the batter to have someone so straight, because you're taught that straight is safe. And even the way he was slightly offside, it faded towards him. And that's a huge moment. They are definitely underdogs now, the Strikers, with their dangerous top 3 all back in the sheds. And we're only in the 4th over, 52 for 3.
52 for 3, and it's those wickets that are causing the issues for the Strikers, and we've seen all week. Early wickets make it difficult, but all it takes is one batter to get on a heater, and that changes things and turns things on its head.
Don't they say that in Japanese the word for crisis is the same as the word for opportunity? So you got Cheyenne here, you got Idisham here, but still, you know, best part of 100 runs to get. So it's a long way back. They're given a 1 in 3 shot though. That tells you that this game is very much still alive.
Oh, absolutely, there's a long way to go. We've seen this in the tournament. All it takes, one batsman to come off with a bit of support. And this one just played reasonably sedately to the boundary just for a single. And that gets Etisham off the mark. And he'll be facing this delivery from Sakil. Nice.
Interesting, Shaquille. Well, you might as well just give him the player of the match right now. Although, having said that, no, who knows, in 6 overs, Cheyenne might slam 100 or something like that. And I've seen things happen like that. It's the end of the 4th over.
Well, look at the worms there. You can see it's nearly going down together with United, but they bring it back. But it's the loss of those wickets, and especially this week for the Strikers, a lot of their success has been built on the back of their captain, and their captain is long gone in this game.
All right, so
this is O'Billy now again. Started off so well.
Just, you'll find that they're... What would I say? These middle order batters are still very good strikers, probably why they play for the Strikers, but they just don't quite have the toolbox of some of the top 3. You know, so yes, they can clear the boundary. Yes, they're aggressive, but even that, you know, that they're trying to swipe across. I think we'll see a bit more of that compared to what we've seen from the top order batters.
Cheyenne Khan doesn't get all of that. Bounces in front of the fielder at mid-on, deep mid-on.
Looks like Tina's in. Hey, Tina, how you doing? And Tina, good luck today. I have to remember what time her game is, but it's the start of the World Cup qualifiers. The Women's World Cup qualifiers today in Italy. So, Tina, our very own.
Well, good luck. Hope you have a good tournament. And this one, a big top edge over the infield, and it goes for a boundary to Etisham, much needed for the Talon Strikers.
Yeah, it was a bit of a streaky one, wasn't it? But, hey, take them where you can get them. Rate required has gone up over 15s. What I thought would happen if they didn't get too many away in the power play. So you're kind of relying on those minimum 2 boundaries and over. There's one of them, even though it's a streaky one.
So again, Etisham facing up to Abili. Again, not off the middle of the bat, into the covers. A dot ball. Every dot ball is priceless in this format.
Again, see the pre-movement to clear the front leg almost no matter what. Nice bit of Tortuga neutralisation from Vaikath.
It's a beautiful outfield, but there is some undulations in it, so it does bump around a bit, as a lot of the grounds do. And this one again over the infield. The fielder just not managing to stop the ball from rolling over the boundary rope.
Got to be honest, look at this field. I don't think you need it long off and a deep cover, because he's not a threat in that area. He's trying to hit everything to mid-wicket. And when you are trying to hit everything to mid-wicket, a lot of balls end up squeezing down to deep third or deep backward point. So now they have moved it, but they moved the mid-honour. See, I don't know, because that's his hitting zone. I suppose now you're encouraging to play that shot maybe when he shouldn't. But I just think you almost got a long off and a deep cover. That's not his zone. I think you've seen that already. No Billy, last ball of his eliminator.
Bit of in-drift there, and it does go down to that wide mid-on, but only for a single. So pretty controlled over there from O'Billy. There's 10 coming off it.
A little bit of a slip, but he recovers pretty well. Yeah, 10 off it. So 64 for 3 after the 5th. So they've left themselves a lot to do. We'll say they're ahead on the comparison, but there's still 80 runs to get in the last 5. Of course, our last day here in Estonia before we have a big week coming up, actually. We have Romania starting tomorrow, but then I'll be doing the Medina Cup from Belgium starting on Wednesday. So from Wednesday to Sunday, we'll have 2 locations, one of the T10 cricket, one T20 cricket, and then Hornchurch, only a week away from Hornchurch, basically, as well, which will run Monday to Saturday both weeks. So Monday to Friday's men's, Saturday is women's. Don't worry, on the Sunday, we'll still have cricket from Czechia. So cricket every day.
So Kulda Tekas bowling this over for United.
I'm going to ask you, though, do you you must, go again here, maybe not. You must think it's crazy, cricket every day, and the volume of cricket. How do you, as someone that's, just kind of been thrown in and immersed for a week?
Well, from a player's point of view, I totally get it, because even back in our day, we would play 550 over games in 5 days. So from the volume of cricket, from the player's point of view, fine. From commentating 5 games a day, it's fun. It's a lot. It's a lot to take in, but it's a learning experience, because this is my first tournament doing this.
But that's another thing. Is that okay? That's one thing. If it was just 1 week, like, you go, okay, but we got every week. So this is, sure, 1 week to play 550 over games in 5 days. Yeah, but I wouldn't say on like next week. Okay, do it again and do it again.
Okay, this one's hit well, but straight to the fielder and well taken. Again, Samir Khan, a very well judged catch, and that is the end of Muhammad Etisham, and another wicket goes down. That's the 4th wicket now down for the Strikers, and things are slowly starting to build up and get ever so difficult now.
Well, this is where there's a reason I'm not a captain, because that's the fielder I said probably his last place can hit it. He's hit straight to him, and Samir Khan's taken the catch. Probably robbed a maximum in the process, so Etisham does streak a couple of fours in there, but it's just not happening for the strikers at the moment. Need someone to play a mercurial innings to turn this around. Right now they're struggling, 66 for 4.
Yeah, and I think the key to what the United team has been doing is they've been keeping the ball pitched up on outside of off stump. So it's harder for the batsmen just to swing across the line onto the legs, and hence those players on the boundary on the offside are coming into play. It was a good delivery by Tekas.
Yeah, 1 for 2. Another bowler with an early wicket. Confidence booster.
Elias Hassan now straight down the ground over the bowler's head. First ball, boundary. 4 runs to get him off the mark.
I will say this, though. He's the kind of guy that could turn this around. We've seen him come on. We've seen him strike boundaries early in his innings. I mean, it's a proper cricket shot, that one, straight over the umpire's hat. And so, is this Hassan's time to shine?
He's a feisty cricketer. I've noticed that all week, with bat and with ball. Let's see what he can do for his team. They're going to need it. Let's take us in again. And again, hit well, but hit straight to the fielder. And taken. Another good catch there, taken by Sahil Chauhan. This time on the boundary down there. So, again, it's getting more difficult for the strikers with every wicket that goes down.
And maybe it's not his time to shine. He's a flash in the pan there, wasn't he? You got a feel for him. Just lost his shape a little bit on that one. Dragged it to Sahil. Wasn't going to drop it. And strikers, right now, they are in a world of trouble as far as this tournament goes. And the mystery, man. It's a mystery how they've timed their run. Team that only won 4 games out of 10 compared to their opponents' 8, but they are doing the business. A game that really, let's be honest, early in this match, in the first 5 overs, it looked like the strikers had everything in hand, but to show you how unpredictable this is. And last year's finalists are going to turn now to Zaman at number 7. With only 4 overs to go, they still need 74.
At nearly 18 and over, so the pressure is on the batsman. There's not going to be any chance to get a few sighters, that's for sure. And this one, cut through the infield. Bit of slipping and sliding from the fielders, but gets it in and manages to cut it down just to a single.
Yeah, so that'll be the end of 6. 71 for 5. 4 overs will determine.
Bit of ice skating there.
Can happen. No real excuses today. It seems pretty nice out there. But yeah, this is actually a very good European cricket field. But you can see how it's different to playing on an English cricket field where you get no bad bounces.
No.
You still, it's pretty good underfoot. Obviously, he's had a little bit of drizzle over the last few days. It's we haven't lost a match, which is good at least. Hey, I love this from Kroom. Saying there's a game yesterday in the Middlesex League. We were talking about some big scores last time I was here. About the 1,009 not out from Pranav Danwada.
1,009?
Yeah, I think I was with Rico for that. I was on Friday. We were talking about that. But he said yesterday in the Middlesex League, North London 426 for 6 defeated Richmond 2 all out. Go there in a second.
Well, it's a bit of a cavern there. Oh, an ulch from the bowler. He gets a very hard hit on his wrist.
Yeah.
Hopefully he's not too injured. Hopefully he can shake that off.
Yeah, it was a nasty blow. Thought this is a thumb buster. It's probably better if it's wrist than thumb, but
let's have a look.
Broken wrist probably isn't very fun either. Let's have a look. Bang.
It's right on the meaty part of the thumb. And the magic spray looks like that's going to be taken out now. Here comes Ravi.
Ravi's been doing all the courses, so he's done his magic spray level 1, level 2. He's not quite prepared for level 3 yet, but here he goes.
You can see the expertise with the spray.
And it'll be stronger than ever before. I mean, it could probably be walk straight into an arm wrestling match now, Vikath, and wipe the floor. Let's have a look at it one more time. I mean, credit to him, he instinctively puts it up, but it was just travelling so fast. Had no time to judge it. Couldn't get the middle of the hand on it.
And fair play, also saved a run.
Yeah, that's true. So I want to go back to that 2 all out. I mean, that's even less than out.
2 all out. So they've lost the game
6 all out. 6 all out's our lowest. And to be honest, it's the only single figure score we've ever had in a completed innings. Gozo in their first ever ECS match, all out for 6, chasing an opponent's score of 200.
As we'd say in Germany, Or in German, hoppala.
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 Hoppala, meaning?
I'd say whoops.
Whoops. Hoppala. I mean, Tina would know that. She's playing for Germany later in the day, by the way. She said that she got her first game against Spain this afternoon. I'm sure that would be a good one.
Well, I hope she doesn't have any hoppalas and she does really well. Good luck to Tina. And the new bats. So Samir Shayan Khan facing now.
Shayan Khan's
Bowler's
still
ready.
facing.
Vaikat is the new bowler.
Yeah, there's a bowler just got smashed on the wrist.
Still ringing, still feeling it a little bit. Still stretching it, keeping it loose and limber.
I'm looking forward to the Germany-Jersey game tomorrow as well. That's going to be a good one. Rematch of our ECCW Challenger final.
Gulzaman hits it high. Looks like it's going to fall in between some fielders.
But have a look at that rate. Bang, goes over 20 now. You got Cheyenne. Just he's had a bit of a rough game as Cheyenne. Took 1 or 2, but dropped 1 or 2 in the field. 6 off 8.
Yeah, they need something special now, the strikers. And this is pretty special. This one is connected well, and Ramalama, far. A big Maximo. That is the first Maximo in quite a while.
Okay. That just could be the one that gets him going. You just need him, in particular, I think, to have some sort of Class A heater. And we have seen games won from this situation, and almost by definition they're when you least expect them. So can the strikers pull one out of the fire here with 20 balls to go, still requiring 66?
Oh, nice nut, just swinging it in, just missing the leg stump, missing everything. Vaikat was getting excited for a second at this point. Oh, yes.
Go to varnish that one. Go to varnish. He thought that's knocking him over. I mean, if they get Cheyenne Khan, I think that's pretty much it. Put a fork in it. Last ball of the
Start the
7th.
car. Oh, and there we go. Start the car indeed. He doesn't do it with that one. He does it with this one. Right.
I love the high five being extra careful. But Cheyenne, yeah, he just plays all around this good length there. Vaikat, yeah, he's definitely a left-hand high five or low five kind of person, but it's a good rock. This one didn't miss.
Similar to the ball before, just this one, he gets on the stumps perfectly, and the stumps go over, and that is the end.
Very smart. Good awareness from his teammates, not coming in, and I got to admit, I was bad for that. I'd throw out a few aggressive high fives to fielders that might have just taken balls in the right hand. That's how Shane goes for 12, and really it's good night nurse for me with the strikers 78 for 6.
After 7, yeah. Yeah, I've seen some high fives go wrong, and even in professional games where you think, they probably practice. But they do miss out. The West Australian bowler, Jade Richardson, put his shoulder out by high fiving.
Yeah, I know, Jay. And yeah, I just messaged him saying that's pretty dumb. But also, I remember back in the day, it's almost like life imitating art. Brad Haddon had to go off in a one-dayer when he got poked in the eye.
Yeah, I saw that.
By an errant high five.
I remember that.
I think it was... Who was it? I think it was Faulkner.
It was in that.
High-fived him in the eye.
Yeah.
Again, I have done that before.
With wicket-keeping gloves on?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nasty.
I was well protected. So.
Yeah, you were. So Tekas in again. Swing and a miss from Gul Zaman. And the strikers really staring down the barrel now. So much to do. And only 17 or 16 balls to do it in.
This one, I think like the machine's on, but there's no natural heartbeat. Oh, there we go. There's a little bit of cricket you don't see anywhere else. Throws the ball, throws the glove at the same time here. Archit.
And both missed the stumps.
That's true. Yeah. Oops. Then he chases, didn't know which one to chase down first.
Seems to have very loose gloves. Here we are, Tekas in again. And this one, he gets outside off stump, and again a very well taken catch by Captain Sahil Chauhan, running in from the boundary. And Tekas getting another wicket now. And this game is slowly looking ever more in the hands of Tallinn United.
But isn't it a funny old game? The twists and turns we've seen here, and yeah, just it's an unpredictable kind of game. Maybe United, maybe it's their time. It's yeah, strikers look at their lineup. You say it's too big to fail, aren't they? You look at the top three, but Amjad Sher, he was the one that was in for a while. When he got out, it was kind of the beginning and the end on reflection.
Yeah, I mean, and this is the format of the game. You've got someone who comes off, as well as Sakil did in their innings, puts that score on. You have scoreboard pressure, and with that scoreboard pressure, then if you add wickets and good catching to that scenario, then it becomes a very difficult proposition. And as I've been saying, all the teams can beat each other at this stage of the tournament, and that's exactly where we are as this one is hit down the ground.
I think now you are. Just don't get hurt. The last 3 overs. Don't need to be a hero. Just play it to the second half of the day. And United not a side that I think either one of the Stallions or the Hippos would want to run into in qualifier 2. It's a big game coming up.
And this one well fielded in the covers.
Yeah, Heftica gets an opportunity, but Tikas with 3 wickets for 10 runs here of 10 balls. It's been brilliant, hasn't he?
He's been really good, and what's really impressed me throughout this innings is the catching from Tallinn United. I think it's been really good, and that is going to be imperative today. If you can hold your catches, chances are going to come throughout the day. If you can hold on to them, you're going to put your team in a good position.
Yeah, couldn't agree more.
So 1 ball left in this over now. And just swing and a miss through to the keeper at the end of the 8th over. The Strikers, 83 runs for the loss of 7, still needing 61 runs in just 2 overs.
Yeah.
That is a lot.
It is a lot. I think, as Corey would say, there's more chance of the world stopping and spinning the other way, because just power of creating and taking chances. Then Shaquille Chant certainly will be the player of the match for his 2 wickets and his 95 in the first inning. You can see the fact they got that rally. They're only on, have a look at the rate. After 6 overs, they're on for about 110 if they're lucky. They end up with 143 and just creating that scoreboard pressure.
And again, another catch, and well taken. This catch going to Shaquille, so he's everywhere, taking wickets, scoring runs, taking good catches. And that's the 8th wicket down now. That's Devala just hitting the toe end of the bat, not really getting the middle, and hitting it down to the mid-off.
It's been a good field that they've set. It just seemed to be working. And that's where they were able to get Amjad. And that kind of very straight long off. They've got the extra cover, kind of wide long off as well. Long on in play.
That pitched up line outside off stump, and that doesn't leave the batsman with too much to do, too many options.
Exactly. Always a tough time to bat here, because I think the game's gone. A bit of a thankless task.
Yeah. Well, he should go for it. You never know. There's a bit of life left. So here we go, Vekat. And he goes for the appeal, but it's going down leg. And you could see leg stump. It was a good decision by the umpire.
Always
nothing too taxing.
Makes me nervous when umpires move, though. I think I agree. Because he starts moving his hand. As soon as their hand moves as batter, he could sue for mental distress.
Oh, French cut there. And will it make its way to the boundary? It'll stop just in front.
Yeah, I think for the United side, it's the start of a day, but it's only a start, isn't it? They want to put together 2 more opportunities. Again, they beat the Stallions earlier in the week. Hippos have had their measure, I think, but again, Hippos won't have Gooch today. He's already on the he's on the same flight as Rico, actually, to Romania.
Okay, so they're missing out on a big player there.
Yeah, so yes, they've still got the flying Finns in there as well, Nick Sallin and Jordan O'Brien. So when they cover the loss of Gooch, they always planned. They knew that Gucci couldn't play the last day because he's reffing in Romania tomorrow. So yeah, he's sandwiched in playing most of this ECS between two ECN gigs.
Well, the Hippos have been giving and switching their batting lineup up as another one goes up and another catch is taken. The good catching continues. That looks like Tekas down there, if I'm not mistaken.
Just to clarify, it wasn't Davala that was out earlier, it was Eftika. Davala's still out there. But, now, can confirm, Davala is gone. And this one will be caught in the circles. That's 9 down. And it's last rights for the Strikers. Again, shows you how unpredictable the game is. This is a team that scored 254 in the 1 versus 2 game last year. And right here, they're going to struggle to make a 100, aren't they? Or even 90, the way things are going. Davala does fall for 2. 85 for 9. Last ball of the 9th to come.
Yes.
Maybe the last ball.
Yeah, still 7 balls, and it's not often in this format that 10 wickets fall down. So let's see if Talon United can get all 10.
Yeah, Kroom will have to send through the scorecard of the 2 all out. Oh, I think he might have already done that, so I'm just looking at.
So Ashish will Shuval, and this one does go down. A bit of a sharp chance.
Poor Tikas, they've tried to hide him. He's busted his hand. Still gets the ball. Probably tired. But he had a busted right hand, now he's got a busted left hand. End of the over, 9 down in more ways than one. It's 86 for 9 after that. Let's have a look at what's coming up with the Stallions take on the Hippos. Salonen back in, Bilal Masood and Robson come back in for the Hippos, who rested a few last night. No Gooch in there. So they list O'Brien and Salonen to open with Hook at 3. And for the Stallions, well, they'll bring in 4 players, including their regular keeper, Vic Muthi, Hariarachi, Fakuzmani, their left-arm spinner, and Aurangzeb, who's a pace option. Saifer Rahman listed at 3, but I'm telling you what, he's opening. There's no way he's not opening in that game. And it's coming up in around about 40 minutes' time.
This is Ansel Fernandez to bowl the last over of this innings.
He's getting a bowl, is he?
Yeah, he rolled his arm over yesterday in the cold.
That's nice. That we'll see if he can finish this game off.
See if he can get that last wicket. Be nice to see all 10 down. I have such a bowler's point of view.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've seen him keeping a bit, actually.
Yeah.
Fernandez. Let's see if he's got a wicket in him.
So Shuval facing now, and this one hit down the ground. Bounces in front of Captain Sahil. Throws it back in. Yeah, Ansel bowled an over yesterday in the cold. And it looked like he was a bit cold in that over. He looks a bit more warmed up today. Well, put the mocker on him there.
Just a little outside. But that's okay. I mean, I always like, you might get a part-timer to bowl the last over. It's a bit of fun.
Well, in this situation, why not? This one high, could get his wicket.
Is his wicket? Oh!
Goes down.
Oh, boy. And is that 2 dropped in the over? Or
Yeah.
no, it was the last. Yeah, 2 dropped in the over. Oh, dear. Just looking at Shaquille in front of me as well. He looks sore. He's looking really sore. Still, his tournament's not over yet.
Yeah, he's got more to do. And this one, this one gets to the boundary through the onside field there, the umbrella field that are there on the boundary. So that's a 1-4 for Shuval. So something to shout about. Maybe they'll bring up their 100. They're on. It's all 9s. 99 for 9.
Come on. Where's the Fernandez wicket? Is it coming?
Come on, let's get all 10. Oh, this one bounces in front. So there's 1 ball to come. The 100's up for the Strikers, so they can be happy about that. Let's see what this last ball's got. Oh, nearly the last ball.
Hey, something I should have mentioned earlier that slipped my mind is that, we're actually on Estonian TV today with Estonian commentary.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and Gollum's put the link in the chat as well, so you can watch it on that link as well if you want to listen to the Estonian commentary. I might go back and listen to some of it now that it crossed my mind. Last ball though coming up. Well, not exactly the most kind of what's the word? Dignified way to end the game, but hey, win's a win, and they will get the win. The Talon Strikers eliminated in sensational fashion. The underdog, Talon United, have made it to the top 3. They're banged up. They're a bit sore, but they will continue. I think that for Strikers, their pride will be a little bit sore because I feel like that's the one that got away. The final score, 143 to 105. It's Talon United that will be going through to qualifier 2 later on in the day.
Well, that is just the first surprise, I think, of possibly many today. We've still got 3 games in, and it's the end of the Strikers. Who would have thought, after getting 7 wins in a row, that they would miss out on this one? But United really put it together. They have mix and matched their team all week. We can see the next game coming up is the first qualifying final between the Stallions, the first place Stallions and the second place Tallinn Hippos. The winner of that game going through to the final, and the loser then playing the second qualifier against Tallinn United later on.
So stay tuned, and you might have seen there in the toss news as well. It was the Stallions that are bowling first. They get what they wanted out of it, but let's have a look at these highlights. A couple of big fish at the top. It's always going to be interesting to see, if one or more of them was able to click. It shows you what a difference a day makes in ECN. I mean, they absolutely lit up the bowlers yesterday, did the Talon Strikers, but that's a good example. Habib just swings around a full toss. Chow couldn't do anything wrong here in this eliminator.
Well, yes, an easy man of the match, easily chosen man of the match performance. Perfect game there from Shaquille. Catches, wickets, runs, he had it all, and now he's feeling it too because he's limping off the field a bit slow. But we can see here, as much as the Strikers tried to get on top of that run rate, wickets just kept on falling. This was some good hitting at this stage, but then once again, good catch taken, and we'll see some good catching during these highlights. That was one of the strong suits of United, and I think that's going to be imperative today. And you can see Tekas there. He picks up 3 wickets in this innings. Another good catch.
Yeah, that's one thing they did well. They caught well.
Well, that's going to be the difference, I think, today.
Yeah, okay. A couple in the first went down, didn't hurt them too much. A couple in the late overs of this game as well went down. But again, the game was well and truly won. That was the kind of the final death knell, I think, for me. And Shine got close to getting bowled. Then he did get castled. It was ginger high fives all round for Vaikarth, who wore one earlier in the over. Even this was well taken by Sahil on the run. He didn't fire with the bat earlier, but that man certainly did. Shakil Chow and held it up, and will be a thorn in your boot, no matter who they play later on. And that was right down to the bones of the batting lineup as well. Then we were just waiting for the Fernandez wicket, which never came. A succession of fumbles there from Partha Car, but it's time to start the car. And this was a funny way that it finished. Again, self-preservation there from Maidul Islam. Look to see if anyone was watching. It is on camera, but what is also in the book is that Talon United are now in qualifier 2 after eliminating the Strikers from the running. Strikers finish in 4th place. This is what's coming up. Half an hour from rejoining you for that. 4 wins for Stallions, 3 for the Hippos, with the Hippos batting first. Again, maybe not a bad toss to lose when you look at how that game went. The scoreboard pressure, and they do have a very, very strong top order. In fact, both sides do, Marco.
Indeed, yeah. And I think today in finals day, that could be the thing most teams so far have been wanting to chase. But sometimes in the finals, having runs on the board can mean a lot. It's that extra pressure. That's what this game's about. It's pressure, how you deal with it, how you handle it.
Yeah, pressure. Amjad Sher with 41 there. Apart from that, only Shane Khan and Edsham would reach double figures. So just didn't get that big innings from anyone. As far as the bowlers went, a pretty good team effort all round. But Tikas 3 for 11. Identical figures for Vaikarth, who was brave after taking that one on the hand. 2 for 15, Shaquille Chow. He's my player of the match, and it's probably everyone else's as well. Ubili with an important wicket in there as well. And unfortunately for Antel Fernandez, still waiting for his first ECM wicket. But hey, maybe he will get another opportunity later on. Well, let's see what is coming up then. Yep, half an hour until that Stallions versus Hippo Stoush for a spot in the final. Battalion United will be on after that. Many sound to him, Mr. Maximo. Once again, Tere, to all of our Estonian viewers as well. And we'll take a quick break and join you for more action as Finals Day continues here in this European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello, welcome back as finals day continues here in Estonia with the qualifier 1 about to take place between the two teams that finish in the top 2 positions of the table, with the Italian Stallions to take on the Italian Hippos here for the first place in the final later on today. Now, I do have some toss news for you. The Stallions won the toss, elected to bowl, and we're talking earlier that there's been a bit of a statistical shift, if you like, a statistical pattern that there have been more teams winning chasing. That wasn't the case earlier on in the day though, and I just wonder if it's just one of those luck things. I still think there's something about scoreboard pressure if you can get a big score on the board, especially on finals day. So the Stallions, they did lose a couple of games along the way, but they did finish top and actually had the measure of the Hippos, who they beat pretty comfortably in both the matchups between these two teams earlier on the week. And Hippos actually 7-3, actually lost one more game than the Strikers, who are already out of the tournament, but they held on to second place because of their strong performance in picking up 4-pointers along the way as well. No Stefan Gooch for the Hippos in this one. Of course, he started with a century on Monday, but they do have the Flying Finns with Jordan O'Brien, Nick Salen listed to open for the Hippos. But let's not forget that Stallions top order with Saifur Rahman and Rifat Khan likely to open up from them. I just think, maybe it's a battle of these power plays. Whoever gets off the fastest start might have the advantage. But it's also great we've got Estonian commentary today as well. So I know you guys can probably understand me. I'll say good luck to you calling this one, because this should be an absolute banger. I know we have Marco on the main channel as well. That'll take you into qualifier 1 now with the news from the toss. The Hippos sent into bat. Let's get ready for qualifier 1.
So hello and welcome. Yes, here we are, and this will be in English from me. I don't speak any Estonian, but I'm looking forward to this qualifying final. So there we see the lineups, the Talon Stallions bringing in Arons, Geb, and some other new players as well. And as Vinny mentioned, the Stallions have had the better of the Hippos in the first 2 games with 2 comfortable victories, but all that matters not a jot today. It's all about today on finals day. So the opening batsman, it looks like O'Brien out there, batting with Nicholas Salonen, so the Flying Finns. And the opening bowler for the Stallions will be, we'll see. So we'll see that number. It is Aditya Panwa opening the bowling for the Stallions. So yeah, I'm interested to see how the difference at the moment. Some teams want to chase, but that could be different on finals day. Let's see. Panwa into bowl. And O'Brien punches it into the covers to get off the mark. And that's the first run up. Yeah, we saw in that first game between United and the Strikers that scoreboard pressure can change things, and it is all about pressure at this phase of the tournament and how you deal with it. So here's Salonen. This time we'll see how he deals with the pressure from Panwa. And he hits this well. It'll go over the infield and to the boundary. That will be the first Maximo of the day, the first 6, and Salonen opens his account with a lusty hit over the cover boundary. So good start from the Hippos there. The bit of cloud cover at the moment, that always brings the temperature down a bit, so let's hope the sun comes out. Panwa in. And it's a good ball. This one angling in, cramping the batter for room. Not much Salonen can do there. And the Stallions will want to keep that line going. Yeah, I'm interested to see how the pressure on finals day changes compared to earlier on during the qualifying phase of the tournament. Oh, and it is a good delivery from Panwa, and Salonen really just sort of walks over it. He goes down the crease, it misses the outside edge of the bat, and it cannons into off and middle stump. And the stumps go over, and Panwa can celebrate. So the first wicket down for the Hippos, third ball in, and the impressive Salonen this time less impressive. Just going for 6 runs off 2 balls. Didn't waste any balls though, so that's always important in this form of the game. But this is the start that the Stallions were looking for. And as I always say, wickets in any format of this game puts pressure on the batting team. Doesn't matter if it's 10, 20 or more overs. And the next batsman in is Bilal Masood for the Hippos. He's going to take strike. So that's not the start that the Hippos wanted. We've seen that the Stallions are favourites, 60%, 61% to 39, according to the computer. And Panwa outside off stump again, played in the covers, stopped with a bit of a fumble, so allows them to go through for 2. And the Hippos will just be wary now after losing that first wicket. That might just try to put a halt on things because they don't want to lose too many wickets up top. So Masood facing again. And this one hit well, hit over the infield and to the boundary. So that's the second boundary of this over. Taken the score along to 11. And Bilal hitting that one well. So that's the end of the over. Now 11 runs coming from the first over for the loss of 1 wicket. And I'd like to welcome Vinny in for the second game of the day to see which of these 2 teams are going to qualify for the final.
Yeah, anybody's guess really, although the Stallions, for me, I think rightly they're slight favourites given that they've won the 2 encounters. No Gooch also hurts the Hippos a bit, although they've got plenty of cover. One of those guys, Nick Salonen, already had to depart. Bilal Masood's had a bit of a disappointing time of it so far. He's a very, very talented player, but maybe this is the game where he has his breakout innings of the week. Junaid Khan, though, he's been excellent for the Stallions. He qualifies for national team cricket very, very shortly as well. Here he is to bowl over number 2. O'Brien faces up, and he gets one that is a bit spicy. Jordan misses out on that horizontal bat stroke, and probably a leg by, even though it comes off, it looked like the arm or the body.
Yeah, Junaid Khan has been impressive all week. He can sometimes also bowl within himself, and sometimes he can let it go, and he does. When he does let it go, he's got some extra pace, probably the paciest bowler on show over the course of the tournament.
It's partly conditions as well. These heavy balls on Masood pretty quickly. They get through for another single. But yeah, when you had conditions like yesterday, I think bowlers, well, if you're smart, you have to adjust. That's, I suppose, what's different with ECN cricket is, I guess, for example, if the run-up's not particularly good, the game's going to be played. I mean, we're only here for a week. So, yeah. You know, you have to be able to have a shorter run-up. You can go off and still feel pretty comfortable. Maybe change your tactics, bowl more spin. Right, that's in the air. This could be out. Can he reach it? Oh, collision coming, but catch taken. Well, that's a crazy bit of cricket. Neither one of them put their name on it in the end. That's Santosh who goes back. He crashes into his money, but he holds the ball. Had a big moment early. Oh, 2 big moments, to be honest. Big clash of teammates here as well, but O'Brien has to walk, and the Hippos are 15 for 2.
Yeah, that could have gone wrong. There wasn't any calls of mine for that one, but very well held there from Santosh. After he takes the catch, he just gives his other fielder a bit of a sideways glance.
Gets just rushed again though, doesn't he? And Jordan, he'll be annoyed when he looks back and sees that shot. It's one he should have played with a straight bat, because when you're dealing with velocity, it helps if you use 4 1/4 inches instead. He's going to have to go. And Robson comes out at number 4.
Earlier than he would have liked, I'm sure. But he has had some good innings throughout the week. He has played some lusty blows down the legs side. He, in the previous game against the Stallions, I think he got 29 or 30 odd, and put some pressure back on the Stallions, and be hoping to do that again today.
Apparently, Junaid, he's been a handful so far. He's only bowled 3 balls. He's still got a hole over after this one. He's got Robson at the other end. Robson's been good during the week when he has batted. He's, I think, prepared to kind of eat this over a little bit. Doesn't want to make it 15 for 3, for example. Feels there's other bowlers might be a bit easier to get after.
I think that would be a good tactic. The other thing to look out for with Junaid is he does have a good slower ball as well. So just to be wary of that one for Robson. Swing and a miss.
Yeah, he does have a bit of a go at that one, does Robson. Junaid, good line there, good adjustment to the left-hander.
Yeah, that's a very good line. Good length as well. Robson trying to hit it down the ground, but gets nothing on it. And again, as we've seen in the first game, catching is going to be so important, as we saw.
All right, Robson goes after this. Oh, thick edge almost carries, actually spins around the fielder. Aurangzeb down there. So Robson a bit lucky to get off the mark. Could have easily gone to hand. The Hippos lumbering through this power play at the moment. 2 overs gone. It's 19 for 2.
Yeah, he has a big swish. Could have gone anywhere, really. And so luckily he did get some runs off that one, but I think his hands and his heart would have been pumping a bit weirdly for a second there, but then he looked that it was safe and he got the boundary. So that's 19 on the board.
It's the battle of the luck factor as well. Lucky can't control. It could have easily gone to hand, but hey, that's the way it goes. Panwar is going to bowl out here in the 3rd. Yeah, that catch was taken, but it certainly wasn't the preferred way of doing things with 2 fielders going for the ball. Masood still there. Still there after getting a good Yorker from Panwar that he digs out for a single. I think Robson's quite pretty key here. Interesting they went to Robson before Hook. I do think Hook is basically replicating now the role he's been playing in the national team, which is batting around 5 or so. You know, he's the kind of guy, again, in pressure situations, he seems to come through. He's very experienced. But Robson kind of equally so. Also, I like the fact that Robson's a left-hander, so he just kind of mixes up the right-handers around him. So I think that might be another reason you go for him here at number 4.
And that makes the bowling so far in the 3-0, or what we've seen, very impressive. Left and right, the angles have been good, and this one's down the ground, but Robson right off the toe of the bat.
Yeah, no doubt where that came off. He's looking straight down to the toe. So it's funny how batters look at the bat. I'm not blaming the bat, although I don't think you really blame the bat there. It's not designed for that.
I think he's just checking to make sure there's no crack in it. There's no timing there. Panwar in again. This one wide outside off stump and hit well, but also stopped well by Anwar out there on the boundary.
So, again, another ball that could have easily carried, didn't on this occasion. Ankar's a very, very good fielder out there.
It was a good stop. Good stop out there.
Now he lifts this one up, lifts it up pretty nicely. Palmer just getting a little bit on the pads, and Masood does the rest. Maximal, 6 runs.
Yeah, that one looked good from Masood. That was in his hitting arc. And that comes right off the meat of the bat, and that is well over the boundary, and the Hippos are going to need a few more of those.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Masood I just wonder where it's been going wrong for him. Maybe he's been trying a bit too hard. I mean, that's a ball that kind of plays on its merits, doesn't force the issue too much. Let's see if he can hold this innings together after the early wickets. Well, maybe not, because that's up in the air, and this really should be caught. Not an easy one on a day like today, but it's taken. And it's Zishan Ali, the captain. Well, he says, yeah, that one was swirling around. So Masood, unfortunately for him, it's another disappointing performance. He's out for 14, and the Hippos well behind here early on. 27 for 3.
Yeah, digging a hole for themselves. And you see here, really well taken. He really got himself into a good position, the captain Zishan. And that's what we want to see, and that's what's going to be the difference, I think, today.
Yeah, Masood disappointed to be walking off for that 14 again. Just not the timing. A bit of an ice cream cone there. Almost popped out. And, yeah, the actions say 1,000 words there from Bilal. Hey, I want to say a quick hello to Stefan Gooch, who's tuning in. He's with Rico. They're at the airport in Riga waiting for the connection to Bucharest.
Hello to you both.
Yeah, watching intently. So really, it's kind of 4 batters out of the picture already. The 3 wickets plus Gooch, who's not in the country. Hook on the hook. And yeah, the 2 former Australians try and pull the Hippos out of this mess. That's the end of the power play. Panwar puts in a shift, 2 for 21. It's 27 for 3.
Yeah, Hook has played some good innings in this tournament. He's going to have to do it again today and hold this innings together after a shaky beginning. Well, shaky power play, 3 overs. We see the Manhattan there. 13 is the best of the power play overs, just 6 and 8 coming off overs 2 and 3.
Yeah, it's a funny one. Last year, we had that crazy game where Aslan Amjad got 183 for the strikers in this game. So it was like 254 to 120 odd or something like that. But then in the final, it was complete dramatic reversal. And the strikers got rolled and Stallions won easily. So, yeah, double chance is important. Gives you an opportunity. Hippos will be disappointed with this. I mean, right now they're down to 21%. The game that started, what were the percentages at the start? Started around about 53% to 47. But see, that opening's been pretty telling. You get some spin with Usmani. I know he's a guy that's impressed you a lot, Marco, with his left arm orthodox this week.
Yeah, him together with Zeshan, they've been the 2 spinners that for me have really been standout performers. I like the way they do their work. They get a nice bit of loop and they change their tactic every now and again.
This is the end of the bat job again. And it will go for 4. Shows the power of Robson. It certainly wasn't quite off the bottom of the toe, but it was definitely toe adjacent. A badly needed boundary for the Hippos.
Yeah,
Sorry, Marco, but the one that he hit right off the toe earlier, he was trying to go leg side when he should have gone straight. That's a better shot, I think, from Robson when he keeps that front shoulder in play.
Yeah, he just keeps his shape better.
Yeah, this is the bad Robbo. He's got the angel on one shoulder, he's got the devil on the other, and it's always a bit of a power scramble.
Yeah, again, he would have been better off going down the ground for that one.
Potential chop on risk with that as well. And now he gets one a little bit slower. Knocks it out to deep mid-wicket for a single. Usmani, you see this, exactly what you're talking about. Some are slightly quicker, some are, gee whiz.
Yeah, he pushes a few through.
I got so frightened then because a robot dog just came and looked straight at me. That was frightening.
Oh my word. It was behind the monitor.
Oh boy.
It's like something out of Doc. I don't like that at all.
It's so weird.
Okay.
Can we get it to go out near the field because then we can get on the camera? Because this is weird.
It's like something out of Star Wars right in front of me.
Gee whiz.
They should put a smiley face on it.
I've seen a lot of things, but I've never seen a robot dog. Gee. All right. I'm throwing. Hook will get one. And it's being remote controlled, unless it's got its own brain, which scared me even more. Whoa! This is so weird! What is going on? Can please someone put on a camera so that we can see what I'm seeing? Here, look. That's what I'm seeing here, and it just came out of nowhere, and it doesn't have a head or a face.
Yeah, face on it would be somewhat nicer. I think would be friendlier.
No, I think it'd be more scary. Oh, Robson's going to probably get 6 here. He does. Up and out of here. Maximo finished the over. 39 for 3. And we need to see more Robot Dog. Take the graphics off. Let's get on dog watch here into the 4th. Wow.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's been sent here to freak me out, and it's worked.
Yeah, me too. Here we go. It's
so lie
lying down now.
Okay. Jump. Can't hear me. So I don't know who's controlling it. Is it okay? Is it having a sleep?
I don't know. It looks like it's ready to pounce.
You know, like, I've gone... Some emotions have been stirred that I didn't even know I had.
Well, I didn't see it. I saw your reaction. I had to look
freaked
behind the
out.
monitor. And
Yeah, wouldn't you
Like,
freak
oh,
out if
yeah,
a robot
big time.
dog walked into your office and then just started looking at you like it's about to charge at you? That thing's facing me. It's facing me right now. Look, it looks like it's getting ready to charge me. Mark, I'm going to throw you in front of the dog if it comes to it.
I'll save you, Vinny. Don't you worry. My word. Oh, there he is, up on the back haunches.
Oh, hello. Maybe if you're friendly, maybe it's not that scary. That's going to be up. It's going to be away from the field. A hook will get his first boundary. Loves that cut. Likes to kind of back away, make himself a bit of room sometimes. What a scene. What do you think of the robot dog?
It's totally freaking me out. I'm a 20th century boy, man.
If a headless metal dog's jumping at, it's coming at me. What is going on?
It's coming in. It's coming in for a drink as the ball gets played away to the leg side boundary for a 4.
I'm freaked
here
out.
it is. Oh my God!
I'm freaked out. It's
going.
coming at me.
Hello, boy. Hello, son.
Well, it doesn't have teeth, so it can't bite you. But it looks like it could. It looks like it could like bash into you. It looks like it's made of fairly sturdy metal.
I would think so too. Yeah.
Freaking out, Marco.
I'll save you, Vinny. I'll save you.
Oh, I'm completely lost in this game. It's got like a green light and a camera, and it's... Yeah, maybe I'm going to act less scared and they will start. Yeah, okay. Maybe we should get on to commentate.
Yeah,
Oh,
can
great.
it
Well,
talk?
Comcam's in 2 balls.
Can it salsa?
Need to change
That's
the
what I
underwear.
want to know. Can it dance?
Oh, okay.
So the end of...
Zishan is pretty tight over here, apparently. I
Yeah.
can't say I've watched any of it. Here's the last ball, the 5th.
Yeah, we've been a little bit taken aback.
Should we try and call it in? I don't know who's controlling it from where. But let's see. That'll be the end of the over. So it'll be 47 for 3 after 5. Hippo's playing from behind. Okay, it's walked away now. But
I think it's going to freak out some of the other
Eric
people.
shirt on. It's wearing a shirt. I'm freaking out. Can we get this in? Can you pull it in here? Who's control? Because I don't get free. That's Travis. It's Travis's work. He's put. Come over here. Do you want to come on the camera?
Yeah.
You're coming at a good time. Just freaking out.
There we
This
go.
is Travis.
Hello.
Talk us through the robot dog.
So, yeah, it's, I'll jump on if that's all right.
Yeah.
Might be a bit easier. So we just got it as a little bit of a testing device for surveillance and security. But as you can see, we like to have a bit of fun with it. It does scare some people, as you see, Vinny. But basically it's just a toy, mate. An expensive toy that we like to play with. And I thought it's got a strap on the back of it, and we can actually take it out at drinks break.
And who have you got?
Well, that's my son Eric. Eric's, we put his
Hello.
shirt on it.
Come on, Eric. Come in here.
Jump in.
Jump in. Let's get in.
Hook facing the ball, goes down for a sweep, plays it for just a 1.
All right.
So this thing, they're using it in Ukraine as well. They're using it in more areas, but that's not the purpose we got it for. It does surveillance. 20 kilos can carry 15 kilos.
Can you pick it up?
Yeah.
Here, give these back. Oh, there we go.
Okay. There he is.
Now
Seems so much friendlier now.
Now,
when you're
now I've
holding it.
seen some. Now that I'm not as shocked to have it looking straight at me with what looked like a laser pointing at my head, it's pretty friendly, and you've controlled it really well. Thanks for freaking me out.
Yeah.
Go on. No, tell me. So if you knock it over, it gets up by itself. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. No. I wasn't going to attack it, but it just shows you that you're hardwired to, look for like a face and cues about what a dog or an animal is going to do. And without that, it was the unpredictability that was freaking me out. Anyway, well, you go and enjoy the game. Maybe. No, we'll have it on the camera a few more times. And great job. Hey,
Thank you.
so there we go.
Oh,
Something
my
that I
word.
haven't seen in over 5,000 games. I haven't had a robot dog stare me down and just appear. I mean, I actually thought it was it's a matter of time till the robots take over. Oh, he's dropped him. Had it, dropped it. It's almost a case of the ball catching the bowler that time. That'll be the end of the over. Usmani, the very tidy none for 15. Could have been 1 for 15. 51 for 3 after 6. Wow.
Well, it's all happening. It's all happening. And on the field, just to update you there, we got David Robson 17 off 13 and Stuart Hook 12 off 11. So the Stallions, through all of that, have been keeping things pretty tight.
I'm laughing at these comments because they were saying a thing could definitely jump. Rule 1's in effect. It might have destroyed our equipment.
Yeah.
It was amazing. I had nerves tingling. I didn't even know I had. I think he was looking straight at me. Zishan's back. He's going to get knocked away for a second. That's Big Travis here, and he does a lot of great work around the ground. And
He brought us some Tim Tams on last weekend, which
so he
is
brought
nice.
you Tim Tams. He brought me a heart attack waiting to happen.
Well, we might get the robot dog bringing us some Tim Tams. Who knows?
I don't know if it has a name, that dog. I'll find out. It had Eric's shirt on. Eric was Travis's son. Oh, let me ask. They're still here. I'll ask. All right, that's up in the air, and it's going to fly. Maximo saves Carreras. Robson gets this one away. This partnership's surviving, but it's not really thriving just yet. That'll help.
Yeah, they'd want to take this to the next level on the run rate as us in the commentary box sort of get our bearings after all that excitement. So Zeshan Ali, the captain, the impressive Zeshan Ali, he can bowl really well.
I've got his name, and it's amazing. That's slammed by Robson. That's going to be a tough stop. It's a good stop. And falls on his coccyx. Anka Patel, though, is a brilliant fielder. Get back for 2. Throw test the keeper out, Hiderachi.
That's good work. So what is the name?
His name, the robot dog's name is Get Back. And it's short for Get Back, Come Here. Probably,
Okay,
I'm guessing in the testing phase. That was said a lot.
Okay, I'll take a deep
All right.
breath, get back into the game here.
But like everything, it's like scary at first, but once saw it in here, because they didn't set it to kill mode on me, it was actually all right.
But
And
it does look like it does have that setting somehow.
Remember there was a movie, The Man Without a Face, I think?
I'm a bit of a Star Wars nerd, so, machines in Star Wars can go a bit nutty at times.
Along the lines of kind of Elephant Man 1980 with John Malkovich.
Oh, well.
And anyway, that's in the air. It's just away from the field, and that's going to be 4. Well, they need to put a big last third of the over together. Hippos. We'll say the Stallions, they fell over chasing. I think it was 103 earlier in the week. So,
Against
there's a precedent there, but still, it's been a real battle so far.
Yeah, runs on the board when you're in finals can sometimes work if you get the wickets. But there's still a while to go.
I'm going to go through these comments with more detail. Like Tim Harmer saying, "What in the world? Looks like its head is a hairdryer." I don't know if you can see it on the camera. It has like what looks like a laser, but it's just a camera light, which must mean it's on. It's looking straight at me with just one green eye.
Well, that's it. I mean, it might just be a light, but who knows? We don't know if there's a laser there. Technology just... Wow.
End of 7, 65 for 3 after 7. Get back. Let's get back.
Let's get back.
Hey, we will move on. In fact, some people have already moved on to Romania. They're all arriving today. We have Romania starting tomorrow. Same 7-day series is here with 6 teams. A couple of new teams there as well. Hornchurch for a couple of weeks. Czechia coming up after that. And then Finland with quite a few players that you've seen this week. You'll see in Finland because it's just, I don't say just across the road, but yeah, in geographical terms probably is.
Oh, it's a hop, skip and a jump. Half
That's
an hour.
right.
Half an hour away, really, with a ferry.
I'm looking forward to going to Finland, actually.
That's a beautiful country.
Never been, except for transferred through the airport. That doesn't really count.
Beautiful country.
Looking forward to that. This is Santosh. He took a bit of a crash catch earlier. All right, now's time to hit the go button. 7 wickets in hand. That's exactly what Robson does. Lifted up and out of the ground. Maximal 6 runs.
Yes, they're going to want that to be the first of many. They're going to have to lift this rate. They've got 3 overs to do it in. And Captain Robson this time with a lusty hit over the leg side boundary for a big 6. So that's Santosh coming in now. Second ball of this over as we get back into the game.
8th over. This one straight up in the air though, should be gone. Hideirachi wants it. That's a good bit of keeping. Put his name on it. It isn't easy because it takes him a while to spit it out, but Vikmuthi Hideirachi does take the catch and it's 71 for 4.
And that is the end of the captain, Robbo. He, once again, good catch. He called it, he went for it. The sun just came out, so he might have had the sun in his eyes a little bit there as well. But manages to hold on, so that's the 4th wicket down now. And Marco Vake, the new batsman, coming in.
Yeah, Marco's not a bad guy to come out of this situation. It's a good bit of keeping that. Because I think the fielders all had the trust that he will be taking it. And just cleared the zone, didn't they? So, yeah, Vake played some really nice shots when we saw him earlier in the week. It's an opportunity for him to try and make a bit of a difference. But I mean, the thing is, the best case scenario here, let's say you go 3 a ball, there's 16 balls left, 48, so 119, 120, and that's your best case scenario. Your best case scenario is still a bit of a below par total against a hot team. But having said that, I mentioned earlier in the week, Stallions, one of their games was chasing a smallish total. All the games they lost. Well bowled there by Santosh.
It's finals pressure. That's what it's about. So if they can get to 120, at least it gives them something. I think anything under less than that, and the Stallions will lap that up pretty quickly.
Solid looking try from Marco. He's off the mark.
Yeah, he played really nicely straight down the ground the other day, and he played the ball on its merits as well.
I'm not sure how much of Trav you heard, because I know we weren't planning to have him in, so the headsets were everywhere, but he said they use it as a bit of a security dog.
Understandably so.
That's really cool. But like at night, they can be at home and they can still check out what's happening at the ground. That's short and pulled away. Nice shot by Hook. Is it stopped? It is not. Partially stopped by Patel. Hook will get the boundary. And just like all the others, badly needed for the Talon Hippos.
Yeah, every boundary is going to be imperative. And it was a good effort. He nearly got there. He just didn't quite get enough of a slap on the ball to keep it in front of the boundary line, unfortunately.
Last ball, the 8th, last ball. That one is a swing and a miss from Hook. He was looking in the same region. It's the end of 8 and the score 76 for 4. Oh, there you go. Wayne has found a link to the dog. If anyone wants to buy one, then it's going to set you back a bit. About 10,000 Australian. Cool. Or about 7,000 US. Well, assuming that's the same model. So I'm not sure. Mine wasn't talking, I will say. Maybe the one that he's linked to.
A face is optional? Can you put a face on it?
I don't want to be kind of a dinosaur or anything, which I probably would have been as freaked out to see a dinosaur than if I'd seen a headless robot dog. But do we need robot dogs? Are we in a better place? I mean, robots, sure, do they need to look like dogs? Because do you want a machine with unlimited power with the unpredictability of a dog? That's what I associate with. The thing was staring at me like a bull, and it was almost like giving that, you know, when a bull's about to charge, it was giving me the 1 foot.
Well, again, I looked behind the monitor, and that's what it was doing.
Oh, you saw my face.
Yeah,
and then,
I just saw your reaction
like,
without
wow,
seeing the
Vinny's-
robot.
Vinny's freaking out a little bit.
So Marco Vake now facing the impressive Junid Khan.
Yeah, Junaid being held back a little bit. Still got him at their disposal. Well, there's get back with Eric. Just taking it for a walk. It's just a normal 2025 thing. Just a kid and his robot dog going for a walk on a Sunday.
Yeah, that's the wrong thing for me. You know,
do you need a leash? You probably don't.
no,
feel
well,
he should
no,
still
it's
have
not
a
going to go
leash.
anywhere you don't want it to.
Because what if it turns on you?
Well, yeah,
I wish Rico was here, because I would have loved to have seen. He would have freaked. I reckon I handled myself better than the alternative, which is to pretty much try and outrun it. And that's probably a losing strategy as well. It's got 4 legs. I've got 2.
Well, and younger legs than either of us, I'd hazard a guess. Sturdier construction.
Bowled him. Really good Yorker from Junaid Khan. It rattles leg stump. He just goes full brute force to remove Marco from the equation. 78 for 5.
Yeah, good delivery. Bit similar to the one that got Gooch in the game a couple of days ago. That was another good Yorker. And this one, he just ups the pace a bit. And as I said, when he wants to, he can really up it. And sometimes he can just bowl within himself.
He's kind of caught between just blocking it out and also turning it. Tried to do a bit of both, but that's the way it rolls. Junaid, again, they can't wait to fast track him into the national setup once he's completed the 3-year residency, which is the criteria to play in ICC events.
He's going to be an asset for them.
He definitely will be. As this will be a Ditchapol who's coming out. Finding it harsh going at the moment. These 2 teams are the only 2 teams to ever hold an ECS as well. Hippos won in 2020 and Talon Stallions won in 2024. Beaten for pace first up as a Ditcha.
Well, if the Hippos take away this one, they're going to have to turn things around just a little bit, but that is the advantage of having the second place. They get the second chance in the next qualifying final against United.
Johnny's got a good point. Another advantage of the robot dog.
Very true, Johnny. Very true. Good tight fielding. Good quick from the wicket keeper there.
Yeah, it was jammed out. It bounced off the bottom of the bat over the stumps, and he just kind of took off looking for a run. Did a Ditchapol, but have a look. Would this have been out? It would have been. I think it probably would have been. I don't know. Let's have a look side on. Here's the ball. Oh, it might have just got back. He should have missed from there, really. Hidirachi. That's the end of 9. The score is 78 for 5. But yeah, one advantage of the robot dog. No mess to pick up.
This is true.
Dog owners will know that it's, your responsibility, and I always think it basically means the dogs are in charge, because when one, as Jerry Seinfeld said, when one species is cleaning up after another species, generally, you know which species is ruling the planet. Anyway, Hook gets that out of the screws. That's the one he was hoping for. Going, and gone. Maximo, biggie from Mr. Muscles.
They're going to need a few more. He's going to be looking for 5 more, I'd be guessing, because they want to try to get this. It's too low at the moment. They want to get this close to 100 as possible. Try to put as much pressure on as the Stallions to give them a chance.
Thomas is wondering, imagine if Get Back takes a crowd catch. Now it's got a name. I'm not as word that means but doesn't quite mean scared. Now it's got a name.
If it can take a catch, then I'm going to be super impressed.
But I worry more because, if dogs will count you if it's about to jump you. When it doesn't have eyes, it's weird. That's going to be stopped actually. Stopped off the body of Usmani.
It's just a stump with a light staring at you.
I'll just add that list to the list of things that one day I'll talk to my therapist about. Look at that. Hook almost takes out a ditch. That's not a collision anyone wants to see. So yeah, 86. Man, they lift themselves up to the 100. Stu will have to go big 3 times. Santosh closing it out. It's good contact. He got to run hard here. Might not have to if it goes for 4. Definitely 2.
Oh, that's millimeters. Hard to tell.
I mean, it's
from
one
here.
of those. It's been given 4.
Okay.
It's been given 4 straight away. Must have said it. Because, yeah, you can. Oh, yeah. He actually touches the rope the first time he touches the ball. He's actually 4 here. Look. There. Rope.
There.
Yeah. It's a good spot. And then it might have been 4 anyway, because it looked like it went back to the rope anyway. But definitely 4 runs. Good call. Called on field. I get it absolutely right. Bit of a bonus there for Hook. Probably should have got 2. Ends up with 4. 2 balls remaining. Yeah, runs out drinks. Amazing. All right. It goes offside. It's pretty good shot, but he's going to find the fielder and he will stay inside the boundary. So Hook will fall with the ball remaining. Santosh will get him in the end. Pretty good shot actually by Hook. I think it was the right option, but he just couldn't have picked out the fielder any better. And so the score with the ball remaining 88 for 6.
Yeah, just probably hits low on the bat, not quite in the middle and not quite reaching or getting over that fielder there who took a very well judged catch. Once again, catching looking good in this game as well.
Fighting middle order knot from Hook once again. 33 off 21 with 5 falls and a 6. 90 for 6 with the ball remaining. We'll mention actually, don't know about any robot dog cricket, but we'll have some junior cricket that we'll show in between the qualifier 2 and the final today. So stay tuned if you want to see some of the youngsters. I know that Dave Robson, who's playing in this game, has been working really, really hard with Ragnar Halleck as well.
Oh, fantastic.
Right,
Love
last
to
ball
see the
coming
young
up.
ones.
Dharmaratne gets 1 chance, gets a piece of it. I think they will settle for a single. So Hippos just quietened there in that 10 overs, losing some key players early, obviously missing Stefan Gooch, who would regularly be at the top of the order. And they had better than decent replacements in the side. And they kind of splutter to 91 off their 10.
Yeah, it was a strong performance with both the ball and in the field by the Stallions, and they're clapping their team off. They know they've done themselves proud, and they're happy to keep the Hippos down to just 91, a very gettable total.
Yeah, I mean, is there some late drama or just drama? Because you're going to have youngsters like Patton and bowling to some of the big fish of the Stallions. But the big fish, the Flying Finns, actually, they found themselves just behind the 8 ball here, didn't they? We saw Salonen go pretty much 6 and out. He got castled by Panwa in the first over. And then it was all about creating and taking chances. This is one they took, even though I'm not quite sure how. Jordan O'Brien caught on the collision catch by Santosh for just a single. As this one was a bit of a juggle job, wasn't it? But look, Masood, again, he's promised a lot. He hits that 6. And we're thinking, well, maybe this is the innings where he turns the corner. But then he found himself going the very next ball. And that was the top 3 back in the shed. It was up to Robson and Hook to try and rescue the innings from there.
Yeah, they tried to pull it together in the middle order and they did their best, but they couldn't just get the run rate up as far as they would have liked. Each hitting the boundaries, but just not consistently enough. And then this happened.
Yeah, this, let's be honest, it's not something. Like now, I see it in a different light. But at that stage, when you got a robot dog that wants you, I was prepared to pretty much concede that he could have the igloo. This could have been out as Usmani tried to handle a spicy one off the bat of Robson. And I mean, Robbo made some good decisions out there. Sometimes a couple of loose shots, but it's all part of it. They needed to find a way to be aggressive. Hook took it up a notch towards the end. That's the thing. They did have plenty of wickets in hand, but I just don't think they were allowed to bat very well. I think there weren't too many kind of obvious hit-me balls. I think the spinners bowled pretty well. They jammed it in. This is a bit of luck for Hook in the last over as it snuck away for 4. And we walked it into the 10th with a couple of late wickets as well, including that of Vag. He's got a good one from Junaid Khan. He was a real difference maker for the Stallions. And, for a game which is often considered quite batting friendly, I think to have bowlers that are uncomfortable to face, it's such a benefit for any side. So for the Stallions to have someone like Junaid getting them through, I think that they're very lucky to have him at their disposal. As Get Back walks onto the field. Maybe we can show some of that after the break as well. I can tell you that the Hippos will end up at 91 for 6. And it was just banners 3, 4, 5 that made it into double figures in the end with Bilal Masood going 6 and out. He was out for 14. Robson with 32 and Hook 33. But they had to eat up a lot of balls in the middle to try and get things back on track. Just a one-leg bye, not a single wide or a no ball. So that makes a huge difference as well. That's
Massive.
what keeps them in double digits. Just 91 on the board for their Talon Hippos.
Absolutely. It was a really impressive bowling performance, and the fielding's been good in both games so far. As we see the bowlers, Aditya Panwar, 2 overs, 21. But Junaid Khan, look at that, 2 overs, just 7, 2 wickets coming from it. Another 2 wickets also from Ashwin Santosh going for 24. You can see how tight also Faiq Usmani with his 2 overs, only 15, nearly getting that caught and bowled. It just squeezed out. So an impressive performance there from the Stallions, very disciplined. And that's going to go a long way to getting them in the final.
It's only half done though. Stallions still have to get them 92 on the board. As my coach would used to say, we've got 91 runs and they've got nothing. They're going to have to earn them. We'll be back in a few minutes to see which team will be fast-tracked into the ECS Estonia Final 2025. At the moment, Stallions are looking the goods. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Marco Celegin, and a robot dog is roaming the ground. Yes, you heard me right. Join us in a few moments as we continue finals action here in the European Cricket Series.
water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome back to Estonia as finals day rolls on halfway through qualifier 1 between the Talon Hippos and the Talon Stallions. The teams that finished in the top 2 positions after the qualifying stage, which was 30 matches over 6 days, featuring 6 teams. But so far, Hippos fairly impressed with the bat. 91 of their 10 overs. Stallions be odds on to chase 92 for victory, but this is ECN cricket. It is unpredictable. We certainly have seen totals like this holding up in the past. Any sound of here, Mr. Maximo? Great to have your company on what's turning out to be quite a sunny Sunday in Estonia. And another man with a sunny disposition by my side to call this one. It's Marco Celligin. And Marco, Hippos probably need a minor miracle here to get out of this jam, but let's see how they go.
Well, we've seen miracles already today, of miracles of modern technology. And the Hippos are going to need every single one of them here. Yeah, below par total, but they still have runs on the board. So if they can get some early wickets, you never know what can happen. But it's all going to be about these first opening 3 overs.
Yeah, definitely. And this looks like they're opening with Priyanka Dhammaratne.
He was impressive yesterday.
Yeah, I think he's had a pretty good tournament. He's been in and out of the side, depending on the lineup. But anyway, here we go. 92 to win for the Stallions. It's going to start with a pretty good ball outside the off stump, which is missed out. Is Rifat Khan out there with Saifur Rahman. A little bit of that late away swing.
Yeah, keeps it wide, and then with that away swing, then makes it a bit difficult then for Vimukti to make contact.
Another good ball, actually. Just cuts the tram line. So a couple of dots to start. Look, really the template of how to do this is to do exactly what happened in the first innings. Just put the shoe on the other foot, hit the dangerous openers. I mean, Saif obviously is a huge price on his wicket in Estonia or anywhere. Maybe Jordan O'Brien dropped him the other day, which turned out to be a very costly one. That's up in the air. How high? And can punt? And did you get there? You can't. It's going to be 4. So we'll check this one on the replays. Good effort. Let's have a look at it. But yeah, so the fielder back there on the boundary probably is a catch. Ditcher, Paul did what he could to try and chase it down, but wasn't quite able.
Yeah, just bounces inside the rope. And there was three times he tried the same thing. On the 3rd time, the batsman had the better of it and manages to get it away.
So now he's going to try and angle one away. It's well cut off at least. They will get through for a single. So he's going to start winning some little battles. You've got a big opponent in Saifur Rahman, who he's just always such a force. It makes it look so easy as well, Saif. He's got some natural attributes. Just his power, his natural timing. And to have any hope of victory, the Hippos need to get him sooner rather than later. Here's Priyanka trying to do just that. It's fraction short. He's got heaps of time. Gets on the back foot and puts it to the leg side boundary. Saif waits no time getting going.
Yeah, that sounded really good off the bat. He just waited on it and just played it away. He does have he does offer a chance. Generally, early on in every innings I've seen him play, he offers a chance. It's never going to be an easy chance. And that's the thing, because he hits the ball so hard. But if he can manage to take that, then that is what you want to do.
Yeah, it's game changing if you can. Done right, not the worst first over. Nice ball of it coming up. Pretty good one, but that's the thing with Saif as well. He's willing to respect a good ball, knowing he can catch it up somewhere else. He doesn't have that kind of scoreboard pressure on him at the moment. At the end of the first over, it's 9 without loss.
Yeah, that's one thing I do like about him. He doesn't try to hit every ball. He does play the ball on its merits, and he doesn't try to overhit the ball also. He knows he's got the natural strength on his side. So 84 matches since the Golden Ball, so I haven't seen one yet.
Exactly 2 weeks. It was this game, qualifier 1 in Jersey. That was the Golden Ball game, last one, Golden Ball 77. And Jersey, incidentally, their women's side are playing Italy right now in Italy in the Women's World Cup qualifiers, and at the same time Spain are playing Sweden. So they're all places that we've been this year on the ECN Tour already. We're not even halfway through the season. Here's Henry Pattenden, and he gets one past Refuk first up. Refuk finding it hard to get going here, 5 off 5.
Yeah, good to see Pattenden yesterday. Pattenden, I should say, coming in well, and it was all slippery yesterday. He had a bit of issues trying to get with his footing. No such issues today. He's coming in off the long run. He's been impressive all week, the young 14-year-old.
Refuk wants to break the shackles, and he will, and he'll do it in style. That was flying all the way out of the ground. Maximo, his first.
Good connection just up into that hitting arc, and there's no player down there on the field, so there was no danger there. Gets good connection, and it flies over the boundary.
Yeah, pretty good shot. Yeah, Pattenden certainly someone with a bright future. Well, the future is now, though. He needs to make a breakthrough here. That one's hit. It's hit pretty well as well. Comfortable kind of length for Refuk to go over the top. He goes back to back. Maximals.
2 sixes just at the first half of this over. It's exactly what the Hippos didn't need in trying to defend their total of 91.
Well struck. Pattenden, he's got to keep trying, hoping for that wicket ball. Problem is, if they're going 6 at a time, that 92 shrinks pretty quickly. It's a good comeback though, really good comeback, right up in the block hole, and he couldn't do too much with that one.
Yeah, it was a good Yorker, and I think he just gets a little bit of late movement as well.
Hits onto his own foot there. It's pretty amazing when you see someone like this, not quite at their 15th birthday. And I thought, the cricket I was playing at that time, if I was to make any mistakes, and I would, they're not on camera, there's not that kind of pressure. He's handled it so well. Almost gets a wicket here. Having said that, he hasn't made too many mistakes himself. I remember he won a game with the bat last year as well. They're hitting a big boundary last ball. So he's already created these memories. So I suppose, probably gets a bit desensitized to it the more cricket he plays. And certainly a guy you could see playing international cricket and being a kind of leader of the new generation.
Well, he's somebody who's grown up and learnt his cricket in the ECN era of European cricket, and he's been able to look back and analyse and watch himself, and he's made the most of it, and he looks good for it.
This one's hit down the ground, but Salonen will do the fielding. I had a question in the chat from Lisansan Rajendran. Why is Nick Salonen not bowling? Because he's had an injury. He hasn't bowled all week. I don't think he's going to start now.
As Christopher Ward said, just a gentle push for 6. Yes, that one before. Yeah, it was a good comeback from Pattenden in that over after going for a couple of 6s.
So,
and at the end of the second over, 22 for none for the Stallions.
Kalle
They're well on their way.
Vislapu is the bowler here. Again, he's got a different sort of different sort of action. You know, he's a bit slower than you think.
He bustles in, and then you just sort of lets through a bit slower than you think.
Oh, well, quick get back, Saif. Slow to react. I mean, I think that's Refak's call, but Saif uses his veto power. Saif doesn't really back up at all. He turns his back on his partner and says, hey, based on what I'm seeing, I think we should go back.
Yeah, he has that lackadaisical Chris Gale feel about him at the non-strikers end, as Saif.
Right, that's up in the air. I think that's going to fly at Tars. So Refak has accelerated, hasn't he? Gets another 6 to his name. Maximal 6 closer. He's got 3 6s and a 4 in his 24.
Yeah, and that just goes to show you, the first few balls, just got his eye in. There's not much scoreboard pressure, and he knew that the ball was going to come into his hitting arc, and he just waited. And now the last over or so, he's really upped the ante and got his run rate into the green, shall we say.
Pretty good comeback though from Culler. And they'll take on the 1. And they'll get there in the end that time. Saif decides he does want the single.
Yeah, maybe he's liking the look of Vislapal. I think they've seen quite a bit of each other, so he knows what's coming. And so far, Saif only having faced 2 balls. One of them going for a boundary, the other one blocked.
Yeah, only 2 balls in the power play so far for Rahman. Potentially 3 here. But yeah, again, he's willing to play the ball on his merits. Won't get one there, so the Hippos are going to have to scrap here.
Yeah, some scrappy Hippos we need today. But they do get the second chance in the next final if this one doesn't come off for them.
That's true. I'm hoping they can still turn this around. Kind of misses. And well handled by Marco Vake behind the stumps. I think he's been excellent in that position. We've seen quite a few skillful wicket keepers across this tournament. Always great to see.
Yeah, it's always a different thing when you see a really, really good keeper with soft hands. As a bowler, that always put a smile on my face.
Now he goes up in the air, mishit. Salonen takes it. One part of the puzzle as Saif was starved of the strike, and he'll go for just 4 here in the reply. First time they've been able to really remove him this week, the Hippos, but they're doing it with a very thin score on the board. First wicket falls, it goes to Vislapoo. It's 30 for 1.
Yeah, that's exactly what they needed. That's what they wanted. Saif trudging off ever so slowly. Yeah, he didn't get much of the strike and probably wanted to go on with it. And as we mentioned earlier on, he does have the tendency to give that one chance at the beginning of his innings. And if you don't take it, you'll pay the penalty. But this time the Hippos, with a very good judged catch, gets rid of the dangerous Rahman earlier on. So they can't ask for much more than that. They have to continue. And it's good bowling from Vislapal. Courageous bowling, keeping it up to the hard-hitting Rahman and getting a good reward.
Yeah, certainly. As they will send out another good hitter in Ankur Patel. Last ball of the power play. Oh, brilliant take by Marco Vake down the leg side. Cullen didn't get that one to shape at all.
Yeah, it's good footwork by Vake behind the stumps. Really picking it up. You always lose sight of the ball when it goes down leg. Good movement.
Gets another crack though. Love to get Ankur early. Yeah, better location. Does have a little wobble on it this time as well. So dare to dream for the Hippos. Refak's still there, and he's been pretty destructive so far as well. End of the 3-over power play, 31 for 1.
It's under normal circumstances, that would be an excellent power play from the Hippos. So if they had a little bit more on the board, that would be good. But as you said, dare to dream, dare to dream. They were on the scoreboard. They've got the wicket that they needed. Let's see if they can keep some pressure on. The The bowling across the board has been really good this morning. And as I continue to stress, the catching has been excellent.
Definitely. Yeah, Nick Salonen didn't make any mistakes. It's almost the exact same spot that O'Brien put Saifur Rahman down earlier in the week. Yeah, when these two teams met. Wasn't too pretty for the Hippos, who they actually made such a great start with 12 points out of 12 to start the week. Then they ran into the Stallions, and in match 10 Tuesday night, Hippos only made 94. Stallions made pretty quick work of it, making 97, taking all 4 points, actually chasing it in 6.5. The other time they met was on Friday last game. Hippos made 113 this time, and once again Stallions chased it down, this time in just under 8. So it was a 3-point win, but yeah, kind of 3 pretty similar games so far, if you include this one, with Hippos just not making a par score or better against the Stallions. Here's Aditya Paul. He had a hat-trick earlier in the week. He's going to go around the wicket. He's going to get it wrong first up. And it'll run away. Is it going to go all the way? I don't think so. I think it's a good stop.
Good fielding there. Good fielding from the Hippos. As Get Back strolls past us. Yeah, let's see what how the height of this delivery is.
Oh, it might be a no ball, you know. I think that will be a called, you know.
Yeah, it looked a bit high from first glance.
I think it's no problem as far as top goes. Yeah, he's definitely not touching the boundary. Yeah, no ball called, which is what we expected as well, so no ball +2. Thing with Aditya around the wicket to Refuk, though, I think Refuk enjoys that. He's more kind of his tape bowling style at times. Free hit first. Doesn't get the boundary he wanted. So, okay, for all those things, that first ball has gone for 4. So you can just get on with the rest of the over. You don't have too many to play with here.
Yeah, considering the free hit and all the rest, 4 going off it is probably the best they could have hoped for. And Aditya Paul, as we've seen, he will come back strong. But he does like this angle across. He does like to create.
That's true. I think it suits some opponents better than others, and also can work early in the innings here. It's more of a defensive tactic normally. You see, pretty hard to get LBW, so you can just basically block your stumps with your body with a bit more insurance. As Patel works that one away for a single.
Yeah, Patel seems to be batting quite deep in his crease. That might be the one thing which keeps the LBW alive if he's very deep.
Really full, so maybe hitting him on the full or a half volley, it's your only chance really. And this time he's going to launch it leg side, and that's the Refuk that has been turning up this week. A lot of people now thinking that he's a genuine MVP candidate for his all-round contribution. Of course, not just the batting, but the bowling as well, and really everything he's done this week has been sensational.
I think there's a few players that are in line for the MVP now that Habib Khan's been out of the equation. We have to see what happens in these last few games. So, yeah, I think there's a few people there's an arm wrestle for the MVP for the tourney.
Yeah, true. There's a few. Aditya. Look, he's scored 35 runs out of 43 now. It's been heavily Refuk Khan based so far. Get him now. You still feel you've got a chance. You've got half your runs still to play with.
He has faced a majority of the deliveries. Patel only facing 2 and Saif only facing 3 balls, I think.
Again, steps across and doesn't quite get the timing. It does get the run. That's Bilal Masood out there at deep mid-wicket. So, I mean, at this stage, it was probably some worries that they'd already be 70 or 80 and this game's over. It's certainly not over, but still, Hippos, plenty of work to get back in the equation. It's not a good ball. It's very well done by Marco Vac again to handle that. It's a wild one. And the result will be 2 wides and will have to be re-bowled.
Yeah, he is very good down the leg side, and I mean, you're the wicket keeper amongst us, so you're the one with the pedigree to discuss the technique there, but yeah, he does look very good down the leg side. And actually,
Yeah, I mean, it's anticipation. Right? It's all anticipation. Yeah, just a wide. Yeah, anticipation and what's the word? Recognizing that you need to move down there. I can even break it down even more specifically to that.
so now over the wicket from Paul.
Yeah, makes the change and it works out. So 15 off the over is still not ideal for the Hippos. 46 for 1 after 4. Yeah, I had a bit of a trick, which I don't mind sharing now, which was that I'd expect every ball to go down the leg side. Even though it's something you might have to do 1 in 10 balls, maybe even less. But the thing is, if you're not expecting it, by the time you realise, it's too late. So I'd actually be pretty organised and know, okay, which foot I need to move and where. Normally it's my left foot if it's to a right-hander. I'm going to try and take a big step as soon as I saw the ball lost in the batter, because if it's a right-arm over bowler, that's the only way it's going to come out. Once you lose the ball in the batter, it's going to come out down the leg side. So that was what gave me a little bit of an advantage, I think, over other keepers that were maybe a bit more reactive. But yeah, it's a tough thing. And then you're still trying to catch a ball that you haven't seen for most of its journey. So it's a bit of an instinct that comes in as well.
And you don't see it for the last percentage of the journey, just before it gets into the hand.
Because you're moving again. If you're moving early enough, you're not seeing it for the whole time it's coming down, pretty much. And from when you decide you're moving there, you only see it when it passes the batter. Unless it's very slow. It's tough. Anyway, here's another tough guy. Dave Robson is coming on to bowl over number 5. Probably see Dave helping out with some of the kids later on. I know it's really nice that we've got some of the juniors playing in between the qualified 2 and the final. But anyway,
Robson bowling his offies. He can also bowl left arm pace.
yeah, I think it makes sense to someone like Rifat to take the pace off and hope he maybe overswings and swings into a mistake, but I suppose we'll see.
Ankur Patel only faced 4 deliveries as of yet. This one down leg side, and as we were discussing, wicketkeeper Vake there, anticipating well.
It also actually helps when you're playing on an artificial pitch, because generally the bounce is a bit more true.
Yeah,
so
that helps a lot.
If you're keeping on a turf pitch and you're having to deal with foot marks and these kind of things and cracks in the pitch, that's just another variable which is tough. And you see, this is kind of what we talked about, just getting that overswing. I think kind of gets it again here. This time he picks out Pattenden, so no run there either. Hanging around like a smell at the moment, the Hippos.
They're putting that pressure on, and as I said, it's a game of pressure. You put it on, let's see how the other team
in
deals
the
with
air, won't carry to O'Brien. So again, that's the luck factor. Could have easily gone down to the fielder.
it. Yeah, you can see Robson, his experience really paying off here.
This one sneaks through. A little bit of bat on this, I think. No real chance for the keeper. It will be a 50 up, I think. Let's have a look at it on the replay again. Taking all the air out of it. Yeah, absolutely no chance for Vake, even though it looks like it's close to him, but no reaction time.
And Rifat Khan not really moving, just sort of standing there and
good
letting the ball
over.
go through. It is a good over.
It's a really good over from Robson. Kind of dared him, and yeah, he was brave. He tossed it up, and yeah, I think he's a smart cricketer. He's got a good cricket brain. He just would have known, I know you've got to be brave here. I might get absolutely slaughtered. It's not easy as a faster bowler to go to bowling spin, because they don't like flighting it, because they feel, pace has always been a weapon. But it's the end of 5, and it's 50 for 1. Just 4 runs off that over. As we have a look at the upcoming events, of course, Romania starting in around about 20 hours, and that'll be a 7-day series. From Wednesday to Sunday, we have the Medina Cup. In fact, there's women's Wednesday, Thursday, then men's Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'll be calling that one, as Hornchurch will follow on from that. Czechia and Finland to follow. So yeah, we're heading down, then we're heading back up to Finland in about a month's time. Looks like they want to go back to Aditya, and he's coming over the wicket. This is whipped away. It'll work for the fielders to do. In fact, they won't be able to do it. It's gone all the way. Maximal. Rifat, after a little bit of a slow start, he's found his groove, hasn't he? And he's carrying the Stallions to that target pretty quickly at the moment.
Yeah, well, it's not a high target. They really only need one batsman to come off. They don't need too much support from him, so he can pretty much get there by himself.
Probably could. If he goes at this pace, he would chase it down by himself effectively is anyway. Patel 3 off 8. At the other end, just playing a supporting role. More of a watching role than anything. Hello to Adion. And yeah, saying that maybe my keeping chat was my keeping instinct. Yeah, probably. Hello to Mike Nolan. Where are you watching from, Mike? Nice to see you as well. And Gollum just mentioning that Robson's made the transition. He's still kind of mid-transition. He still does bowl seam up. We've seen a mixture this week, but I think pound for pound, his left-arm orthodox probably is going to be more effective in the format.
I think he uses it what he sees fit and what the team needs. And
yeah, and I think also, you have the ability to maybe bowl left-arm kind of little outswingers to a left-handed batter, and then you can switch to a right-handed batter and bowl left-arm, spin the ball away. So you've got the ability to move the ball away from both the left-hander and right-hander. That's something he would consider as well, I imagine.
And it's that left-handed advantage, even if you're bowling pace or if you're bowling spin, that angle is just always it's a natural advantage that the left-handers have.
Yeah. Good keeping. Foot never moves though. I'm going to check for it anyway, so maybe there's a little bit of movement. Again, Vake. Oh, it did move out, didn't it? But I think it's already back for me. And it slides further back. Yeah, Vake with a very nice pickup. That's the other thing about his keeping I really like. He stays low for as long as he can, and that's a ball. If you're taking that in the half volley, you know that you're doing your job. You're not getting up too quickly. I was talking the other day about the differences between keepers that crouch and keepers that don't, and there's the crouch, I think, still for me gives you more options. Not natural for everyone. Can maybe save your knees a little bit. Particularly we're talking when keepers are back. Some will have a bit more of a slips fielding kind of stance. Hey, want to say quick hello to Mike Nolan and of course to Mighty Maya, saying that Dave Robson is their coach. So yeah, maybe you'll see you later on in the day, potentially, if you're playing. Also, there's women's game on the second field, and our very own Marta from Two Circles is playing in that today.
Oh,
she has
fantastic.
been playing. She actually lives in Latvia, but has been playing a bit in these northern competitions. So I'm excited about that.
Well, great, she was freezing up on the while she was the camerawoman yesterday. But now she can warm up.
Get some cameras on that as well. Opens up that front side, Patel, but we're happy to knock a single at the moment. Look at that rate. Under control. Just 8 and over required from here on in.
The Hippos, they're putting a lid on the Stallions. They're not letting them get away with it. It's a good tight performance from them. So although it's a subpar score that they put on, they aren't making the Stallions work for every single run.
Yeah, true. Oh, he's bowled in. That's the breakthrough they wanted, and it's a ditcher. That comes up, dials in the Yorker right when his team needs it. They're just holding on, the Hippos. Right, they do get the hard-hitting Khan for 44, and the Stallions have both openers back in the shed. It's 58 for 2.
Yeah, Rifat Khan, 44. He was the one who was surging ahead and getting the Stallions to that total. So now somebody else is going to have to put their hand up and get them over the line. He's put them in the firing line.
There we go. Hey, look, we do have a camera on the game.
Oh, there we go. Fantastic.
We need Marta Cam, as Marta's normally doing the camera for us, but she's playing in that game. Well, this is good. So that's great.
It's beautiful to see 2 cricket games happening next to each other.
I'm going to give them a challenge then, Two Circles, during this break, because we don't have the kids in this break. Just keep that on. We'll put the little clock in, and you can watch some of the women's game.
Excellent.
Are we able to do that, Chris Stapps? He's going to say yes in my ear now. Ready? He said probably. That's a yes in Two Circles language. That'd be fun.
Thumbs up.
Yeah. And imagine having a robot dog streak across you.
Oh,
I mean, that would upset your concentration.
I tell you, I reckon we're going to see a bear as well.
People with games and stories to tell, but it's Patel who's going to move into that first violin chair and do it pretty well. Robson over pitches and gets hurt. Maximal 6 runs.
Yeah, and every 6 does hurt the Hippos. They're really trying to keep a lid on it, but when it does go over the boundary, it really does put a dent into that total. And Patel now 10 off 10. He's the one who's going to...
All right, there's a false shot in the air. Dropped. Had to go kind of full force fling. They're actually going to get two.
Is that Tana down there?
Would have been an
Romeo?
amazing catch if he'd taken it. He had to hurl himself, and that's Romeo. That's Romeo territory. But yeah, flies can't quite hold on. Back to live action here. Down the leg side. Mate can't get this. Romeo's after it. In fact, that's going to go for 5. I hate to say it, but they haven't been able to parlay that wicket into something more. Since that wicket, we've basically had 2 balls go for 13, and these runs are still ticking along.
Yeah, and 13 hurts the Hippos in this game, definitely. Yeah, so, I mean, that's the thing with the low total. Just a couple, you know, it was a good effort by Romeo. He ended up on the ground yesterday after taking some wickets. This time, he's on the ground without taking the wicket, unfortunately.
Imagine the celebration, though. This one isn't going too far. Marco jumps on it. For the first time, that ball, at least they had the runs required below the balls remaining.
Yeah, it's a good delivery, cramping up the batsman.
Probably got outside the line there. Premeditated sweep. I think those sweep shots, you want a bit of pace to work with. I think the fact it was tossed up, and it's not an easy one to get much on. Again, and bites back from Robson. He's bowled a pretty good set. Kind of lost it a little bit earlier in the over. Full toss, and then we saw one sneak away.
And he reeled it back in.
Last ball for Robson. Pretty good one. It's a good set, actually, from Robbo. Geez, they might get 2 here. That's daylight robbery.
Ooh, good
Or
throw.
not. Well, I mean, it's direct. I mean, it's a very good throw. Just seemed... How are they getting 2? I couldn't work it out. The ball stopped by the time that Masood gets there. Let's have a look. Is this close?
Let's have a look.
No,
Batter's in.
He's in. Hey, that's good keeping from Marco as well. You see, these days, keepers getting all sorts of weird positions. But you've got to give the ball a chance to hit the stumps. And he judged that one well. So, a well-judged 2, you have to say, as well as it'll take us to the end of the over. 73 for 2. So, 19 required off the last 3 overs. This is where we're at on finals day with the winner of this. At the moment, it is looking like the Stallions to go to the final. And if that is the case, it'll be the Hippos to take on Talon United in qualifier 2. And that game starting in about 1 hour and 40 minutes time. I was going to say 40. An hour and 40 minutes time, because we have the extended break, and we're going to try and get the women's game up from the other field from a weird angle, but it's better than you just staring at the clock. Give you something else to look at. Anyway, Zishan has come out to bat. He's about to face for the first time. Last chance saloon here for the Hippos. Need a big run of wickets.
And it has been a real arm wrestle between the Hippos and the Stallions in this innings. The Hippos really trying to keep it tight lid on it. Let's see what Henry can do here. Henry, I should say.
Yeah. He just gets the first one on line and just knocked away for a single.
Well, it's the captain coming in now, Zeshan Ali, and it's the perfect situation for the captain just to see them over the line, I think.
Fraction short, well handled by Patel. Slow to start, but coming home with a wet sail. Maximo. That gets it down to a dozen.
Yeah, every boundary just hurts with a low score, and might be an arm wrestle, but it's probably going to be an arm wrestle that the Hippos are going to lose.
Yeah, I say everybody hurts sometimes. That's going to be gone though, is it? There's a big noise there. And
Yes.
yeah, it's been given out. I mean, I didn't think it could have been anything else. I saw this live, so I wouldn't mind seeing the replay. But he tries to swipe, seemed outside the line of his body. Check it out.
Yeah, we could hear the snick from here.
It's a big edge. I think maybe he's just waiting for him to walk. The umpire's walking away going, yeah, well, you're not going to go. I'm going to send you on your way. So, yeah, good comeback from young Henry. Yeah, just a dozen to get. But we saw a game like this get lost by the batting side. Seen a couple of times. You wouldn't expect it in this situation. Patel finally gets moving out for 20. And the score is 80 for 3.
And as I said, they still have the captain out there, and I think this is a great situation for the captain just to get them over the line, play a nice little captain's innings. He doesn't have to do too much. Lead from the front.
Best place to lead from. Panwa.
Good ball.
Yeah, gets good ball from Pattenden. Again, I love the way Pattenden runs in with fluency. Even yesterday, I mean, maybe a bit of inexperience, the way he was probably running in way too hard given the conditions. So maybe that's, especially playing in Estonia, something you want to think about. Not always. He's young, so he'll still feel like he just wants to blast everybody out. As he grows up, he'll probably, probably develop a different philosophy, I suppose, to use more tools. But he's just got a real repeatable action. Pick up and throw here from Hook, and oh no, that's gotten away. He'll get one overthrow. Just missed the mark. Missed the marco, to be more accurate.
Yeah, just a couple of freebies there, or one freebie there from the Hippos. Yeah, what I like about Henry is he always has the courage to keep the ball pitched up to the batsman.
Yeah.
And that's a really, really good sign. I know myself, if, you know, I always enjoyed banging it in when I could.
Definitely. But I mean, on this, such a predictable bounce of the ball. You're signing your own death warrant, really. See? This one's short, and it does get hit out of the ground. So, yeah, probably right on cue there, Marco. But that will be 6 runs, and it takes them to within 3 of the target.
So, yeah, within spitting distance now, the Stallions of a place in the final. And the Hippos look like they're going to use their second chance and come up against Tallinn United. That's the advantage you have when you when you finish in the top 2.
Yeah, they've earned that chance because of the way they've played during the week, and yeah, they are going to need it. But we'll go into the 9th, and I think this could be one where it all finishes in the 9th. With just 3 runs required to win. Are they going? I thought they might go Romeo here. Might be a good time to bring him on, but they're going to go back to Priyanka Damaratna. And well, it's hard. Even this is a maiden, still probably going to lose. But just got to try one ball at a time. See if you can keep the game alive.
That's it. Just draw it out as long as possible. You never know. You just never know. So Damaratna. Now let's see.
Yeah, happy to take a 1 here. They might get more than 1 up. Priyanka turns around just in time. 2 to win now.
Damaratna still impressive, but only 2 runs needed now for the Stallions. You'd think this won't be too much of an issue. Oh, umpire stops the bowler.
Well, there's bugs everywhere, so it could have been in someone's face.
I had one crawling around my hair before. I thought it might maybe Get Back was crawling behind me, sort of tickling me.
At least there's not as the spider density is down in this location. We got a few more flying creatures. Well, obviously, not in a rush here. Zishan is waiting for his ball that he wants to finish things. 2 off 10 now.
Yeah, just playing it as he sees it. He knows he doesn't have to make something out of nothing here. And Damaratna, though, is a seasoned bowler. And he generally gets a bit of movement away as well.
They'll tie the scores. And give Panwa the opportunity to put the Stallions into the final. This isn't the way they got there last year. The Stallions had to go the hard way after getting basically annihilated in qualifier 1. So they will actually know, okay, this has been a good performance, so they'll know how tables can turn on a finals day. Now the defending champions, 2-time ECL team from Estonia. Any score wins it. And that will be it. It'll run away and won't quite make it to the boundary, but it will be the winning run. So Panwa puts the Stallions through. For the Hippos, they'll have to go through Tallinn United, the mystery men waiting for their date with destiny. But the Stallions, I mean, they set that up by taking those early wickets in the first innings. And then I suppose had to work hard for most of those runs in the second innings, but they get it done in the end, and they pull off the win with 8 balls to spare.
Yeah, it was a good game of cricket on either side. The Stallions early wickets putting the Hippos under pressure, and the Hippos putting on a subpar total, but then making the Stallions really work for every single run. Not too many boundaries. There was good bowling, but just not enough. So Stallions getting over the line.
It's a funny one, isn't it? Actually, this reminds me a little bit. Last week, Ariana Keefe and Ariana CC had a big rivalry, but despite Ariana Keefe winning in the initial stage, it was Ariana CC that won the final. And just wonder, can the Hippos do something similar? They haven't won once against the Stallions. They've lost all 3 games pretty comprehensively. But first, they got to get to the final, and there's Talon United who are standing in the way. We're 90 minutes away from that one. Toss will happen pretty shortly. Keep an eye on the website and the chat for toss details. But it was Rifak and Saifur Rahman that went out there early on. Saif, that was the only 4 runs he'd score, actually. He didn't have too much to strike at all. Rifak was pretty slow to get going, but his 44 was pretty crucial in setting this up. I mean, one thing though, whenever you got the big Saif on the other team, you're pretty conscious of him. They put him down earlier in the week. Salna did take him there, but still wasn't enough. Not enough runs on the board, not able to create enough pressure to force it to the final over.
No, but then we had Rifak Khan taking the bull by the horns, and with his 44 off 24, 5 big sixes, 1 wicket going down there. It was a good piece of bowling by Aditya Paul, just keeping the Hippos in it. They were trying to claw their way, and it was a bit of an arm wrestle for a period of time. And it was a good 2 overs by Robson. There was that catch. That catch at that moment might have been able to change things up. And it was a good effort by Romeo, but couldn't quite pull it in. And then Ankur Patel with 20 and
Slapu and Aditya Paul getting 1 each, but no one really able to get that multiple wicket kind of innings. I thought Robson bowled a pretty tidy overs of left arm spin. Showed you a little bit of what can be used as a strategy to slow some of these guys down, just taking all the air out of the ball. We'll take a break then, and we'll be back in around about an hour and 25 minutes for the next one, where the Hippos and Talon United will fight for that other spot in the final, where the Stallions will be waiting. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Marco Chelagin, and we'll see you after this extended break for more European Cricket Series. Until then, you can enjoy the women's cricket from Field 2. We'll see you soon for more action here on Finals Day in this European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello, welcome back. Well, I've been at the other game and you saw a bit of it during the break. Actually, it's tea time, isn't it? We've got some very interesting looking players, some two circles players as well, just saying. But it's time for qualifier 2 and I'll hopefully be there by the first ball because it is the tea break at the moment. This is very, very famous part of cricket. And have a look at this, Dennis. Have we got some of this? I'm trying to work out what I'm going for first. Anyway, can tell you it's the Hippos that take on Talon United in this one, qualifier 2, for the right to meet the Stallions in the final. They've already qualified because they won the last game. Let's see what happened to the coin toss. A little while ago, before tea, it was Tyrone Peters with the two captains.
Talon United to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It's a head.
So we will bat first.
Are you going to have a bat?
Oh, sorry, you saw that? Talon United, they have decided they want to bat, which is a little bit against the grain because in the 30 group games, we saw 23 teams win chasing, but United did have a success when they were put in this morning and they were able to pull off a bit of an upset against the Strikers. And so they're here. I call them the mystery men. It's a mystery how far they'll go. Hippos have to be favourites. I can't see their top order failing the way that it did earlier on. But with Sahil Chauhan coming back for United, I mean, he is a match winner. He's a genuine match winner. What's the feeling here? More Hippos or United? I know some people have opinions.
Yes, Hippos, all the way.
All right, well, you do not have their supporters as well. I'm going to finish with a potential party trick. I'm checking the wind. Let's go 3, 2, 1. Marco's in the comedy bar. Second chance. Let's go. Call on 2.
Yes! That's it, Vinny.
Indeed, great catching by Vinny there. Thank you and welcome back. Lovely to have you all. And for this second qualifying final, who's going to make it to the big one? Will it be Talon United or will it be the Talon Hippos? Talon United pulling off that fantastic win in the morning against the Strikers with that great performance by Shakil Khan as the team lineups come up. Talon Hippos unchanged from their first game and 2 changes for Talon United, which isn't too many considering how many changes I've had all tournament. We have Shabin Aldin coming in and MD Shoyab coming in as well for Talon United. So just a few changes there. It is interesting, as Vinny said, that Talon United decided to bat first and put the runs on the board and put the pressure on that way. I think that's a pretty good way to go, I think, in a final. And, you know, when you've had that success and when the momentum is going your way, then let's keep it coming. As you can see here, the Hippos are the favourites, 64% to 36. But I think when it's a one-off knockout game, you just never know. It takes 1 or 2 performances and then everything can be turned on its head. So the Hippos, if they are going to make it, they will be playing 3 games in a row. The Talon United team, they had a game break just to rejuvenate after their efforts in the morning. And Dhammaratna looks like he's going to be opening the bowling for the Hippos. And just as the game gets, we've been blessed with wonderful sunshine during the break, and literally just before we cut to the game and the players came out, some clouds came over. So that's just the way it works, but the weather is nice and dry and warm, and that's the way we want it. So it looks good for the afternoon for both games. So who is going to play the Talon Stallions in the final? We will wait and see. So the Hippos will know that the big wicket, the prized wicket in this game will be that of Shaquille, who had such a blinding performance in that first game. So here is Damaratne coming in to start this game. And there's a wicket, first ball, that's it. Oh, that's devastating, Shaquille. I was just saying how important that wicket's going to be, and Damaratne, he's been bowling well all game, just gets a little bit of movement outside the off stump. Shaquille walking forward into it, gets an inside edge, and first ball in, gets a wicket. That is well taken also by the keeper, Marco Vaik, and the umpire gives it out. So the best possible start for the Hippos. One down, Tallinn United, none on the board after 1 over, losing their star performer from the first game, Shakil Shahan. His brother's down the other end watching, and as you can see here, yeah, just walking into it, playing away from his body. And the bowler is Damaratne, and he's looking good. So his second ball now. Keeps it out there, gets a bit of shape, batsman lets it go past. The new batter is Archit Nigam, also the wicket keeper in the game in the morning. He didn't get off to the fly he would have wanted, but that's why this game is here. This is his second chance. What have we got? And again, a little bit of movement played cautiously into the covers. And 1 run on the board, so Tallinn United opening their account. But what a sensational start for the Hippos, and that's exactly the way they wanted things to go. So now we have the captain, Sahil Chauhan, facing his first delivery. This one on the stumps, turned around the corner. So another single there. Tallinn now getting their run tally up above the wicket tally, and that's the way you want it to stay. Again, good line, good length from Damaratne. He hasn't strayed from that line all over. And this is the perfect beginning. And it was lovely in the break having the ladies playing in the ground next door and just watching a bit of that as well. Good ball again. So that's the end of the over. Damaratne finishes strongly. 2 runs for Tallinn United, but the devastating loss of their match winner, Shakil Chauhan, off the first ball. So the Hippos will be boisted by that, and that's what they wanted after losing that first qualifying final against the Stallions. As we can see there, who is going to be playing in that final game. And I'd like to welcome Vinny back from the ladies game over into the commentary position for this exciting last qualifying final.
Yeah, it's nice to be back, and yeah, obviously all on the line here. Can United time their run to perfection? And the Hippos, who started in a blaze of glory with 12 points their first 3 games, and a bit of a reality check against the Stallions, and they still haven't beaten in 3 attempts. But one of these teams we have to say goodbye to at the end of this match. Here's Pattenden in the second over.
And this one hit high and wide and over the boundary for the first Maximo of the innings. Rama Lama Lama, far, far, far. We heard the ball bounce off the sight screen. That's as far as it went. That's the first 6 for Captain Chauhan. Maybe this time it's time for the brother to take over.
Yeah, well, maybe. That was a biggie, wasn't it, first up? Pattenden with the right of reply.
And this one goes again, this time over the mid-on boundary for another big 6 and another big Maximo. And Sahil Chauhan, 2 sixes off 2 balls. He is batting very deep in his crease, and Pattenden's trying to get it up to him, but just a little bit, his length is a little bit back from where he's probably hoping, probably because the batter is standing a bit deeper in his crease.
Yeah, same kind of length, same result.
And again, this time high. Will it go to
Romeo.
the fielder? It's Romeo. He takes it. He takes a beauty. back there. Fantastic, well-judged catch. And he's been just tapped on the head, and that's his celebration. There he is, gives us a roly-poly.
Get the doctors out there as soon as possible. Suspected brain injury. They can find it. Let's have a look at it. I mean, Romeo, it's a big moment. 6-6. Patten continues to try him out. Waits for a miss hit. It comes. Romeo takes it. It's the old soft lands, but it wasn't a soft landing for the bald cranium of Romeo Tanner. And for Chowan, it's a 6-6 and out in this second over, and both Chowans are gone in the first over and a half. Patten, and got to give him credit. He's removed a dangerous hitter, but Romeo, here's the thing, he had to choose. Either you potentially drop the ball on impact, or you let your head take the impact. He takes the, I suppose, the smart option cricket from a cricket sense, but not the smart medical option. And hey, great catch in the end as Islam comes to the crease.
Yeah, I always say things stay in the scorebooks forever, but injuries and bruises come and go. So here we are, Islam, the new batsman now, and Patten again. He's going to be pitching it up, I'm sure. And that one, he goes up. The umpire shakes his head. It's a good appeal. Probably just outside the line of the off stump from first viewing.
Seemed a bit high to me. Just
Just
hit him outside the line.
Yeah.
So he's outside the crease. I think it's fair enough call. There's too much doubt.
Yeah, good call from the
far
umpire
away.
there. But again, it's good bowling, good courageous bowling. Nigam now facing.
Uh-oh. Oh, would have been out. Robson picks it up. It's to his throwing side. And Nigam, he's off the mark, but he struggles here. Could have gone very, very wrong. Said would have been out. Still think he would have been out just.
Probably. It was tight. It was a good effort, good running between wickets, good pressure. There we are, off the stumps, played over the leg side. That one will just be 4, but that gets Medal Islam off the mark.
Yeah, just maybe a little bit straight. Not a bad idea to take the stump. So, hey, you would certainly pay the 17 off the over to get rid of Sahil Chowan the way that they did. So that is the end of the second, and the score is 20 for 2.
20 for 2, Tallinn United. That's a really good start for the Hippos. We've seen the power plays generally go today in the 30s to 35s. You've seen the cricket just go up a gear today in all the games. You can see the running between wickets, the calling, the catching, the batting, the bowling. It's all less extras. It's just a little bit more intense on finals day.
Yeah, it certainly is. And so we'll get Aditya who's going to bowl over number 3. He's going to start over the wicket. Interesting. He's tried a bit of both, hasn't he? I want to say warm welcome back to everyone in the chat. Just opening it up now. Now, Lucas enjoyed my grape catch. Glad I took 2 grapes. The first one bounced off my teeth. Don't try that at home, kids.
That one.
Anyway.
Deep Paul in on the stumps.
That's his go-to ball. I think he's not quick enough to bowl length because I think they're pretty confident driving him up in the up, driving him out of the ground. But when he hits this kind of length, and remember from the hat-trick as well, a couple of balls like that's what finished it off.
That's it. He cramps the batsman up for room a little bit, and he does that quite often. He likes it, and he likes keeping it up at the batsman's toes.
Islam, we're hoping he could be the one that can change the fortunes of this innings.
And this one is hit to the fielder in the mid on boundary, and it is taken by Salinan. Another well-judged catch. He's running in from the deep, running forward, and another wicket goes down. That is the end of Medal Islam for just 4 runs, and the third Tallinn United wicket goes down.
Oh yeah, this could, to be honest, for the United side, could not have really gone a lot worse so far. Howan is foolish. Probably was the kind of length that maybe he can hit it for 6, but he mishits it and goes straight to Salen, and he doesn't miss out. Meidel's the third one gone, out for just 4. It's 21 for 3.
Well, it's been an exciting power play and a very intense and good power play for the Hippos. They've taken everything that comes their way, and the bowling's been really good and consistent, up at the batsman and asking questions consistently. And the new batsman, Shaib now, he'll be facing this first ball from Aditya Paul.
So just getting this field right, put deep square back. I want to say actually in the break, you might have seen what we had on the screen. It was Sanoma versus Finland Red in a women's competition. So I went over there, actually scored 10 overs.
I saw that. I
haven't scored for ages. It was so much fun, actually.
It was nice to see somebody use an old school scorecard and scoring that the old-fashioned way.
It was the actual. Thankfully, they had the electronics next to me, so I could keep checking my work. But actually, of course, with the Finnish side here, I got to have a chat with a few people. I'll see when I'm back for the European Cricket Series in Finland in about a month's time.
And did you get any tips?
Quite a few.
Good.
I'm lucky that I know quite a few. I've just got a couple playing in this game as well. Jordan O'Brien and Nick Salonen, who will feature in that series, no doubt. We saw Amjad Sher earlier in the day for the Strikers, who are now bowed out of the competition. Nigam needs to get going here. Ditcher with a very tight over.
Again, keeps it up there.
This is what I'm saying about bowlers. I think sometimes they're their own worst enemy. They keep complaining it's impossible. But look what Aditya's doing. He's not quick, but he's just hitting his length. He's hitting his spots. He's got 1 for 3 in the over. I know it's not going to work all the time, but it gives yourself an opportunity for success. Shoaib trying to use the last 2 balls this power play, but a long way behind United.
And again, he keeps it up there. He goes for the appeal, but it's probably just drifting down leg, the umpire says. I think it's a good call.
Umpire moved his arm, which made me nervous again. The question is this straightening? It probably isn't, is it? Hits him in line with leg. It's probably just going down. Fake inside edge. Love that idea as well. So just points the bat straight at the umpire. Not so sure about that, but can tell you it wasn't going to hit the stumps anyway.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be pulling the wool over the umpire's eyes. The umpire knows the tricks.
But might have been lying.
And again.
Great length. Hey, hit this. Even if you told the batters you're coming, still not easy to hit. 4 off the over. Nigam will be on strike, I believe. Or maybe not actually, because Shoaib hits that single. It'll be 24 for 3 after 3. But yeah, had a great time with over there. And there's another women's game happening. Our very own Mita Gooch is going to be over there. I was going to say our very own. She's retired from ECN at the end of last year. She's now working for cricketer here in Estonia, but watch out for that.
Well, she did well in the ladies' games earlier on in the tour.
Oh, of course, yeah.
And it's always just so heartwarming to see in Europe 2 games of cricket happening concurrently next to each other. I love seeing that. The ladies on one side, this game on this side, and that's what it's all about. The more people playing cricket and smiling is what this is all about.
Yeah, exactly. So, Vislapu, not a bad guy to bring on.
Yeah, I think Vislapu might be a very good move here by Robson. He just, again, pitches it up. He always looks like he's going to come through a bit more than he does, and then it's a little loopy one, and he can get the batsman off track a little bit.
You know, a couple of things. The Shaquille Chowan wicket, very first ball inside edge, well taken by the way, low down by Marco Vaik. And that's huge. Obviously, it's a bit of new ball factor in there.
And again, this one goes up. Will it land? And well taken by Salonen right on the boundary. He placed himself really well. He made sure he wasn't stepping on the rope. And it was a fantastic, well-judged catch. So that's the 4th wicket now going down. And that's Arshid Nigam's wicket gone.
And again, really good experienced outfielding here. Just knows where he is, has good feel for it. You know, how often have we seen guys running, getting themselves into trouble and having to double back? But he just had a good sense where the rope was. And yeah, had a bit of breathing room, didn't he? So Salonen with another good catch. Madul Islam is going to be followed back by Nigam, who's out for 4. And the score is 25 for 4. It looks like Get Back, the robotic dog's back. Not so scary now that I've gotten to know.
We have got used to it. He's been running around a bit, and
he must be tired.
Oh, you know, I think his battery is fully charged.
Yeah, I have to ask what the battery life is like. Anyway, Come back to that.
Vislipu in again.
Din the new batteries into the side. So I was going to say the Shakil Chan wicket, obviously that's huge, but it's a regulation catch. But the Romeo catch could be the ultimate moment in this innings. It was a half chance at best. He went back, he risked some sort of concussion, but it was worth it to get Sahil, who's a guy who could easily bang 100. Now look at United, 25 for 4 and fading.
Vislipu again, he keeping it up there. And this one gets to the ropes from an outside edge. So a bit of joy for Tallinn United. Shabin Din getting off the mark.
I know, and Adion's saying, yeah, it's been a tale of 2 overs, with the odd-numbered overs have been disasters, but they made runs in the second. But don't forget, the second one also had the wicket of Sahil Chon. So that's not an over they win, even though they take, I think, 18 in total.
Yeah.
The fact they lose him, that's still a win for the Hippos.
And I think this is only the first or the second extra in this innings so far. As I said, the cricket's just gone up a notch. It's finals day. That's what we expect, and that's what the teams have delivered. That's really good to see. Vislipu still 2 balls left in this over.
Quick hello to Punday as well. Nice to see you in the chat.
And this one has got good connection. This one goes up over the boundary. Rama lama lama, far, far, far. Shabin Din gets his second boundary. This time a big 6, moves his score to 10. Tallinn United on to 36. And there's still 1 ball left in this over.
Yeah, nice little pick-up. Vislipu, that won't throw him too much. It's all part and parcel. Still decent over. 12 off it. Can he get a second wicket?
Yeah, it's all a part of this game. Some are going to go. And this one will go again. So 2 sixes to end that over. And at the end of the 4th, that brings Tallinn United on to 42 for the loss of 4 wickets. So they need some batsmen to really get up there and to lift this total onto something that's going to challenge the Hippos.
Yeah, no doubt. But we saw United early in the day. I mean, let's not write them off, because they did bat their way back into the contest and ultimately ahead of the strikers. But this is it's a bigger hole they're in this time. So let's just see what they're able to manufacture here in the second half.
It is a bigger hole, and in the end of the day, it is about, can anybody change the momentum of the game, take the game by the scruff of the neck, as Shakil did in that first game.
It's Robson with some spin.
Robson again, Captain Robbo, bowling his off spin now.
The thing is, remember when Romeo took that catch the other day and then he missed an absolute goober? I don't know, I think that's when I was with Rico on Friday. And he took an amazing catch. And then there was one that was barely moving that he missed. So I just feel like for every good Romeo, you get a bad Romeo. So I'm just waiting for it. Maybe not.
There's Din again, hitting hard. Robson just putting it onto the stumps, but the non-striker puts his bat down and is safe, so no. Yeah, no issues
like
there.
It was a slow roller off the fingers.
Yeah. And this one is high. It's going to fall in the hole directly behind the bowler.
Well, now we know what Robbo's turning circle is, and it ain't quick. He had to turn on his heels.
Ain't a big one. We can
You're
look
like, all
at
right,
it
that's
here.
me. Oh, credit to him. Never going to make it though, was he?
He's thinking about the next ball. And here it is. It's going to be bounce in front of the fielder. And Shuib gets a couple.
I know I've had some questions about, is Gucci still? Maybe people just tuning in. He's already on the way to Romania, because he's a tournament referee for that series, which starts tomorrow. So he's been on the same flights as Rico, believe it or not. So I'm sure they've been tuning in together.
I'm sure they're having a great time. As Robson bowled that last ball, big drop right on the feet of the batsman, and this one right in the hitting arc of the batsman and over the boundary for a 6. And at the end of the 5th over, 4 wickets down for 51 for Tallinn United.
Yeah.
You can see here,
Just loses the line slightly. I mean, you want You want to at least make him drag that one from outside off something. Let's welcome you into commentary box. Vinny Sound here, Mr. Max Moga, Marco Chelagin. And yeah, I want to say big thanks for being part of our coverage, Marco. Hopefully you've really enjoyed it. I know we've still got this afternoon's game in the final, but it gets a bit hectic towards the end. But I just want to say big thanks. I love how you're nice and bright, dressed in the orange, and yeah, the weather's kind of played along today as well.
Yeah, it brings out the sunshine a little bit, I find. Vinny, I have absolutely loved this, and being able to present European cricket to people around the world, it's like a dream come true for me, really. I've been a part of this for so long, and to be able to present this around the world is just fantastic.
That's right. I mean, I know it's the 50th anniversary of Vienna Cricket Club, your cricket club, right?
Yeah.
Today, and the fact you're wearing the orange actually brings up something that we were talking about earlier. First, let's go to Romeo getting a bowl here.
Well, out there, Romeo in again.
So I have only ever known Vienna CC in their famous kind of yellow and black.
Yes.
We've even seen Vienna CC at the European Cricket League in 2023.
Mm-hmm.
But I saw an old photo of them wearing orange. And what was going on there?
Yeah, that was our first coloured kit, and basically when we had to put the codes for the colours, we just put the wrong code down.
All right, for
so
this one.
instead of yellow, we got orange.
This is orange alert for the bowler, Tanner, who gives a bit of length and it gets smashed out of the ground. Maximo! It's Talon United try and fight back. But yeah, so your first coloured kits were actually basically a mistake.
Yes, yeah.
Look good though.
Yeah, still got that in the wardrobe somewhere. So Romeo again, this time. This one's going down to Salonen, and again another well-judged catch. Have a look at the celebrations now from Romeo. He's doing some fishing and pulling in a trout, I'm sure.
Yeah, let's have a look at the celebration. That's what we're looking at, because the catch is pretty much a goober. Easy catch there, and yeah. Well, Romeo likes a little bit of the jiggy, and he's saying he's reeled that one in. Very good, Romeo. Well, his brain mustn't be shaken up too much. He seems fine. What isn't fine is this innings. Despite the efforts of Shebin Din, who's brought in, makes a quick-fire counter-attacking 29 off 10. But the score now is 58 for 5.
And Din trying to drag his team, kicking and screaming up into a competitive total. He's given them a chance. Just need somebody here in the last 4 overs here. The dog giving them a good wave.
That put me off. How can you...
So Obili coming in now, the new batsman. And let's see what Romeo has got up his sleeve for Obili. This one played onto the leg side. Obili off the strike and off the mark, off his first ball.
He's trying to attack. Well, 95 expected. They were able to outperform their expected by about 35 earlier on in the day at this stage.
Yeah, they just need somebody to get some momentum behind them. And that's a big 6 there from Shoaib, another big Maximo. And the score will jump up to 65 with that one. We can see Romeo on that one just losing his line a little bit, going down leg.
Trying his best to hit their way out of trouble. I mean, you can't really block your way out of trouble here.
No, that's not going to work.
There's no point to play for anything. It's just pretty much now or never.
Yep, you're playing for a spot in the final. So you either hit it hard, or there's not much else to go for. So can Romeo finish this over good? Well, so the full toss swiped over the boundary again. Another Maximo. Ramalama, far. The score jumps up to 77 now, or 71 at the end of the 6th over. So Talon United 5 down for 71 at the end of the 6th. You can see there the scorecard not looking all that pretty for Talon United. Only 3 people in double figures, but they still got Shoaib there, and he's 18 off 9. They'd want him to keep going and to lift the rate as if he can.
Quick hello to Adian, who said he's made his move to Gozo in Malta now. So Adian, we look forward to seeing you next time we're in Malta.
So Robson again with these high loopy slow off spinners.
We should be in Malta again for another series in, I think it's early November. So yeah, hopefully we'll catch you then.
Yeah, I've never seen any, never played any cricket in Malta. Nearly went on a tour
surprised.
there in
Yeah.
'95.
Yeah. There's always good weather there for cricket.
Yeah, I could imagine,
Not
yeah.
always, but a lot of the time. Can play 12 months of the year.
It's a nice place, a little bit warm. So Robson again. This one outside off. Drag to the leg, and Salonen some good fielding. One-handed pick up and throw.
Yeah, Salinen's solid, isn't he, down the ground. Interesting they're not fielding Jordan O'Brien down the ground. That tells me he might have injured his hand or something. I would have expected that.
He's the wider mid-on over there. He's just hands in pockets at the moment. But there's nearly a catch there from Hook. Just drops in front of him. And again, just a single, so Robson will be happy with that.
See, Helix obviously missed the robot dog earlier, and he said, "What the heck was that thing?" Now, Helix, I want to take you back to the first game of the day, or second maybe.
Here we are, that one even slower, the batter waiting on it.
Oh, it pulls the shoot there, Masood, but I reckon he could have reached that. He just stopped, and it was about 3 metres in front of him. I'd love to see him go for this at this stage. Just the value of the wicket. Doesn't take it on.
No desperation there, just doing the defensive thing, bringing it in on the one bounce. And the batsman jumps down the wicket, nearly hits it to O'Brien, but it bounces in front of him.
So, Helix, picture me just trying to commentate, going about my daily business, and then that robot dog sneaks in front of me. Someone programmed it to go in front of me and just look at me like it was about to pounce or something. And I had no idea there even was such a thing as a robot dog.
And Robson goes straight through him. The wickets are over. 6 wickets down at the end of the 7th over for the score on 76. So Tallinn United digging a hole for themselves here and digging it quickly.
Yeah, again, it's all length, isn't it? Robson, slightly quicker, I think, and it does the trick, doesn't it? Because he goes across. Anytime you're trying to cross bat a ball on the stumps or hit a crosser ball on the stumps, if you don't get the speed, don't judge the speed, possibly you're going to have an issue.
Yeah,
that's how it works out. 76 for 6.
Yeah, just bowled that flatter, bit quicker. The batter hitting all over it. And another one down. So Billy's down at the non-strikers end. Let's see who comes in next for Tallinn United. It is
76 for 6 after 7. As I think it's Nazmul Haq that's come in, but he won't be on strike. Let's have a look. And Estonia will be history by tomorrow. Hate to say it, but we'll hopefully come back next year. Romania starting tomorrow morning, and a bit of extra content as well with T20 series from Belgium, the Medina Cup, starting on Wednesday. In fact, there's the women's Wednesday, Thursday, then men's Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Plenty more locations. Romeo's back.
Romeo again. Here it is, played onto the onside. Yeah, I've only got one more game after this one, and then that'll be the end of my first stint.
Yeah.
And an enjoyable one it has been as well.
We've got so much, all these pop-up series. I mean, I mentioned to you, obviously this slot came up, which I'm happy for you to fill, but the planning of European cricket, the logistics is mind-boggling, especially because things do still change, things are dynamic.
And a good shot here from Huck. Well cut away through the cover boundary for a 4.
That's a really good shot.
Yeah, he's played that well, just waited on it.
No outfielder out there, so just got to hit the gap. He does, and races away for 4. Yeah, so things are kind of 90% is planned in advance, but you always got that 10% where things come up, things go down. Who you might have on a series might not be able to do it, or for example, Corey, who commentates quite a lot for us, he's got international commitments that pop up from time to time.
Yeah, well bowled, well bowled. Yeah, see, that's good. All my international commitments are all done and dusted. Long since gone.
Helix is freaked out as I was about the dog.
That's understandable. Okay, this one hits down the ground behind the bowler for a boundary.
Can I just tell you that after meeting the dog, his name is Get Back, short for Get Back Here. I've warmed to him. Even though he's a freakish looking thing, and there's no doubt about that. But once you are less scared and you see he's being controlled by a small child, he's all right.
That does help.
Less
that
freaked
does
out.
help.
took 20 minutes.
Yeah, probably won't watch RoboCop tonight or anything like that, though.
But apparently, that's, Big Travis, he's the man who is the brains behind the robot dog being here.
So this one hit away. Will it probably be stopped inside the boundary?
They get 2 though, so I'll take it. That'll be the end of the over. Romeo ends up with 1 for 31, and after 8 overs, Town United 87 for 6. And I'll still be hoping to go above that 100 mark. Yeah, so Travis said he uses a security dog at his work, and he has like a toy gun strapped to its back.
Well,
So
thank God that wasn't with him today.
Yeah, that would have scared me even more if it had a gun. I
Well-
was just scared it was just going to, I saw how quickly it could move, and I was scared it was just going to charge at me.
Well, it was your reaction that I saw your
I saw it
reaction
first, and you were wondering what was wrong with
for
me.
me, it was behind the monitor, so I couldn't see what the reaction was there for. So I looked behind the monitor, I see what it is, and then I start freaking out as well. So Henry Pattenden coming on for his second over. First one going for 17, but he got the all-important wicket of captain Sahil Shahan. That good catch by Tana, by Romeo, as we call him. A Billy facing this one. Gives himself room outside off. And it is a very good catch by Hook out there. Straight into the hands, never in doubt. And that's the second wicket for Henry Pattenden.
Yeah, it's a very good catch from Stu. It was still almost on the way up, wasn't it? But he took it. Excellent technique, fingers pointing to the sky. Oberly, I feel a bit aggrieved, I think, to be out that way, because I thought he hit it pretty well, but Mr. Muscles was lurking. A second wicket for Pattenden, and the score 87 for 7.
Yeah, he hit it pretty well, but he hit it to the fielder, and the fielder didn't make a mistake. Although those flat catches I always found were a bit difficult to catch at times. I never liked those.
I mean, it's probably easy to catch them fingers up, because at least you can give with the ball a bit. I
Yeah.
think when you're trying to catch them fingers down, if they're at your body, it can get a bit awkward. Here's Tikas getting about at number 9, 11 balls left.
What can he do? So Huck, on the other end, he's got 10 off his 5 deliveries. I just need somebody to go on with it here, just to get them up to the 100. Good ball outside off, played through point, kept inside. Good team fielding there.
I saw a quiz question from Monty Luce. I think I know this one. Saying Estonia's flag is blue, white and black. In fact, I'm wearing blue and black today. I don't own anything white. But I'm wearing my take on the Estonian colours. Blue represents the sea, white represents hope for the future. What does the black represent? And I have my ideas, because I think I looked at this when I first came. I think it's to do with a couple of things. Either kind of like the soil, like but particularly I think it's remembering the tough times of the past and remembering the hardships. It's quite an interesting history, obviously, in this area, going back hundreds and hundreds of years.
Pattenden again. And this one slashed away. Won't get to the boundary.
Kind of wasn't expecting that to spin as much as it did out there, Damaratne, but still keeps it to 1. So you can tell me if that quiz question's right. We had a quiz the other night, didn't we? We had a staff quiz. How did you enjoy that?
It was fun.
You had fun?
That was, well, as you know, I enjoy quizzes, so normally I'm the one hosting them. I'm not normally the one answering the questions, so I
Yeah,
always
true.
look really smart
You've got quiz
because I
host.
always have the answers with me. Here's Henry again. Oh, this one, he falls over. It is a bouncer, but he bounces off the turf himself.
Yeah, well, it's basically a double bouncer. One bounces the ball, one bounces the body.
It looked good. Well, the ball looked a bit high. Obviously,
I love that he still looked
ball.
up, just
Yeah.
in case it was going to be hit back at him or something. But you need a tennis racket to hit that. It's only a wide.
Indeed, indeed. Well, it's funny with the Estonian background. I was talking to, we'll talk after this ball from Pattenden. And swing and a miss. You know, when I was walking around different record stores and I was asking for if they had any old Soviet records, era records, and a lot of the older people that owned the record stores would say they didn't want them in the shop because it just brought back bad memories.
Can happen.
Yeah. So
Adian's got an even better answer than me, probably more correct, saying yes, it represents the soil, but also the black cloak that was commonly worn by Estonian peasants.
Oh.
That's kind of a similar theme.
Yeah.
I didn't know about the cloak. That'll be the end of the over. So Pattenden with a really good job. He went for a few in his first over, but he did get the big wicket of Sahil Chauhan, and then you come back in the ninth, take a wicket, only goes for 5. I think that's 6 actually after that last single, and the score 93 for 7 after 9.
It's been a good performance, and they're going to, so far from the Hippos, but United should be able to push this up above as we can look at the bowling.
I was going to say,
here.
they can choose. They've got Damaratne who took 1 for 2, Aditya took 1 for 4, and they're both options to bring back. So it just shows you, one of those two is going to miss out. I think they will go for Aditya Paul. I think more to do with the fact that he's probably a bit more used to bowling the 10th over. In fact, he took a hat-trick in the 10th over earlier in the week.
Exactly right, yeah. He's always attacking the stumps, and that is a good thing at this stage of the innings.
All right, 10th over, let's roll.
Ticker's facing. And down the ground, over the boundary, Ramalama, far, far, far. That is the 6, brings the score on to 99.
Yeah, it's a good shot. Really good shot, picked it up. Just had a little, see how it wasn't quite the York, it was almost. And Tikas knew straight away that was going for 6.
And he's also standing a bit deeper in his crease as well, so he was able to get under the ball. Aditya Paul now going round the wicket. That's where he had his success in that one game when he did get the hat-trick. And uses the angle well. Tekas a swing and a miss.
Good keeping again by Vak, riding the bounce there. He's just putting the squeeze on the batters. And the thing is, often that's risky because he might miss a few down leg side or whatever, but he's blocked pretty much everything that's come his way. That was 1 this morning off Robson, but he's been very tidy back there.
And he's been good all week. So Paul again. Big angle. Outside off. This one will make it to the boundary. So good connection from Tekas. Moving his score now into double figures.
Yeah, it's
and bringing up the 100 for Tallinn United.
100 that we weren't always sure was going to happen. Brings it up in a nice way.
And let's see if there's a change in the field at all now. They've still got the man out on the cover boundary.
So
3 out on the leg.
It's interesting, Hippos 74%. I would have thought that may be a bit higher than that, but I suppose time will tell.
So once again, Paul now going over the wicket again, right on the stumps. And another fantastic catch by Sullivan, well judged. He's taken 3 very similar catches in this innings, and he's coming in, and he's looked safe as houses for all of them.
Yeah, 4 catches in the innings from Salonen. So, straight away, Tikas knows that the jig's up after hitting a nice 6 to start the over and hitting the boundary just before that ball. He will go late in the piece, fighting 14 from Kuldeep, and the score 103 for 8.
Yeah, just keeping his team in it, but it's been a good over by Aditya Paul. 2nd wicket coming up now with that one. Do we have some robot dog? I'm sure we do. So Aditya Paul, 2 balls left in the over. What can Tallinn United do? Can they get the score above 110? That's what they'd be hoping. The new batter is Vaikat.
I can't remember him. Almost had his hand blown off earlier.
Yeah.
How he's feeling. Did bowl well though.
Did bowl well. I spoke to him after. He was holding his hand. He showed me where he got hit. Looked a bit sore.
All right, 2 to come.
And good again this time. Well struck by Vaikat. His first ball going to the boundary, so he's doing the right thing by his team. Good connection all along the ground. Just gets it past Salonen on the mid-off boundary.
Yeah, it's a pretty good shot. I mean, he's hit straight through the line of it. Hand doesn't seem to be bothering him too much there.
He's had a good hour or so just to keep it warm and loosen it up.
They defended something a bit like this earlier. I suppose wasn't this many. Last ball.
Well bowled, very well bowled. And at the end of the 10 overs, that is Tallinn United, 107 for the loss of 8 wickets, and the Tallinn Hippos will be very, very happy with their performance there. Once again, impressive in the field, impressive with the ball.
Just checking the scores from earlier. I mean, they held the Super Kings to 105. And to be honest, the Super Kings lineup, it matches up pretty well with the Hippos lineup as far as strength. So they've shown they can keep a team to basically this many runs. So certainly it's a possibility, but I think Hippos will be pretty keen to make a statement here, and they'll feel that 108 certainly is a score they'd be happy if you offered it to them at the start of the game. Let's go back and have a look, and it was not the start Shaquille wanted. Sometimes you're up, sometimes you're down, little inside edge. They checked to make sure it carried. It did. And that was a royal duck to get this one going. So then Sahil becomes even more important, doesn't he? Then there would be this, and we couldn't even show it to you in HD. It was too dangerous. It was a powerful catch and a powerful blow on the back of the noggin for Romeo. Robson went pretty close to executing a run out, but the wickets just continued to fall. And despite some late hitting with 14 coming off the 10th, this innings kind of peters out a little bit, doesn't it, on the way to 107.
Yeah, unfortunately, they just consistently lost wickets along the way without ever really getting the run rate going. Just a few batsmen. It's the Salinan show down on the boundary there behind the bowler, taking 4 catches throughout that innings, all very well judged. And this was Robson's over, who also bowled very well. All the bowlers for the Tallinn Hippos did a really good job.
I mean, the catching was great, obviously. Salinan took 4. I mean, Romeo, he was jigging it up. He went fishing. It was reeled it in another victim. You can explain that to the docs tonight. Then we had interesting-looking spectator. This blue didn't look too bothered. It's completely normal, I suppose. But yeah, Romeo then did go the journey a little bit. Probably bowled a few too many hit-me balls. And so we saw Hook narrowly close to getting that one. It was Robson that was able to sneak one past Mohammad Shoaib. That was the end of him. Yeah, but starts everything. The Hippos, I feel like, could just all about the start, the first 3 overs. That was what Hook was able to get. This was the ball bouncing, bowler bouncing off the pitch. But I think you go back to that second over, Sahil goes 6-6. He just felt if that had been a big over, 25-30, he'd be up and going. Maybe scores a big ton and they score 150, 160. But yeah, the fact that the youngster Patton was able to get him, it was innings defining really. And despite the best efforts of the rest of the batting unit, it's never quite the same quality they had at the top.
No, it was always going to be if one of the brothers could get on with it. And in this game, they just couldn't.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the scorecard then. And you can see Shebin Din brought into the side. He ended up top scoring with 29 of 10. Mohammad Shoaib with 20 in there. Sahachan with 13 at the top. Golden duck, royal duck actually for Shaquille after his 95 this morning. And Tikas, well, he fought hard down the bottom for 14, batting from number 9. Nazmul Haq was able to manufacture a couple of boundaries as well, but certainly unders. But certainly still plenty of cricket to come here in qualifier 2 as we check out the bowling figures.
So, and these are going to look pretty good. We got Damaratna, who started things off so well with that 1 wicket for just 2 runs off that first over. Henry Pattenden, as we mentioned, 2 wickets for 23. Aditya Paul, 2 wickets, also 18. A wicket each for Vislapal, Robson and Tana. Tana going for a few in that second over, but he did his job well. So good performance all round from the bowlers there from the Tallinn Hippos.
Yeah, it certainly is. Job's half done. United will all be hoping to keep their miracle run rolling through by defending 107 here against the Hippos. Stallions waiting for the winner of this one in the final later on today. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Marco Celligin. We'll take a break and see you in just a few minutes. The exciting conclusion of Qualifier 2 here on finals day in this European Cricket Series.
Let's live our dream. divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
And hello and welcome back here at the Estonian Cricket and Rugby Field on a beautiful sunny afternoon. The Hippos and Tallinn United in this second qualifying final. Tallinn United scoring 107 off their 10 overs. So the Hippos aiming to score 108 and book that place in the final against the Stallions. So the opening batsman, a bit of a change in the batting order from the Tallinn Hippos. Looks like it's going to be, it's Jordan O'Brien and Nicholas Salonen. So not the change which I saw on my screen. That seems to make more sense. Opening the batting will be Jordan O'Brien and Nicholas Salonen, as it has been the case. And opening the bowling for Tallinn United is captain Sahil Chauhan. And that's the first ball, goes over the onside boundary. There were some screams of catch, 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 but it was nowhere near a fielder. And O'Brien gets his account off to a good start. Just going past the outstretched feet of Shoaib. So this one's outside off stump and a swing and a miss, this time by O'Brien. Chauhan looking a little bit stiff and sorry at the beginning of this innings. United are gonna, oh, that one's a little bit wide and that'll be given. So they'll be a bit disappointed with only putting 107 on the board, but they do know that if they can just make some inroads at the beginning, and that's going to be another wide, if they can get some wickets, then the pressure will go on, and then you never know what can happen. But if it's all going to come down to how they go in this power play. So O'Brien still facing outside off stump. This is hit very well. Sounds good off the bat, and it will go for a big six. A big Maximo. I'd like to see the replay here. I didn't quite see how it came off the bat. I had the sun in my eyes a bit. But yeah. O'Brien didn't need too much foot movement there. Just a big swing outside off stump. It gets a lot of wood on it. And the ball flies over the boundary for another boundary, another six. The first six, second boundary. Again, this one short, high, through the infield. And the second four. So he's doing what the Hippos need him to do. It's moving the score on to 16 now. Very quickly. And unlike the great start that the Hippos had, this over is nearly going the distance. Will it be magical? Another boundary. It will be magical. That's 20 up. And that's exactly what the doctor's orders if you're a Hippo fan. Yeah, another leg going out, not being able to stop that from going over the boundary rope. So captain again. O'Brien again, and this one high, high, Rama Lama Lama, far, 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 and that is 26 runs off that first over, and that's exactly what the Hippos wanted, none for 26 off Captain Sahil's first one. And O'Brien looking good, as he has done for most of the tournament, I must say, since he came in halfway through. The Flying Finn, 85 matches since a golden ball. I haven't seen one yet. I'm the newbie in the commentary position, so I haven't had the pleasure of commentating a golden ball. Let's see what this day has in store. So we have another S. Sohan. The bro is in this time. It's Shaquille. And bit of outswing outside off stump, missed by the keeper, and it goes to the boundary. Keeper got himself in a right tangle. Salonen. Now, we didn't see what the keeper did, but trust me, I had a good view from here. So Now there we go. I think it looked like he had a fly in his face as the ball came in, so he didn't quite know, and he got out of the way of the ball actually. So Salonen not off the mark yet, but the score moving along. That one on the stumps, and Salonen will be off the mark this time, just with a single. Down to deep mid-off. So the Shoham brothers not starting the way their team would have liked. And this one, good, going through for a quick one. If it hit, he would have been in trouble. If he hit, I think he would have been stranded. It was well fielded, well picked up. He didn't waste any time. It was Tekas there. And yes, if he hit, he would have been well short of his ground. So Salonen facing this one. Yeah, driven down the ground again. This will also only be a single. So everything under control there from the Hippos. They had such a big first over that there's no need for them to do anything rash. They can just play the ball on the merits. The fielders outside on the boundary, one straight and one on the square leg boundary, or mid-wicket boundary. And this one wide down leg, this will be called. And that's one thing that the Tallinn United team does not want, to give the Hippos any freebies, any extras. They want to keep it tight on the stumps and put as much pressure on as possible. Just like that. Salonen still good enough to get it away. They go through for one, go through for two. So it's been a good opening partnership so far in these first 2 overs. Pretty much dominated by O'Brien, who's had most of the strike. And hit powerfully down the ground for a 4. So that brings the second over to a close and brings 40 on the board for the Tallinn Hippos. As I'd like to welcome Vinny to the commentary position to start off this Hippos reply.
Yeah, thanks. Nice to be back, and yeah, pretty violent start, wasn't it? With the Hippos running away. Let's see if there's any wobbles on the way. This is what's coming up tomorrow with the first day in Romania. Phoenix are a new side, same as Bliss Warriors, although we have seen, I think, the other 4 sides in that competition. Looks like the Royal Eagles have the first day off there. That's with Rico Four and Phil G from Romania, and starting half an hour later than we've been starting here in real terms. So 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and that's noon in India. Should be a good one.
I look forward. That one I'll be watching on my screen at home.
Yeah.
Seeing how that
Beautiful
one goes.
ground there, but I'll level with you. I just saw the weather forecast. Anytime you see the words severe rain warning,
it's never good for a cricket game.
yeah, a little bit worrying. But hey, let's see. Should be good to have Rico and Phil together. Haven't done too much together.
So, Billy bowling this last over of the power play, and this one goes over the stumps. He's holding his head with a big ooh. But there's no bat there. Yeah, over off. Salonen just missing.
Imagine it would have to be like a big collapse with epic proportions if they were going to fall over from here.
Big time. And this one he does connect with, and this one will go to the boundary from Salonen. So the first boundary for him, and he moves his score to 6. He'll be happy about that. He's missed out a couple of times recently.
Yeah, I mean, Hippos, assuming they win this, they're going to have to put a pretty good game together to beat the Stallions. But you wouldn't put it past them. Especially, I think these 2 at the top make such a huge difference.
Been a bit of a bogey team throughout the week for them.
Yeah, definitely.
And I have heard about the Romanian ground. I heard that it used to be a turf pitch that got changed.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe, I'm not sure if there was all, I believe there might have been both at one. Certainly
Okay.
since I've been there, it's only been artificial, like.
Yeah, it's probably better. I mean, turf pitches are very hard to maintain in Europe, and the people with the knowledge to keep a good turf wicket maintained is few and far between on the European continent. And there we are, Billy giving Salonen room. He's going to get it over the infield. Not by much, though. But he does manage to get two.
Yeah.
Nearly hit it down his throat.
Almost. We need a bit of luck as well if you're trying to defend this kind of score against these kind of players.
Yeah, I heard about the Romanian ground probably around 10 years ago, and somebody was saying, oh, there's a turf wicket going in. I thought that was
Not sure if
interesting.
it ever happened. No.
Down leg.
Got to stop. You can give a little. I'm trying to think. There's better ways to say it's going down leg side than doing that, because it also looks a bit like a no ball. Just like you can say with your head. You can go like, you know,
Shake. You can, yeah.
leave those arms there.
I agree with you. Don't like umpires flapping their hands around when they don't have to be. And this one's hit well, hit hard by Salonen again through the offside. He likes it through there. And it's another 4 in this over, and that brings... there's still one ball left in this over. But that's a strong 4 from Salonen.
Yeah, solid, wasn't it? And these two are pretty unflustered, I think. They know if they bat for any length of time, they'll be able to score at the 8 and over required from here on in. O'Billy trying to break this opening partnership, which is now worth 50.
50, and they're nearly halfway there. And there's still one ball left in this power play. Yeah, this one's hit very well. A classy looking shot, gets under it, and it goes into our igloo.
There you go, it's yours, Marco.
I'll get that one in.
I was never too worried about equipment getting damaged here. Not just because it was on your side, but I'm sure that there you go, here he comes, he's back. I'm sure back in the day would have taken that one.
Oh yeah, I would have run forward. That's it, I play more golf these days, and these days if there's a wild golf shot going to me, my first instinct is always to run to it, pick
Take a
it up
high
and throw
catch.
it back to the person who hit it.
Yeah, they
They
generally
don't like that.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Anyway, 26, 14 and 16 already, halfway there, over halfway there. And unless we see something very, very dramatic, looks like the Hippos are going to cruise back and have another date with the Stallions in the final.
Yeah, this one's heading in one direction and heading at a very quick rate so far. O'Brien and Salonen both looking really good.
There's Shepin Din getting a bowl.
Well, he did some damage with the bat. Let's see what he can do with the ball.
Well, they won without him this morning, but he's back in the side. But I love his leg spin bowling. It's something a bit different. And I was going to say maybe he could have gone to him earlier, but still, it's only the 4th over. So, yeah, he's quite an interesting kind of slidey wrist spinner.
It's always good to see a leg spinner. There's never too many around. And if you get a good one in European cricket, they can generally do a lot of damage. Ooh, that bounce nearly came up and hit the batter.
That's really good running from Salonen.
Yeah, good call.
He just knew he'd get a running start, and as he was running, he was able to kind of bail out of it if he wanted, but he looked at whether the fielder was rushing.
Look, nearly gets it there.
But then he starts running here, and he's like, yeah, with this running start, I think I'll make it. And he was exactly right. It's good hustle.
Yeah, that's what I like to see. So some more leg spin and well bowled. Oh, look good. He just pushed that through, didn't give that any air at all. Yeah, I'm enjoying this from Din. This one, a bit more air, a bit more flight. Hit out on the end, on the leg side.
Yeah, still no wickets though. Just can't find this breakthrough.
No, the Hippos have been doing this, been cruising really. Again, this one Oh, O'Brien's upset with himself for missing that one. Just hits high on the bat.
He's frustrated there, Jordan. You can hear. Says he's felt he should have done better. Kind of props forward and then wasn't really able to get that deep in the crease. The spring of the transfer of the weight in the back foot.
Oh, that looked classy. That looked good, but will be stopped inside the boundary. And another single.
That'll be the end of the over then. Saldon retains a strike, or does he? He gives it away. Oh, so wheels kind of falling off United now. It will be a double to finish the over. It'll be 63 without loss after 4. Again, good awareness. Keeps his eye on the ball and then says, let's go. That's just a real basic thing. So often I see people, and I saw it in the women's a lot last week, and turning their back on the play when there's a potential extra run. No such issues there. So 63, and they're well ahead at the moment after 4 overs.
Oh yeah, look at those worms. Hippos not close at the moment. They're streaking ahead. So yeah, just 4 overs gone. There's still 6 overs, lots of time left. They need 45 more runs in the 36 balls left to them.
Shoaib's going to bowl here in over number 5. 45 required off 6 overs.
Yeah, pace off. They're sticking with the spin at the moment. And O'Brien hits through the line, gets an edge really, but it flies off to the boundary. He gets enough wood on it.
Just not happening at the moment, is it, for United? You can see plays away, it's a false shot. Jordan is going through some sort of mini slump. And straight away, though, he's got enough on it to get it over the infield and then hops away for 4. No luck for the bowler.
Yeah, once it gets it over the infield, then it's really, the boundary's not far away. So Shoaib in again. And another good hit. This one's over the infield. It'll just 1-2 bounces for 4.
Still one out of the middle, though, for Jordan. He's lucky he's found the gap there. Cover was up in the circle. Where's this one hit? Yeah, kind of outside half of the bat. Bat turns in his hands. But hey, if you miss it, it's going for 4. Must be a pretty good player.
Indeed. Indeed. As he's shown all week. So Shoaib again. This one is going to appeal, but it'll be... Oh, there we go. We're talking about the awareness there, and O'Brien just not getting his bat back, and good work from the keeper. Good, smart, sharp work from the keeper, taking the bails off, throwing the stumps down.
Oh, look, it's great work with brain fade. He's a mile outside and it's hit him high, but he's got that whole... It's a bit of an elementary error from a very high-level player in that he's worried about the appeal, so he goes to run, he looks at the umpire, forgets where the ball's actually gone, and as a result, he's run out, and he's very well run out by Newgun behind the stump. So O'Brien, a little bit of schoolboy error there, but you won't see him make that one too often. He's out for 41 though, and the score 71 for 1.
So the first wicket goes down, but
Saldon tries to help him out, say, hey, get back, get back. And
it's really good work from Newgum.
Yeah, take nothing away from what Archett's done there. He had his opportunity, took it. Might not be a bad thing to get Bilal a bat here. At least you know where you stand with him, because I'll tell you what I think in a minute. Hopefully he's still batting, and he almost isn't. If he fails here, I don't think he's in my top 5 for the next game. You've got one more chance against the Stallions. I don't know how long you can keep batting him above guys like Robson, Hook, if he hasn't fired. So he's got a chance to impress here.
And he gets a good piece onto this, and it was some lazy fielding there at mid-off. He just sort of basically like a Toreadero, just the bull lets it through to the boundary.
Right, I'd say he was like an usher. O'Billy gets a slight Tortuga.
And there's your seat.
That's classic day 7 body from O'Billy.
Yes.
That kind of says it all. So I wouldn't be too impressed with that. Masood catches a break, he's off the mark.
And that's maybe the break he needed.
That will be the end of the over then. So Hippos are cruising at the moment. They are 76 for 1 with 32 required off the last 5 overs of this one. And yeah, beautiful sunny day at the moment, 15 degrees. And yeah, when the sun's out and the wind's down, it's very, very pleasant. Let's have a look ahead though to the ECCW, which is going to be at the Euros of Women's Cricket for us at the end of the year. And I know that the World Cup qualifiers have started today in Italy. We've got some interesting clashes. So today, Jersey took on Italy. Italy actually beat Jersey with a big chase. Delisha did very, very well. She scored 86 in the response. And so Jersey, a high-quality side, they went down. And I believe that Sweden might have knocked off Spain as well, which, I mean, so what we've seen there is how the divisions kind of interrelate. So Italy, who are now in the Challenger division, beat Jersey, who are now in the Premier, although one was promoted, one was relegated last year. And then Sweden, who are in the emerging, so Division 3, have beaten Spain. So, yeah, I know T10 cricket, T20 are a little bit different, but still, yeah, interesting. Player groups that we know pretty well, most of them there, playing in Italy. And, of course, our very own Tina Goff is playing, I think she starts in about half an hour, taking on Spain, I believe, this afternoon.
And once again, this is a lovely shot, and that's hit well over the boundary for a big Maximo. That's in Sullinan's hitting area, really likes it over the cover boundary. And that is another big 6. That brings his score on to 29. Yeah, Vinny, it was like, I just love the fact that not too long ago, women's cricket was such a developmental thing in Europe, and now we see all of these teams competing against each other.
Yeah.
And it really is fantastic to see.
Yeah, and I heard that Marcus mum used to play for the Austrian men's team. You probably know more about that than me.
I played with her.
Yeah, well, that's a really good shot as well from Salonen, who's going to crack another 4. This game's on borrowed time. Yeah, so yeah, not something you probably see in the modern day, but I mean, she must have been a pretty good player. They're from good stock, the Simpson Parkers. We see Hannah, of course, playing for the Austrian women's team.
Yeah, and I have to admit I enjoy that. Back in the early 90s, we actually had a few female players. Tracy Henderson from New Zealand was one of the players who played with us, a very good bowler, had a little Richard Hadley action, had a little hop, skip and a jump at the top, and she could bowl very, very well.
Not a bad
so
role
if you're
model.
watching Tracy, hello, on this VCC 50th anniversary weekend, I'm sure you're enjoying it as well. We used to do Lamington drives.
I love Lamington.
Yeah.
Lamington is basically a cake with coconut grated on the top. That's the quick definition, because we're running out of time here. Just 20 balls remaining, which might be 4, or 20 runs remaining, might be 4 balls. The way things are going at the moment. Masood
facing Din, bowling his good leggies. I'm enjoying watching him bowling his leg spinners.
Well, bad news for you. He won't be bowling again, I think, in the tournament, because that's the end of his 2, and he's got none for 20. He did bowl a decent set, 89 for 1 after 6. Okay, so tell us, with your Vienna CC club in Austria, with the celebrations for 50 years, what exactly is going on right now? Is it kind of is there a get-together? Was more of an electronic thing? I know there's been a whole bunch of messages and old photos that you've been receiving today.
Yeah. They're having a 2-innings game against our old arch-rivals Snazzy.
Is that the Siva Nataraja Austrian School for Youth?
It is.
Just a wild guess.
Yeah, it used to be called Concordia.
Yeah.
And then Siva Nataraja was passed away, unfortunately, a while back, and very good cricketer and a very important figure in Austrian cricket in the 80s and 90s.
Definitely. It's nice that he's remembered in that way as well and commemorated in that way. I've actually played against Snazzy before, and actually we've seen them play a couple of times in the European cricket series when we've been there in Austria.
And they've developed some really good cricketers down the years too. Lakmal, the spinner and very good batsman, and along with many others, Lakmal's the one that sticks into my head right now. So hello, Lucky, if you're out there.
I'll give you another one, which is a bit of an interesting one involving Snazzy. First, I'm just going to make sure I've got my numbers right. But yeah. It's a pretty good shot. But fielder will be able to stop it this time. That's Sahil Chahal. Nice to see him back for finals day, even though probably not the output with the bat that he would have liked. That's why it's one thing to bring players in, and obviously you know how good he is. He's a world record holder, but come in a bit cold. In this form of the game, you got no real time to settle, so he went fairly cheaply both times. Janan Gelzai, who we've actually seen playing for Austria a little bit recently, but for Snazzy in the European Cricket Series last year, scored 5 50s in a row.
Oh, well done.
Obili. Good fielding.
Good fielding.
So the record is 6, and he's got an active streak of 5 in the European Cricket Series. But the thing is, we don't have Austria on the calendar this year. I know it's a shame. Generally, we go there. Various reasons won't be there for ECS this year. I like this. I can't say I was convinced.
Oh, the keeper's running down. He could. Hopefully, he doesn't get too excited.
More than last chance saloon. I don't know. I just didn't quite feel right about this one. Let's have a look. Might have hit the ground if there was any noise. Nick certainly did. His body language suggested he didn't get an edge on that one. So it will be the end of the over, 94 for 1. Yeah, but we will hopefully get to Austria for some cricket. Now we're planning to show a kind of, a bit like we did in Greece recently, kind of an ECI Friday and then some T20 internationals on the Saturday, Sunday. So we'll see how that pans out. I think it's meant to be towards the end of August. Let's see what is happening here on finals day. We are almost done with qualifier 2 with the Talent United guys.
Yeah, looks like the Hippos are going to be joining the Stallions in the final unless something absolutely crazy happens from here.
I was going to say, that looks a bit out of date because pretty sure we already know the Hippos are here, and it looks like they have a date with Destiny, a date with the Stallions in the finals coming up. There we go. That's where we want to be. Stallions waiting for the winner of this. Here we go with Obili bowling the 8th. 14 to win.
And Masood batting, no score for that one, so Billy keeps them down. They need 14 runs in 17 balls. You would think that won't be too much of an issue.
I wouldn't think so. But again, Masood 10 off 10. I hate to say it, but I don't think you can bat him that high. I don't even probably have Marco Vake above him the way he's going at the moment.
Oh, there he goes. Well, he plays all over that one. Runs down the wicket, head in the air. Not really anywhere close to hitting that one. So Bilal Masood, that's the end of him for 10. That's the second Hippos wicket down. And Obili gets a well-deserved wicket.
Yeah, Bilal, I mean, I feel for him, but it comes down to the fact that, he has one of those techniques it's a high-risk kind of technique. So if you're seeing the ball well, if you're batting full of confidence, then it doesn't seem to be an issue. But he just can't seem to lift himself out of this slump. You can see the head's gone. He's frustrated. I mean, most cricketers know the feeling to be a bit out of form. But yeah, it's bad timing, especially with no Gooch in the lineup. But it is going to be Hook that comes out. I mean, he's got, we've seen playing for Estonia. He's played very well for Estonia as well. But hey, it's just the way it is sometimes, I suppose. Here's Mr. Muscles with 14 required, trying to finish things off.
There we are, Stuart Hook facing his first delivery. And plays it elegantly through the point region for a 4 off his first ball. Yeah, I would say in the old days we had a bunch of female cricketers playing, and it was good to see. Apart from, you had Karen Simpson-Parker and Tracy and Eva, and they would all be playing with the men because there weren't enough females playing in those days. And
yeah,
they would more than compete. They would more than compete. A lot of the guys still in a macho era would be a bit worried to give their wicket away to a lady.
Nothing's changed.
Yeah, it's got to be given.
He smashed it. Hook's definitely nicked that because I heard 2 noises and he's been fired. But I suppose it won't matter. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Oh, yeah. And that's one non-fake bat. Look, you may see a deflection here. Look.
Yeah, you can see the deflection when it's on slow-mo. He holds his bat up.
If you're going to get a shocker, now's the time to get the shocker. Yeah, it shouldn't cost you too much. Don't go, throwing your stuff around. Don't miss the final. I've got to say, I heard a big inside edge there.
Well, there was a deflection as well.
I have a bit of a theory. The third big appeal's out. This is something I take from my playing days, and that was kind of, I think, the third big appeal. Remember, we had that one caught behind. I think it was another one somewhere along the line. So yeah, if you do it with feeling, you can wear an umpire down. Anyways, Robson.
And that's at many different levels.
That's science.
Yes.
Third appeal's always out, folks. Don't skimp on the third appeal. That's my point.
So Captain Robbo now can he'll be the one looking to get his team home and over the line in this one and into the final. And he plays it easily onto the leg side and just gets off the mark.
It might be as close to game over as possible, but I can tell you Stu's fuming in the tent right now.
Oh yeah, you could see it in his face as he was coming off.
Okay. I don't know whether, I wouldn't say it's dissent, just a few questioning his life choices. I picked up a cricket bat in the first place. Anyway, everyone makes mistakes. I didn't hear the NZ edge. Everyone else did. So that's the way cricket is sometimes.
That's it. You just have to wear them, the good and the bad. And this is well hit over the boundary. So that's 6 of the 9 runs needed. Well done. That was O'Brien and a big Maximo there. Oh, Salonen, I should say.
Yeah, Salonen holds the bat pretty high. I like his setup. It's very still. Jordan O'Brien has a similar kind of setup with his back lift. It's quite upright, but very still. It generates a lot of power from that position. So I feel like this could be the last over, maybe the last ball, with just 3 runs standing between the Hippos and the final now.
Yeah, we're in the last throws of this game. It'll be Shoaib to bowl this over. Let's see how far into it he gets. Captain Robson won't be hanging around. Oh, and that one's wide.
I want to say quick hello to everyone in the chat. I think that Emmanuel Robbins is in there. Dave B's in there. Good to see you. And yeah, a few reactions to that last dismissal.
And this one down leg right in the hitting zone, and this will go over the boundary, and that is the winning runs for the Tallinn Hippos. So they have booked their place into the final against the Tallinn Stallions. That will be the win for the Hippos. Well done to them. Tallinn United just not being able to defend that subpar 107.
Yeah, and as we thought, doesn't hold up in the end. United, though, I mean, they did the Hippos a favour as well, getting the strikers out the way. I think every other team didn't want to face the strikers, and United eliminated them. And I suppose they were a bit challenge-centric with the bat, and with both of them falling reasonably quickly. Then it was an effort to get up over 100. They did that with the good start from the Flying Finns. The Hippos, they get the win, and they bring it up with 11 balls to spare. Now we know what this final looks like, and we are about an hour and 45 minutes away from rejoining you for that. There is some youngsters playing in the break, and you might even be able to catch Dave Robson out there with them. He'll have to do a bit of preparation for the final, I'm sure. Hitting that one boundary just then took it out of him. But yeah, join us 2:30 p.m. GMT, which is 4:30 in Central Europe, and 8 o'clock in India for the decider here in Estonia. And it is the 2 previous champions that will meet. And whoever wins it will have their second ECS trophy.
Well, I'm looking forward to calling it. It's going to be an interesting one. And can the Hippos break their duck in this tournament against the Stallions? They have been the bogey team for the Hippos, haven't been able to get past them yet. And as we've seen, it wouldn't surprise me if they managed to turn the tables.
Yeah, true. But having said that, if you're going to take on an opponent in the final, having beaten them 3 times in the tournament already is pretty confidence boosting. But I think a lot depends on the opening combination of O'Brien Salonen, which is kind of settled now, hasn't it? As O'Brien just forgot where he was for a bit, and that cost him his wicket. I thought it was a bit of a positive in a way that Bilal gets a bat. Let's just see where he's at. Because to be honest now, I just don't think you can bat him above Hook or Robson. And Robson's probably my 3 because I like the fact that he's left-handed and he can mix it up compared to the right-handers around him. This was one of the big appeals, which was turned down. And yeah, Bilal, again, it's a shot of a guy that's trying to be aggressive, but again, 1 4 and 11 balls. And even that, it was a misfield. Shouldn't have been a 4. And Stu might need a new bat after that took an edge off it. Let's just say he was philosophical about being asked to depart the field LBW. But the game was on borrowed time. I think we all knew it was going to be over well before the last ball. And Robbo sends us to the break with 4 runs. And the Hippos have made their second ECS final. Be hoping for a second trophy. But the Stallions, they have been a force so far that the Hippos have not been able to overcome. Should be a cracking final when we come back.
Yep, looking forward to it. And we'll be back in a bit of a time. I hope you join us then. You can see the scorecards. O'Brien with 41 off 14. Salonen 42 off his 20 balls. Masood, as we said, struggling for 10 off 11. Never really getting going. Stuart Hook getting LBW for 4. Maybe not the best decision of all time. I'm sure his bat's feeling the pain. And David Robson not out, bringing his team home with 5 off the 2 balls he faced.
Yeah, not too many extras in there. It's 4 wides, 4 byes. So yeah, not the worst from United, but they just didn't quite have a competitive score on the board. Even in the first game, they were able to kind of scrape together 140. I say scrape, well, they just had 140. This time, not quite as many. 2 for 27, O'Billy in the wickets, but Shaquille Chown, probably the best of the bowlers with none for 15. And he had a brilliant 95 that at least got them into that game, but just wasn't to be for the mystery men. They will now go back to their respective places of residence and have a good think about it. I'm sure we'll see him again in the European Cricket Series. Let's have a look then at the summary with the Hippos chasing down the target of 108. Thanks to Salonen and O'Brien in particular. And that was after the good work to restrict Talon United to 107. So we'll take a break. Toss coming up pretty shortly. And you can keep an eye on what happens there on our website, EuropeanCricket.com, or in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network. If you want to watch a bit of cricket in 15 minutes, I think Tina might be playing for Germany if you want to check that one out. But anyway, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Marco Celligin. We'll see you after the extended break. Some juniors action as well to keep you busy in the break. Be great to see them out there as well. And then we'll rejoin you for the final of this European Cricket Series, Estonia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet. Hello and welcome back. Here we are in Estonia. I'm here with the youngsters from Estonian cricket. You guys having a good day? Yeah. How did you enjoy your game? Was it awesome? Yeah. I thought so. There's some great skills on show out there and some great skills to come in the final as well, because it's the Stallions to take on the Hippos in the 2025 decider here in Estonia. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. A little while ago, we had Tyrone Peters and the two captains.
Welcome to the ECS final in Estonia. The T10 Stallions versus the T10 Hippos. The T10 Hippos to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. And it is the tails.
We'll have a bowl.
They've decided to have a bowl.
So it's Stu Hook. Interesting, they didn't send Robson, they sent in the designated tosser, and Hook has won it. He's elected to bowl then, and so the Stallions will have to put a score on the board. Of course, they've been very good all the way through. In fact, they've won all three of the meetings between these teams this week. But this is the first time that we'll actually see the Stallions batting first in the meeting between the Stallions and the Hippos. So look, two teams, they have a lot of firepower. I think the Flying Finns have been very good as the day's gone on for the Hippos. But really, you know, this is going to be a great game. I hope that one day you guys are playing in a final here in Estonia, and I'm calling you. But right now, let's get back to business. Are you ready? Are you set? 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Let's go! Finals time, Marco, to take you to the first ball.
Hello and welcome. Yes, indeed. Finals time it is. The Hippos against the Stallions. They've been the top two teams throughout the week. And now it comes down to this. We have a beautiful afternoon as the team lineups get shown up on the screen. So the Stallions unchanged from their qualifying final, and the Hippos also going in with the same lineup, which beat the Talon United team so convincingly. The interesting thing is the Hippos are going to be chasing, as they did in that qualifying final against the Talon United, and they're going to stick with that tactic. And as Vinny mentioned, it'll be the first time in the games this week that the Hippos will or won't be batting first, and the Stallions will be putting the score on the board as the Hippos run onto the field now. We can see this, it's pretty close. The Stallions slight favourites, 58 to 42% according to our computer. The Hippos running onto the field with a lot of energy and gusto, I can hear, and they go onto their field. The beautiful Estonian cricket and rugby field, it's been magnificent for the whole 10 days I've been here, and it all comes down to this, to these 20 overs, 10 for each team. So I'd like to welcome Vinny into the team just as the teams prepare themselves for this first ball. It looks like the opening bowler is going to be Damaratna for the Talon Hippos, and whatever happens, it's going to be a Talon victory today.
That's true, but these two teams, they're chalk and cheese, really. They both want it. And yeah, before we get to the final, what a great experience to see so much cricket going on. Juniors cricket, we saw that on the camera. We saw the women's competition on the other field earlier in the day. This is real hive of activity. But this is the big show, and it's only ever our third ECS final in Estonia, and each of these teams have won one of the others. So they haven't met in a final, though. That's the other thing to think about. And yeah, no, I just think it's going to be a great game. And big fish. We saw Romeo doing a bit of fishing before, but there's some big fish at the top of the order for both of these two teams. And so, yeah, let's just see how it all pans out. Remember, Damaratna took a wicket with his first ball in the previous game. Here he is. Here's the final. It's a shocker. An absolute shocker to get us going. It'll be a no ball +4. And by the way, I take back what I said. These two actually did meet in the final in 2020. The Stallions batting first made 99, and the Hippos chased it down with 2 balls to spare. I think this has to be a no ball.
Has to be, yeah.
That's way too high.
Total opposite of of Dhammaratna's start in the first game.
So Stallions there, their third final then, and for the Hippos, their second. Free hit coming up. Kriit Patel and Andrew Winter out in the middle. And yeah, it's been caught in 6 as well, is it? Right, went all the way. I thought it was only 4, but it's been given 6, so it's the 7 up. And now the next ball's going to go for 6. That's 13, unlucky for some. Dhammaratna couldn't have had a more different start, as you said. And the Stallions are off to a flyer.
They are indeed. That one just swinging away, and it was swinging away over the boundary. Rafiq Khan getting the Stallions off to the sort of start the Hippos were trying to avoid.
I mean, it is a start. It's only a start, but you couldn't have a better start. 13, that's kind of enough for 1 over. They've got it in 1 ball. Just like that, they're up to 69%. Now a hit on the up. Nailed down to the sweeper, but only a single, so we'll get to have a look at Saifur Rahman for the first time. Yeah, Stallions came in 58% favourites. Doesn't really surprise me. Felt like about a 60-40. I still think the Hippos haven't really put together a decent batting performance against the Stallions. Now, partly that might be because the Stallions have bowled really well. I also think there's a couple of batters haven't fired. They've got the potential to do it. I mean, they've got international players in there and players that can handle the bowling. But yeah, already a bit of excitement in this one with a 7 up, a 6, and then a 1 to get us started.
Well, exactly. And, you know, when it comes down to the finals, it is all about the pressure. Who handles the pressure better at the moment in the first 2 balls?
Saif's very intelligent, but he wouldn't know how to spell pressure because he just wouldn't feel it. He's a cool customer. He's just going to pay a bit of respect to this first one from Dhammaratna. So, yeah, obviously, Rifaq's been a bit more hot and cold, whereas Saif has been pretty piping hot the whole tournament. Maybe that 1 duck, I think, in that game where they didn't chase against United, probably the only time I remember him failing.
And against the Hippos, he's had a good run during this week.
Nice looking drive this time. He's handled, kept in the infield, just a single. It's tough because it's hard to throw something at him that you can't handle, so it's almost like you're waiting for a mistake, or you're at least trying to build pressure. So if you will block the first one, that's good. He'll block second. Third one, he's probably looking for a shot. So maybe you can build up pressure on him and hope for that mistake, but he's an imposing figure, the Baltic boss.
He is. As I said, he was the first person I met on this during the week, and he had a little wry smile for me as this one again gets hit over the boundary and far away. That's a big Maximo.
Yeah, that's just what we've come to expect from Rifaq Khan as well. Just steps at this, hits it on the up. Again, if he doesn't middle it, fair chance of a catch. Salonen took 4 catches in a match earlier on today. That one's out of here.
He's there wringing his hands on the boundary, waiting for another one, hoping that one will land towards him.
Magical over already, still a ball to go. I bet they go Patton next over as well. Or do they gamble and try and take pace off? I think they'll probably go to Henry.
It's been their modus operandi. And
there
this
we go.
One up again.
That will be 6 as well. So, yeah, Rifaq has gone large and taken the first one big. It's 27 without loss after 1.
Now it's a good start, and that's what the Hippos were trying to avoid. They wanted to build the pressure on the Stallions in the first 3 overs of the game, and unfortunately didn't quite work in this over.
This is where we are on finals day with the Stallions and the Hippos going head to head. They tangled as well in qualifier 1, didn't they? But it was the Stallions that got home pretty comfortably. 3rd time they've beaten the Hippos. This is the 4th time they met this week. The Hippos will just be saying, even if we can beat them once, we want it to be in this one, and we want the trophy. And they will go to Henry Patton now in over number 2. Helicopter watch as well. There is a helicopter, and if Rico had known that, he probably wouldn't have flown on the plane, because he could have taken the Rico-copter to Romania. There it is.
Well, yeah, you don't see a helicopter on the cricket field every day. I've only seen it once before.
Or is that another robot? I don't know. Here's Patton. And Saif, he's happy to work this way for a single.
Yeah, he's just playing within himself at the moment, getting his eye in. He does have the tendency, he always generally gives one opportunity, I keep saying it, but you have to take it. He's not going to give you an easy catch. If he gives you a catch, it's going to be travelling. So far, it is Rafiq Khan who has made the running.
Yeah, true. That's well bowled by Patton and got it right up there in the block hole. And Patton, what a workhorse. He even played in the kids' game in between.
I saw him.
I can't believe they even let him do that. So he's okay. So he's young for this game, but he's old for the other game. So he's banging him in the break. Right, there we go, up in the air, flying, another big six, Maximo, Rifak on, and that one's lifted up miles out of the ground. That's six on any ground.
That certainly is. That's a big, big six, and once again, Rifak over the boundary, just the length a little bit too short there. You want to get it up at his feet.
It's how he got his wicket before, though, you know, just waiting for a miss it off that kind of length. Might be waiting a long time because that's another one that's going to fly. Maximo. There's the fly. They're 40 off the first 10 balls in the final. Stallions galloping away.
They are indeed. And the Hippos are going to want to stop these Stallions from going too far ahead here. They're going to have to reel them in. Where's Tana with his fishing rod?
Yeah, you're right. Imagine if you would go for something like that. I think he's got left-hand, right-hand combination as well, so Robson's dangerous if you brought him on with this spin. Better ball that time, but nothing to work with. And I can't remember any other final where one of the players has played in the kids' game before. That just shows you how much you love his cricket. And it's great to see.
And he was hitting them well.
Yeah, he was hitting
really well.
Probably thinks he'll never get a bat in this. So
he's hoping.
I'll bat now. Yeah, he probably doesn't want to bat in this because it means they've lost a bunch of wickets. No bigger fish than Saif, though, at the other end. And he walks at this again. Just fairly circumspect. Building himself into his innings. That's the end of the second over. Not the worst from Patton. Goes for 15. And the Stallions 42 without loss after 2.
Yeah, so it is a good start from the Stallions, and but that can all change with a couple of wickets, and a couple of wickets can happen quickly. And it looks like it's going to be Vislapal and his long run up and little loopy sort of ones to try to drag the batsman into a big shot.
Not many seam bowlers like to be called loopy, but it kind of works for colour. You know, he's an unusual pace. He's an in-between kind of pace. And, yeah, obviously he's taken some big wickets in this competition. Taken some big wickets internationally as well. Yeah, so Romania starting tomorrow. I'll be doing the Medina Cup from Wednesday. And let's just hope for a nice sunny week like this. Because I know that the forecast in Romania probably couldn't get any worse. And, Belgium's not looking too flash at the moment anyway. It can all change. Here's Kalavislapu. In the air, that's going to go over the top. That's going to be 4. So Saif with his first boundary. Bit of a chancy one, but it evades the fielder.
Yeah, that's played through the air on the offside. But manages to get it over the infield and to the boundary. Hit well.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen him hit balls harder, but that was one of those ones that another day maybe it's a chance. This time it went over the fielder's head.
I feel like he's just getting into his work for the day. You have to try to get him now or never.
Now in the air again, same direction, same result, 4 more.
Yeah, that's giving him a little bit too much width outside the off stump. He likes it there, and he plays it well. Once again, this one a better shot than the previous one.
Yeah, he hit that slightly better. Maybe it's time to put a fielder out there. Easy to say. You only get 2 outfielders, so pick your poison. Thing is, you can probably put the outfielder out there, but Cutler then has to bowl that kind of line. Has to go for it. If he gets too straight, he's going to get hurt on the leg side. Long on in place. And straight fielder as well. Now he's going to basically sweep this one, and hook goes with a foot. That's not going to work out too well. We'll get another chance. Come back for 2. So interesting that they've gone a really straight, pretty much a dead straight fielder, which is something we've seen come into fashion just because it throws batters out. They're so used to that being a gap. So they're hoping that that maybe Saif will hit one straight down his throat.
But if it will, it'll be a miss hit, I think, because normally when he hits it, they stay hit.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And this is going to be another boundary. He's so clever, Saifa Rahman. The 50's come up during the over as well. But he knows the outfielder's back straight, so he's just waiting that fraction longer, hitting it squarer, hitting it well. It's just too hard to protect these boundaries at the moment.
It's a very nice follow through with the bat from Saif there. He's looking good.
Colours over now. It's gone for 14, still a couple to come. 4-4-2-4. Don't really want to talk about the step over from Stu Hook. It might have cost him one run, but it might have kept it to a single if he'd stopped it and at least gotten Saif on strike, off strike. Problem is, you got Refuk at the other end. He's going even quicker. Right, that's lifted up again. Once again, the placement's there. There's 4 more. It's a 4-fest here in the 3rd over.
Yeah, he just, again, lifts it over the infield. Doesn't try to overhit it. It's been one of his strengths all week. And it's just one bounce and over the boundary.
What's the expected score saying here? 166. Hi, Karamba.
That could be rough.
Could be, but I also think Hippos have a few big hits as well in them. Another one, he gets the width he wants. Not really the line to bowl with the field straight, as that's gone all the way a Maximo to finish out the power play. Clickety-click, 66 without loss.
66 after 3. There's the Hippos will be looking to reel this in, and the way to do that is by getting some wickets. That's what they need. That's the way they did it against Tallinn United, and that's what got them here. So let's see. We can see the Manhattan there, 27 off the first, 15 off Henry's second, and 24 off that last over from Wisla Power. The next over is going to be Aditya Paul.
See, the thing is where they normally probably go Robson with some left arm orthodox, but I think they worry that with a left-hander there, that maybe it's not such a great play. But I wonder if you could go seam up to Saif and then spin to the right-hander, or hopefully Saif gets out and you don't have that issue anymore. Problem is, if he bats the innings, then Robson's got to bowl sometime, you'd imagine. So they're kicking the can down the road a little bit here, bowling Aditya in the 4th over. Thankfully for the Hippos, they can have 5 outfielders from this point forward. Here we go with the 4th. Tempted Yorker, but he misses full. And that's going to go. Refuk on an absolute heater. Falls over, throws everything into that shot. But a Maximo takes him up to 44.
44 off just 10 balls. So he's going at great guns at the moment. And see here, he falls over playing this shot. But sort of, yeah.
It's like a graceful fall, but he's reaching. Hadiun saying he's so happy he can finally watch a final during the daytime because he's just moved to Malta.
Nice.
Quite a good time. Prime time viewing there, I'm sure. Refuk goes to 50 and he goes in style. An 11-ball half century crashes into the side screen. Crash, bang, wallop. That's all we've seen so far in this ECS Estonia decider. What an innings from Refuk at the top.
50 off just 12 balls. Off 11 balls even quicker. Yeah, not many haven't come off the middle of his bat so far. And as we've seen, those last 2 overs, lots of boundaries.
Look, 31 of his 50 runs on the offside, but pretty much so many straight. Just hit very well straight so far. And you're always waiting for a mistake. Aditya kind of tempts him to hit a bit more across the line with this around the wicket tactic. So I do like the way he's kind of switching that up. But his main plan, Aditya, is just to jam that ball into the block hole. But as you can see, if you miss slightly full, slightly short, it's going to go the journey.
And that's it. Well, he's done it well throughout the week, and irrelevant if he's going round the wicket or over the wicket, his length is always trying to be the same at the batsman's feet, and he's had a lot of success with it.
Keeper up for Aditya Paul. He misses full, but this is where it gets awkward for the keeper. He gets yorked, and they'll get a bye. But I mean, I don't mind that from Vaik. I think Saif normally likes to bat out of his crease and kind of dictate the terms. So at least, you put him back in his crease. It's a difficult take. But yeah, it's just creating some implied pressure there. Sometimes if you don't really know what to do, think about what the batter would like least, and you probably don't want the keeper up to stumps. I think you feel a bit more comfortable with the keeper back.
I think it's a good move, and it was a delicate shot there from Saif as well.
Oh, tough one. Tough one. Technically, it'll be a drop, but it's probably next stop was to knock the cap off the umpire, Andrew Winter. It wasn't a very good ball. gets a finger to it. You know, credit to Adichie, he just sucks it up. No magic spray, no nothing. Gets back in all business. But that is a real stinger. Rifak put down on 51.
Yeah, put down. I think it was a hard chance, that's for sure. And well done to Paul just for coming back and wringing his hands off. But
he won't like this because this one is going to go, and no one's catching this on the field. Yeah, he might have pre-magic sprayed it, did you? Who knows? Probably not a bad idea against this opening pair. They are flying still. That over ends up going magical as well. 20 off at 3 sixes, 2 singles and a drop catch. It's 86 without loss after 4.
86 after 4, yeah, that's... I think Robson has to bring himself on here, and that's what it looks like it's going to happen. He's taken his hat off, and I think you need the experience of the captain, David Robson here. He's going to bowl his intelligent off-spinners.
Let's see what he does here. He's smart, so he's going to go left arm around. That tells me he's going to bowl spin to both and just basically take the pace off and hope for a missed time. Oh, too short. That's bad news bears there from Robson. Maximo! Not the start he was hoping for.
No, he was already shaking his head. That one, I think, before the ball hit the ground. That was too short, too far down leg, and that's exactly where Safe likes them.
I will say this. In a final 2 weeks ago, we saw 207 put on the board, and it got chased. So we have seen some pretty high-scoring finals recently. But yeah, you worry about where this is heading if you're a Hippo supporter, because this one is heading the same way. This time it's too full. Saif hits something, didn't sound pretty, and it doesn't look pretty on the scoreboard either.
Well, that's the...
Yeah, it's the 12th six of the innings. So Rifak's hit 9, but Saif's hit 3. Rifak's going at 4 a ball, and Saif's going at 3 a ball.
That's 12 sixes off only 4.2 overs.
Yeah, true. I suppose if you count the no ball in there, 12 out of 27 balls have gone for 6. And there's been 4 fours in there as well. That's off the charts. Magical pace. 226 pace at the moment.
The expected score even up again. It's at 178. This time over the wicket.
This one is going to go as well. Maximo! Change of angle, no change of result for Robson. And it's destructive stuff. That's the 100 partnership and the 100, of course, up for the Stallions here in the 5th over.
And 100 off 4.3. They are racing away. These Hippos are running. Wait, that's...
Yeah, just the one, it kind of feels like relief. Also shows you Saif doesn't get too carried away with hitting runs of 6s, because then if it's not there to hit, push 1 at this stage. He knows they're controlling the game. He's a very clever cricketer. That one's in the air, and Salinen's going to go right back to the rope. Can't do anything about it. It's the dreaded double click, and it's a thunderous double click at the moment, as the score is 111. Still 1 ball to go here in the 5th over.
So Nelson, we can stand here with 1 leg up, with 111 on the board.
I've seen quite a few teams lose from this position, but it doesn't happen very often. You can see they're really getting into it at the moment. That'll be the end of the over. Just felt that one wasn't there to hit. Rifak maybe toying with Robson, saying, yeah, we've got our fill out of you. It's 111 without loss after 5. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Got Marco Cheligin with me, and yeah, it's been a pretty exciting tournament, we'll say. But I will remind you that 2 weeks ago I saw 208 chased in a final.
Well, we haven't seen 208 chased down yet here, so let's see. I'm sure you've seen... What's the highest chase you've seen?
That is the highest.
That is the highest?
Yeah, 208.
Okay.
And the second is 186. That was like such a leap as well. That record stood for, well, since late last year, and then a year before that was 183, the record before that. So, look, a bit early to say it. I've seen 100 in the first 5 overs and a team lose. It was Hoodinger against Hornchurch in the ECL 24 group final. So it does happen. I think the most I've seen a team put on the first 5 and lose is 114 in Barcelona. So it can happen. But the thing is, this tournament hasn't been so bat dominant as the one last year. And quite a few reasons for that, I think. But this is more like what the cricket we saw last year, where actually we saw 254 against the Stallions on finals day. And this is a great bit of fielding out there. Hasn't been cited too much. Jordan O'Brien, probably haven't been too many balls to field so far.
This is Bilal Masood bowling this over, and the first one getting the same treatment as the rest, going to the boundary.
Now, bit of the end of the bat here, but it's tough chase. Not going to be chased. He overruns it in the end. He throws a hand at it and misses. So Ditcher can't make the stop. And the result's 4 more.
Yeah, and there's a few teapots around. I think he was a bit disappointed not being able to stop that one, understandably so. Bilal Masood, but just over pitching it.
Worst case scenario at the moment, really, for the Hippos. All right, in the air, that could be a chance. It is the chance. Khaled takes the catch. So Rifat goes for 67. It's Bilal Masood, of all people, who comes on and he picks up the wicket. A turning point, perhaps. Time will tell. It's 116 for 1.
Yeah, he doesn't get all of that, but he got all of 67 off just 17 balls, or 18 balls, including that one. So very well-judged catch by Vislapu over on the cover boundary. And Rifat running off, and he is happy with his work, as he should be.
Yeah, he'll get a good reception. Look at his main hitting zone there is over mid-off. Hits that really well. That one was just sliced slightly more inside out. No credit to Vislapu. I mean, if they drop that, you might as well get the Hippomobile and start firing it up, because it just shows you it's not happening. I have seen teams lose from this position. And, okay, how do you do it? Okay, maybe you're not going to keep them to 130, 140 now, but you could keep them to kind of like 150s. Let's say you go 10 and over from here, even 160. I mean, it is chaseable. It certainly is chaseable when you look at the batting that the Hippos have got.
Well, that's it. The Hippos have got a strong batting lineup, and they've proven that with the opening partnership, especially of Salonen and O'Brien. But let's see what Masood has got up his sleeve here.
Oh, a bit of a leading edge here. Zishan bats himself up in the number 3 spot. It's where you actually would often see Ankur Patel, but Zishan equally can bat anywhere.
Well, the captain putting himself up the order. He wants to lead from the front in this final, and I always like to see that. Like to see a captain saying, okay, so it's my turn.
Yeah, no scoreboard pressure for the Stallions. They are flying, and Saif gets another chance. Uh-oh, full toss alert, and it's not going to go well. Maximold is 50 for Saif in the final. It's the Baltic boss bossing it as he brings up yet another half-century in this European Cricket Series.
And another score against the Stallions. His 50 coming in just 17 balls. And Bilal just over pitching and hitting right where Saif likes them.
Yeah, pretty even split. Leg side, offside now. Little chop shot. That'll run away for 4. So it's not all power and punch. There's a bit of panache as well from Saif as he gets a wide Yorker. Pretty well executed. Wide Yorker as well, but he gets 4 anyway. And that is the end of the over. 127 for 1 after 6.
Still 4 overs to go. So they're going to have to get a few wickets, I would think, to keep this score within manageable boundaries. And the quicker they get safe, the better. But it's going to be Zeshan Ali facing now. Vislapu, the catcher of Rafiq in the over before, coming on for his second over. Yeah. His first one going for 18, I think. Or even more. I think it went magic, didn't it?
Yeah, Colours first.
Yeah, 24.
Over. He went for 24 when he was playing, pulled the third over. That was power play over, though. He's got the field back. See if it matters. Well, attempted to lift up here in the air and taken. O'Brien. He'll get Zishan cheaply. Is there a little bit of a window of opportunity here? I know you've got a massive security guard in Cypher Rahman that's blocking it, but they do have 2 wickets now. It's 127 for 2.
Well, 1 brings 2, and wickets always bring the run rate down. And that is exactly what Vislapu does so well. He comes running in, you think it's coming in, and he just tricks the batsman into mistiming and hitting the ball in the air, just getting under it, not waiting on the ball. Zeshan Ali trying to hammer it over the boundary, not quite getting it, and a well-judged catch there from O'Brien.
Yeah, they've moved him from kind of the mid-off on the bat, or long off, out to deep mid-wicket. They might feel there's a few more balls that get hit that way, and they like his fielding. So Ankur Patel comes in. What sort of Ankur Patel will it be? He's been hot and cold. He's been hot. He's been really hot. Kala chips in with a wicket in the final. Oh, well, that's in the air and gone. 2 and 2 then. Ankur goes first ball. Not there for a long time, not there for a good time either. Kala hangs it outside the off stump. He picked out the one fielder on the boundary. Kala Vislapu's on a hat-trick, 127 for 3.
Well, is he going to be hot? Is he going to be cold? It's going to be cold, and the Hippos are now in that. 1 wicket brings 3 wickets, and all of a sudden, the Hippos are trying to drag it back in. This is exactly what they needed.
Yeah, you know, finals are funny. I've played in a lot of finals, and sometimes there's just a certain turning point. So that wicket of Refak, and then, okay, you turn it 2. Let's say there's a hat-trick even, or whatever. Sometimes it's just a moment where it seemed it was impossible we could work ourselves back in, and then something happens. Habib Khan with a hat-trick, don't forget, with that 3-for in match 27. Aditya from the Hippos already has one from earlier in the week. Krishnan to come out. Is this hat-trick number 23 of the season? Vislapu for an ECN hat-trick. Pretty good ball. Block it out for a single.
Very good ball. Gets a little bit of drift away. And Krishnan just plays it into the covers and brings safe on strike now.
That's a good ball, actually. Sometimes the hat-trick balls go wild. That wasn't one of those times. And smart play from Krishnan, keeps it out. Doesn't want the game to be swinging anymore against the Stallions. Here's Big Saif back on strike. Uh-oh, lifted up, and what? He's caught it! How has he caught it?
That's amazing.
I couldn't believe what I thought I saw. I saw the ball go in. Has he taken it? I think he has. I don't think he's touched the rope. We'll have to go to the replay, but that's an incredible catch, regardless of whether it's 6 or out. And Bilam Masud has pulled off an amazing play. Up he goes. He's fine there. Now, where does he land? Do we see him land? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He's over the boundary. It's going to be 6. What an amazing swing of events. One of the best catches you'll ever see live, and it won't count. He's just stepped on the rope, and Saif survived. Still, you've got to applaud the effort from Bilal, who, by the way, is a former Talon Stallion.
Well, that is devastating. I was wondering why he wasn't reacting more, and he knew he had touched the boundary.
He knew in the react. I thought maybe he was just mildly nervous. I think he must have known. He would have felt it. And now it's going to get worse. Was it a false dawn? Maybe. Geez, that ball was in the air a long time before it bounced. Maximal, 6 more. This time it goes the full journey.
Yeah, well, I'm still spinning from that catch before. It was such a great effort, and then he falls on the boundary, and then this. It's Saif on his merry way. 2 6s in a row, but he can thank his lucky stars, I would say.
Unbelievable. The boundary is another 30 centimetres. That's out, and a potential game swinger. Instead, you're fetching a ball from 150 metres away. The very next ball, Saifur Rahman to 70.
Oh, understandably, Vislapal must have had his head in his hands.
I still couldn't believe he caught it. He jumped. I'm like, why is he jumping? He's never going to reach it.
Incredible. And this one just played nicely.
Saif's too smart. He's too smart. He's just, yeah, all right, I'll take the single. I'm controlling this innings. I don't even want any potential overthrow. Got him right where they want him. At the end of 7 overs, 141 for 3. Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow with the first day of Romania. And let's just hope that we have decent weather. Phoenix versus UCCB with Gladiators taking on the Bliss Warriors. Phoenix playing their first game tomorrow ever. Bliss Warriors with their first game ever. I think they've got a couple of players with some ECN experience. And we'll say it's almost like UCCB have 2 squads. I've just noticed just with the makeup of those teams. Anyway, Rico and Phil G there to take you through the action. 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India. Join us for more European Cricket Series.
Just again looking at that over from Vislapal. Wicket, just the one, and then that remarkable moment, that remarkable non-catch But here we have Pattenden coming on for the 8th over of this innings.
Goes straight this time, and it's an authoritative strike. He moves to 77, hits it on the up. Oh, well, this is the boss, and he's acting like it.
Yeah, he gets that right off the meat of the bat, and that sounded like it looked devastating.
Now he glances, but he's gone. This time he will be gone, and it's Romeo. Yeah, 1, 2. 2's enough. Romeo, this time he takes a stinger, and Pattenden gets the traditional lifting up from Romeo. He's got a solid base, but once again a big wicket. Remember, Pattenden, he got Sahil Charan, the world record holder, earlier. Now he gets Big Saif. He's going to have to go for walking 677. Romeo doesn't walk, he cartwheels, and it's 147 for 4.
And once again, Romeo taking such an important catch as he did in the qualifying final before against Tallinn United. I was talking to him, he said he did hit his head really hard on that one, but he knew what an important catch it was.
Surprised he remembered it, actually, if you saw him fall on his head in the earlier game. It's one of those ones, glances cut, it could go anywhere. Can we get a more slow-mo of Romeo's cartwheels? I'd like maybe some gymnastic coaches to tell us what his form's like. Not bad. Speaking to Travis, his daughter's, she's cartwheel champion. She had all sorts of different cartwheels. Maybe she could be Romeo's coach. Anyway, here is Aditya Panwa.
Well, he stuck the landing pretty well, so let's see if the Hippos can stick this landing now. We've got Pattenden still 4 balls left in this over.
Bold, jams it in. Okay, still looking at chasing a lot, but you've got 2 new batters out there. Now, could you potentially keep it? Let's say 10 and over from here's 25, 172. I mean, it's not easy. Gets kind of quite hard up once you go from kind of 150 to 160s, 160s to 170s. You know, the bell curve gets quite tough. We've seen it done.
It can happen. It's a momentum switch in the end. And the last couple of overs has just brought wickets.
I will say in the famous walk-off game, it was Salonen and O'Brien that were 81 off 3 overs, chasing 220-something to win. And, you know, this might have a similar vibe. You know, you look at those 2 at the top. I think there is pressure on them. You've got the speed of Junaid Khan to deal with. I think he's been an outstanding bowler for the Stallions. A couple more for Henry. No full toss. Doesn't really collect it. I'll have to settle for a single as Robson doing the fielding.
Well, that wicket from Pattenden actually puts him top of the highest wicket taker list in the tournament.
Again,
that gives him 14 wickets, one above Junaid Khan.
Last year, he took a bunch of wickets. I wonder if he was the leading wicket taker last year as well. Yeah, Henry.
At the age of 13.
Amazing.
Incredible.
Goes up in the air this time, catchable and taken. So another wicket for Pattenden. He'll get 2 in the final. Panwa only contributes a single, and the Hippos slowly but surely working their way back into this contest. 8 overs down, 149 for 5.
4 wickets gone down now in the last 2 overs. So the momentum, wouldn't say it's shifting, but it's certainly slowing down. It's getting more in sight for the Hippos.
Yeah, it's something, isn't it? I mean, it would be a dramatic collapse if they were to fall over anything less than about 170 here. Nice catch there by Aditya Paul in the outfield. So one Aditya catches another. You don't see that every day. And after 8 overs, 149 for 5, and Aditya looks like he's ready to bowl the 9th.
Yeah, and during the 5th over, it looked like we could be looking at a 200 score. So they have brought it back. And yeah, Aditya Ball coming in, so he's going to be bowling his Yorker length deliveries up at the batsman's feet. Ram Krishnan facing.
Yeah, it's an interesting one with momentum. You know, it seemed like they had the momentum. It seemed like they lost it when Bilal stepped on the rope. But credit to them, they fought back. Krishnan faces up to Aditya Paul. Yeah, attempted Yorker. See, now if you miss by a little bit, you don't get the awful circumstances of the big boss just smashing you out of the ground. That's going for 6 if he bowls that length to Saif. But now you've got new batters at the crease. You've also gotten down the order a little bit. Yeah, fascinating final so far. Still plenty more to come.
There's Junid Khan now, the big speedster, with the bat in his hand.
Flicked away. Tight one. I think they're always going to get the single. Junaid's off the mark.
Well, again, Aditya Paul does what he does. He puts it up at the batsman's feet and makes them play and makes them work it around.
I mean, after seeing 208 chase, I suppose nothing's out of reach. But more realistically, well, I think it was like a once-in-a-generation event. I think now the Hippos, they feel, okay, we're going to keep something that if we bat really well, we can win. That didn't really feel the case while Saif was at the crease.
Yeah, it looked like it was just really going away from them, and they're just, as I said, just dragging it in, dragging it in. It's like Romeo's fishing rod.
He's got a few celebrations. Like I said, Romeo, not so sure remember too much about today after he took that catch earlier, but you can always watch it back.
He seemed pretty sprightly in between games.
Aditya trying to jam this in again, I'm sure. Kind of. Bit of work for the fielder to do here, but well done by Masood. Geez, I mean, it's not often that I don't believe my eyes, but when he took that catch on the boundary, I thought I saw it, but I wasn't prepared to call it. I waited for everyone else's reaction on the field, and they had the same shocked expression I did, I think. And then, of course, the foot on the rope. I think Bilal must have known.
Yeah, I thought it was going way over, and that was just like a little token effort at the end of putting his hand up. I couldn't believe that the ball actually stuck in his hand.
Wayne already called it catch of the century, the non-catch of the century.
Yeah.
That won't get up either. Just be a single down to that man. So, yeah, I mean, it said 170 is what you're going to be chasing roughly. It's 168 expected now. Again, anything can happen in the last over. Wonder who they're going to bowl, actually. Look at their options. It could go Damaratna, but he did go for 27, but it's a different game now, isn't it? Because he bowled the first over to you-know-who and you-know-who. You've got Robson as a potential bowler, or you've got Masood, who took one for 16. Let's see. Last ball of the night. Last ball for Aditya Paul. Or not.
He misses his run up a little bit.
Sense of theatre there. I don't know, maybe they will go to Masood. Masood's a similar kind of bowler. He'll kind of can even go around the wicket and jam it in.
Do you think they'll try pace off with Robson?
I don't know if they'll risk Robson. I just feel like you're happy with how the pace has been working against these two. We'll see. He could bowl pace. Maybe not, because this one's going to be slammed out of the ground. Junaid goes large. A Maximo will take it up to 160 for 5 after 9. Last over to come.
160 now, yeah, Junaid hitting lustily and connecting well. And let's see who's going to bowl this last over now. It looks like it will be Damaratna.
Yeah, I mean, he's a decent option. They've got a few, at least you've got some options. Sometimes you've got no options, no good options. So, yeah, the other thing, interesting, I don't want to jinx him, not a single wide in this innings. There was that no ball, which was the very first ball of the innings, that turned out to be a 7-up. But, yeah, not a single wide. So maybe that's kept this score from being kind of 170 already.
Let's see, Damaratna, he can bowl medium pace outswingers, and he can hold it back and bowl some loopy stuff as well.
It's all about just the length here. You've got to get the length right. You can almost bowl any line. Just don't miss your length. And he's coming off just a couple of steps. Must be sore. Well, gets a bit lucky there. It's a kind of middle length, but Krishnan just swings straight through it. Krishnan actually here has gone under the radar, but he's really struggled. He's 5 off, I'm going to say 5 off 6 now. Doesn't have a boundary.
He's chewing up some balls.
Well, that was until now, because that one is going, and it's gone. Maximo! Stallions still got some fight. I mean, they had such a big platform to work from, and they might have squandered it a little bit, but still a very big score on the cards.
Oh, most definitely. We're looking at 170, so there's going to be nothing easy about this one from the Hippos. That was well hit. I do like that Damaratna's just playing around. He's a good bowler. He's been good all week, and he just plays around with his pace. I reckon this one he might push through a bit quicker.
There's still plenty of cricket to go, as this one won't go quite as quickly. Just be a single. But yeah, you know, finals, like I said, I was very lucky to play in quite a few successful teams, and so I have this feeling of finals. And there's always kind of a story there. Like, no one thought we could win after this point. You know, even here. All right, that's going to be in the air. Catchable. Salonen, he's going back. He's going to drop it. It's going to go for 4. He even would have settled for a no boundary there. But he let it get low on him, and then he couldn't keep it in front. So 4 runs to Junaid Khan.
You could just tell the way he was approaching the ball. He didn't quite get in the position he wanted to for it. You can see here he starts his footwork. Yeah, he's reaching for it at the end. Didn't quite get under it.
Oh, launches this one, and that will go the journey. Junaid with a little cameo, very handy at the end. He's taking them 180 woods.
180 woods indeed. 177 at the moment. And there's still one delivery to come. So Junaid doing well with the bat. I think it's the first time I've seen him bat in this tournament.
Thing is, Ratney, if he's going to bowl like this, I suppose I'd love to have their time over. Another one's in the slot. Adios Pelota. 183. Quite a famous number on the network. That was when Spain basically got done by the Netherlands in the ECC back in 23. But that just steadier, isn't it, from Junaid? He bowls fast, he bats fast. Dhammaratne brings them an unwanted 50 in the final. And just repeating that score, Talon Stallions 183 for 5 off their 10 overs.
Yeah, Dhammaratne, I don't know if he was injured or was feeling a bit stiff. He decided to come in just off a few paces.
Yeah, I mean, your options were you go to Bilal Masood, who actually thought bowled all right. Hasn't bowled much in the series. Had Dhammaratne, who bowled the first over. And you had Robson. Now, if Dhammaratne is just going to bowl a couple of steps, maybe because he's tired or just because, you know, it's that time of the innings, bowl slightly more defensively. I don't know. No, hindsight's 2020. It's not easy being a captain. Didn't start too well, though, did it, with the 7-up first ball. That would turn out to be, I think, the only extra of this innings. But there were plenty of balls flying. In fact, we saw no less than 22 sixes in the first half of the decider.
22 sixes in 60 balls. Incredible. I think the average is around 12 to 13 per innings.
Yeah, no, the average is, something about that. Maybe not even that many. It was around about 11, I'll tell you in a minute. But, yeah, look, when it comes down to it, they're giving themselves a chance. Actually, the average per innings is about 9.5 maximo, so that's well over from the Stallions. And it was kind of like, it was channeling finals day 2024, actually, although the final was a bit more of a low-scoring affair. But the Stallions, let's not forget, they lost the 2020 final to the Hippos when their batting didn't really stand up. This time it did, despite the Hippos giving it their best effort. And they did have this run, didn't they? Just when it looked like the game was getting away. They had those 2 quick wickets turned into 3 quick wickets. And for the Stallions, again, Big Saif was there at the wheel, and it was going to be tough. He brought up another half century, gave a little wink and said, I'm not quite done yet. But they started holding a few chances that they created. Now, there's this amazing catch. I mean, that was a decent one, but you're about to see something incredible. Back from the beyond, but just came down. I saw him land in, but what we couldn't see in real time was the foot came down the rope as he was on the way back in. Everyone was excited. It was the whole spectrum of emotions. The Baltic boss wasn't done yet, had a couple more big ones in him. Then Romeo with a big catch and the double cartwheel to just create a bit of a mini run for the Hips.
Oh yes, he is Mr. Entertainment, Romeo. And always smiling, which is great to see as well. Always with a smile on his face. But yeah, 5 wickets in just 3 overs. That sort of dragged things back and put the Hippos back into the game and just held the momentum away from the Stallions for a while. But then that little blast from Junaid Khan at the end, again, got them over that 180. So
yeah, really handy last over. 23 came off that last over. And the last 3 balls went 4-6-6 off the bat of Junaid. And that's basically takes it from that 170 that we were kind of expecting, but now 184 chase. Not often you see 183 with only 1 extra, by the way. It's very rare. But it makes it probably a 180s chase compared to a 170s. It's probably about 5 times harder. I know it's only 10 runs, but just needs so much more to go right along the way. But 77 for Cypher Rahman. Again, he has to be an MVP candidate. And probably so is Rifat Khan, who scored 67 in there. The late cameo from Junaid gets them up over the 180. 2 wickets for Patton, who is leading the wicket taking this week now. Vislapu with a couple. He was on a hat-trick at one stage. And Masood with 1 over 1 for 16. I bet if Robson had his time, but probably would have given Bilal the last over, maybe himself, because Dhammaratne had a real rough old day at the office. Again, shows you how things can change very quickly. He took a wicket first ball of the previous game. His first ball, he went for 13. So we'll take a break. We'll be back in just a few moments with the exciting conclusion of ECS Estonia on a beautiful sunny day. We're at 16 degrees and not a breath of wind. So let's enjoy it while we can before we take the show to Romania tomorrow. It's going to be a big chase, but they do have the kind of batting lineup that might threaten the 184 for victory, the Hippos. Or can the Stallions go back-to-back ECSs by defending 183? Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, with Marco Celegin. We'll take a break and see you live from Estonia in a few moments for more European Cricket Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get ready for the final innings of this tournament. 184 for the win for the Talon Hippos after the Stallions scored 183 for 5 off their 10 overs. And that should be a pretty action-packed second innings no matter what happens. Many sound to hear Mr. Maximo with Marco Celligin as we prepare to bring this tournament home. Got to say, it's a tall mountain to climb for the Hippos, but maybe they can take some solace. So we actually saw 208 chased earlier in the ECS year.
Well, it can be done. It can be done. We've been looking through the bowlers and thinking where these runs could come from. And, looking through, they do have, as we've said, Zunaid Khan, very good speedster. They do have Faik Usmani, who's a very good spinner. So it's not going to be easy. They're going to start with Aditya Panwa. But the power play is going to be really important. They're going to have to try to get at least 50 in the power play, I suggest. Anything under them, they're going to have to bat a perfect innings, as you mentioned. Everything's going to have to go their way. Looking at the field, there's on the boundary, you've got Safe at mid-off and another player at deep mid-on. So they're going 2 straight. So you know the ball's going to be pitched up. Hopefully, that's the way, that's what they're going to be looking towards. But yeah, it won't be easy. They've got very good quick bowler and a very good spin bowler. And some very good backup down the line. So here's Panwa in for the first ball of the innings.
184 to win. Got to have a good start. And they do. A perfect start. Maximo off the bat of Nick Salonen.
Yeah, beautiful shot there. Didn't try to overhit it. That's what I like. Just doesn't try to make something out of nothing. Just hits down the line.
Yeah, just bottom hand in that. Got to back yourself. Got to take on these outfielders.
Bowl's a length ball, so Salonen can get under it.
Panwa goes after this. Gets enough. Does that go all the way? I think it does. Maximo. Back-to-back sixes. Yeah, I'd love to have a big over to start. That was kind of what got the Stallions up and kicking.
Indeed it was, and they're going to try to do the same here. And so far, so good. Going to have to keep it going, though. So good start. This is what we want in the final. Pressure back on the bowler.
This time we won't get off the middle. They'll put the fielder on a bit of a chase here. Right. Thinking of 2, didn't really want to throw it away. Interesting also, they've thrown Robson up there. Okay, I didn't notice that until now. But Dave Robson's gone to the top of the order. Quite like this left-hand, right-hand combination. You've still got O'Brien at 3. So not a bad... It's a brave call from the captain. But he says, look, I think I want to take this responsibility. Don't lose too much. So he's playing basically the Gooch role, is Robson. A left-handed opener, something they've been missing out on recently with no Gooch available. And he's going to go to the sky. Well, this is holding up. It's a big moment here, and it's gone. So Robson doesn't come off. He'll go very first ball, right down towards the toe. Look, the only positive there, he only uses 1 ball. So now you probably have the opening combination we expected, but it will be the first wicket. Well taken there by Junaid running backwards. And the Hippos are 13 for 1.
Yeah, the experiment didn't pay off in the end. I think it was an attempt to maybe, they know how much Zunaid Khan and how much these bowlers can get under the Hippo skin. So this, I think the left-right was just an attempt to maybe get them off their lines a bit, but it didn't work this time. But as you said, he didn't chew up any balls, and that's a positive. And now it'll be O'Brien I'm sure, to come in.
Tried to go straight, didn't he there? It was never easy first ball. We haven't quite got the pace of it yet. You see the back turn in the hand slightly. It was like just a slice up. But anyway, here's Jordan, who's taking every second of his 60 seconds. He's been given the hurry up here. But look, these two, I mean, I know they've got some good players to come. You got Hook, who'll battle. You got Masood, who's out of form. You got Vaik, who's playing some nice looking shots. But these two have really got to get their teeth into this total to have any chance. And this is up in the end. That's a perfect start for Jordan O'Brien. It's just funny, you know, in that 208 chase, there was an early wicket as well. And it doesn't matter as long as you get whoever is there, stays there and scores very quickly. And Jordan, that's a very composed, elevated off drive, first ball for 6.
Yeah, the intent is important, and making sure that you don't waste any deliveries. So, yeah, even if you do lose the wicket, at least keep the intent flowing. And that's what O'Brien's done here.
Yeah, that's true. A good comeback, though. Oh, no, a bit of a mix-up. He's very slow to get going. He's gone! He's gone. He's wiped out. That is a total disaster for the Hippos. What a bit of fielding, though. Oh, Jordan O'Brien didn't know where it was. He got called through for the run. He still wasn't convinced. Salinan, I think there was a run there, but Jordan just didn't respond, failed to act. Was ball watching in a full 360. Then he knows he has to go. The throw comes in. I don't think there's any way he's made it. Well, you can't see that. You can see it there. He's gone. And then we have another wipeout. Jordan, he knows he's gone here as well. He's played a lot of cricket. He will get the decision. That is an amazing bit of field. You can see that he's not quite there.
That's a beautiful throw, the direct hit, and in the end, even with all the pirouetting and as slow as O'Brien was to get off the mark, he's only out by maybe 10 centimetres, so that's how close it was. If it wasn't a direct hit, he would have been in.
Oh, that's a total disaster. You can't really say it any different. You know, the thing is, though, Jordan, if you didn't know where it was, your best bet is don't look at the ball, look at your partner. He was looking where the ball was. Nick called him through, and he was right to call him through. And we had a bit of a collision. Luckily, no one's hurt there. He gave it everything he had. The bat goes flying. Jordan O'Brien goes flying. The stumps go flying. Chaos! And it's what feels like a mortal blow to this Hippos batting lineup. O'Brien run out second ball for 6, and it's 19 for 2.
19 for 2 after all of that action. Oh my.
By the way, it was Ishan Ali that threw it. What a throw. He summed it up. He knew he didn't have time to go to the bowler. He had one shot and he took it. He blasted the stumps. What an incredible bit of fielding that was from the Stallions captain.
Yeah, leading from the front indeed. And as I said, if it didn't hit directly, then O'Brien would have been in, even though he was slow off the mark at the beginning. He really did put in the big ones. He knew he was going to be in trouble, but it was the captain with that direct hit. And now we have Zunaid Khan, so things aren't going to be easier now.
Big swing and a miss. So this is Masood. Still batting 4. I suppose they feel he's got maybe the raw 6 hitting ability over someone like a Stu Hook, who you could equally put in this situation, but he's still in the power play, you know. And that's not to say Stu's not a powerful hitter, he is. But he's a bit more, Stu's probably a bit more selective what he goes after. Bilal's a bit more cowboy. He hasn't been on the horse for too long in this series. That was a total chaos bit of cricket. And the last over, another outswinger from Junaid. Carries through well to the keeper.
And he's getting it through nice and quickly. Sometimes he holds himself back, but now it's final time. And he's putting in the big ones now, big Zunaid. And yeah, Bilal just has to connect here.
Throws the hands at this one. Holds his shape a bit better there, Masood. It wasn't off the middle, but he does get 4 runs.
Yeah, good looking shot. As you said, doesn't try to overhit it. He keeps his shape well. Hits it over the infield. Goes over the point gully area. 1 bounce for 4.
Yeah, well, I had a random question that came from Johnny. Where am I going next? So I'm actually heading back to Prague for a little bit. And I'll be doing the Medina Cup. But with the schedule, because I've been away so much, I'm actually doing that one from the studio. But I'll be keeping an eye on that. And Tyrone, not sure, he's probably back to the Netherlands.
Boiling.
Oh, well, another tight one here. This time it misses. Actually, it's pretty close to the other end as well. Another collision. Everyone seems to be getting in everyone's way. See how tight this would have been.
Well, there were some hugs there at the other end with a kick between the keeper and Salonen, and he would have been out if that was a direct hit.
Actually, to be honest, that was way easier than the one that was hit. But have a look at that rate. It's already up over 19. Salonen's, he just needs to go huge.
Yeah, just 3% our computer's saying for the Hippos.
You can't really be too defensive to Junaid. He's on you. He's rushed batters all tournament, hasn't he? Junaid Khan. And that's the other thing, the 24 runs he scored at the end of the innings, 16 off the last 3 balls. Such a big difference maker. Difference between chasing 170 and 184.
Yeah, he just put them in that little push and shove and pulled them kicking and screaming into that 180.
3%, hey? Oh, straight up in the air. Where, though? It's actually backwards. He's close. Oh, it's a flying attempt. It's going to go for 4. I mean, I said straight up in the air, but I think what I forgot is with Junaid's pace, it carries. And I thought straight away this is a keeper catch waiting to happen. But a fraction of luck, more than a fraction from Masood. Great effort down there from Aurangzeb. And he watches it go across the rope, 4 runs.
Yeah, and just 10 runs coming off that over, though. Hippo's now 29 for 2 off the 2.
Punch almost gaya tha.
Wow, what a start.
Yeah, and I was thinking in that for that ball that he was going to try to pitch that one in a bit short. He'd been pitching it up throughout the whole innings. Throughout that whole over, should I say. And over-pitched that one ball, and I thought he was going to bang one in a bit shorter then, and he did. Yeah. Top edge.
Yeah, that's the breaks for a fast bowler. Of course, we'll be going to have the ECC again, Premier Division, which will be, I suppose, where Estonia is aspiring to get to if they can win the Challenger. 3 groups of 6. Then we have the Challenger break, and then we have the Championship group, which is only 3 days this year. Right, short. Was there a bit of bat on that? Heard the sound. Looked like it was headed for a wide. Let's check it out.
There's Ishan holding his head.
Must have hit it. I mean, it's very tough take. Don't know. I mean, I can understand you're up to the stumps, but this is one of the negatives. That if there's a healthy edge, it would be an easy catch for your back. Sana gets cramped for room here. So like a monster over here. I mean, it'd be the perfect time for Bilal Masood to come back into form, make a game of this. But that rate's already climbed over 20 and over required.
And the captain's getting into his work well this over. He's just pushing the odd one through. That one gives a bit more flight.
Slow ball that time, hey.
But this brings Bilal on. And let's see what he can do. He's not going to die wondering, that's for sure.
No, he will not. See if he can find his batting boots. Pretty well bowled though. That's excellent by Zishan. He's gone up a notch, hasn't he, in this final?
Yep. Well, and after that fantastic piece of fielding, I think that's also sort of not only lifts him, but also lifts his teammates, if they needed any lifting.
Yeah, they're flying high at the moment. Salonen doesn't have the majority of the strike either. He'll go after this, he'll tap it, he'll get over the boundary. That's in the Bilal magic zone. And this one does fly over the field, and Usmani has to watch it. Maximal, 6 runs.
Yeah, he moves back, opens up the offside, and then reaches for it. And he hits it well. And they need many more of those.
Zishan again, tied over, just 8 off it, including that 6. So even no matter what happens here, it's going to be below what they needed. Rolling cutter. Salonen knocks it for 1, retains the strike. It's the Hippos that are falling by the wayside here. Couldn't have 2 different power plays as you've had in this game. It's 38 for 2 after 3.
Yeah, and after the power play for the Stallions, they were around the 80s from memory.
Yeah, power play in the first innings. You can actually see it was 66, so 86 after 4 though, that's what you're thinking of. And was just a huge first half, 111. And then, you see, they'd only scored 49 in the first 4 of the second half. Then that 23 ends up being 111 and 72, so 2 pretty healthy halves. Average score in this tournament, I think, at the moment it's up to about 128. You would expect on finals day, because some of the lower scoring teams may be dropping out, so you expect maybe it goes up 5-10 runs, but yeah, maybe 135 par for me today. That was Marnie. He's a pretty wily left arm orthodox. He's not going to give you too many bad balls. Salonen is going to have to go. It's go time. And I hope for a miracle. Here we go. First one he has to force. Can't get it out of the middle. Just a single. Masood now has to go on some kind of rampage. The likes of we haven't seen 2 weeks in Jersey.
So what has Masood got here?
He's got no time to look at him. He's got to go. Tries. Lifted up in the air. Just away from the field.
Good fielding.
Even then, they keep that in. So, I mean, even that, you hope for 4 if you're not going to get 6. But it was well slapped back.
Well, that's a sort of desperation fielding that we haven't seen yet. And we've seen today in this finals day, everything's just gone up a gear.
He does hit straight. It's a really good shot. That's the kind of thing that you want to see. Nick Salonen lifts it up and slams it. Great use of the feet. 6 runs.
Yeah, this one he connects really well, and they need many more.
Many more.
Many more.
There's Marnie. Come back. Tosses it up, but he waits for it and he hits it, and he hits it out of the ground. Maximo! It's quite clever bowling, I thought, but he just over-pitched it. I think he, rather than dart it in, he basically dares Nick to go after him again. Because it was a full toss, it was a fairly easy put away. Back-to-back 6s for Salonen.
Yeah, he tried to loop it down onto his feet, but just over-pitching slightly. That's all Salonen needed in this one.
Nailed, absolutely nailed. Well, there's 3 in a row from Nick. He wasn't to the pitch of that, but you can't wait for the perfect ball. He couldn't back out. He went through with a shot and he slammed it for 6.
Yeah, similar to the ball before. This one pitching a bit earlier and the same result.
That's a brilliant shot. That's magical over now. Probably got to go at this one too, I guess. This one, he wants a 1. It's going to be a run out, surely. Oh, he's messed it up. Oh, well, I mean, Bilal was prepared to fall on his sword there. Because Salonen, he says, okay, worst case, I want a 1, but he forgets. He's hit it straight to the fielders. There's not one there. And then, where does it go wrong here? Is it a tough hop for the keeper?
No, he doesn't quite get it in the hands.
I wonder if, I'm just checking this. I wonder if, okay, so I'm not sure. I thought Bale came off, but maybe not.
I think there's just something on the floor, on the grass there that just jumped up. It looked like a bail for a second there.
That's weird. And anyway, they get 21 off the over. Here's the thing. That's the rate. Can they get 21 off this? Seashan's back. Rolling cutter. He picks it. He hits it. He hits it well. Maximo! Oh, Ravi lured out of his lair. So that's basically 4 6s in 5 balls. Salonen, I don't think he was ever really in danger of being run out, because Bilal would have been the one that was run out. He does steal the strike back regardless.
So Salonen going really well now. He's going to be hoping that whenever Masood's back on strike that he can just continue, because they need both players going and going hard.
All right. All right, it's a good shot. Uppercut, and it's 50 for Salonen. Maximo to bring it up. 16 ball, half ton. It keeps them alive, barely. But can he string together a kind of dream run over the next 5.5 overs to get his team to a seemingly impossible target?
Yeah, Salonen is offering the first aid kit for this team. Can he bring them back to life?
5%. Better chances of winning the lottery.
Yeah, played away.
Interesting, he backs out of that one.
Another direct hit.
Because, yeah, I mean, backing out of a shot at this stage? Yeah, maybe. He's just, you do feel if he goes, the game's really gone. He can add a decimal point before the 5, and they're 5%. Yeah, direct hits have been coming thick and fast.
Well, the fielding's been excellent today, from all teams, I must say. Here we are, this time Masood. So let's see if he can continue where Salonen started.
Missed it. See, it's just not himself. That support's on the leg stump. We're seeing him well, that's going. But it crashes into his pad.
You can see here's 11 runs, 8 balls that's taken.
13 off this over, 21's the asking rate. So you're asking for 8 off these last 2. Doesn't get it either. Jesus, must be frustrating for Bilal.
It's just not coming off the middle of the bat
The
at all,
harder you
is it?
try, the harder it gets as well. I mean, Salonen isn't worried about his ability to clear the boundaries here. He's just playing fairly freely. Still, Zishan's bowled well, up for 23, last ball for him in the final. Okay, well, he gets at least 1. I don't think he'll be running a second here. Might not need to, because I think that's gone for 4. Yeah,
I think he's kicked it along the rope.
Yeah, rolled into the rope. So Salonen will get 4. So it's not the worst over. They get 18 off it. That's the thing. When that rate goes up above 20, it's very hard to peg back. There's a bit of a cross across the box, but it will roll into the rope. And after 5 overs, the Hippos walking sticks, 77 for 2.
Still 21 needed now off all of them, or above 21. So every over that they don't get 21, that just climbs and climbs and climbs.
Of course, by tomorrow, we'll be almost finished day 1 in Romania. The start time is half an hour later. And then I know Hornchet's super excited to have their first ever European Cricket Series in. They've especially put in an artificial pitch for that tournament. It's just a shame I won't be able to go because I'll be in Czechia with my base now, which I'll be doing some T20s there, and then the European Cricket Series, and roll up to Finland. And of course, plenty more locations still to come, including Rome, where the World Cup qualifiers are right now. Okay, Santosh is on some more left arm spin. This is one that Masood is going to catch up with, and he gets 4. So, you got to have a double click here. You can't just be relying on Salonen, because you don't really have the ball where you can just give the strike back. You've got to be looking to score a boundary off every delivery.
Yeah, Masood's going to have to up the ante here, and maybe that's going to be the shot that switches him on. Maybe Santosh is the bowler that presses that button. Starts off well for Masood.
Goes after this, Masood. He likes it off the bat as well. Maximo! Is that the one that can get him going? It's the first time he's cleared the ropes in the final. Can Bilal turn the corner?
I don't think it came off the middle of the bat. Didn't sound that clean, but he got enough on it to go take it far, far past the boundary.
Yeah. Santosh, delay. It's in the right spot, more importantly. They won't get a run here. See Santosh. He's just trying to do something little to throw off the time. He goes to his action, and just there, it's fractional, but
just delays it a bit,
yeah,
holds it back.
Did the trick. Oh, that's a harsh call, I think. Friendly call for the Hippos, though. Oh, that one might have got some of the line.
Well, let's have a look.
I'd say half. He's getting a piece, but the umpire wasn't sure. Calls it wide, fair enough. Now, swings hard. Just settle for 1 here. At that rate, my new point of no return, which is normally the rate which once it gets above it, I'm like, well, that's all over. It's probably 24 and over in the Grizzly era. Though, especially if it's only for 2 or 3 overs, you need to do it.
Salonen hits this nicely.
Yeah, it's a good shot, isn't it? Plays off the back foot, has the confidence to go 360, does Nick Salonen. Great solo effort here to try and keep his team in the game.
And he is just.
If you like watching Nick Salonen, you can see him in the ECS Finland in about a month's time.
He's a good player to watch. Nice technique, hits it all over, and he's just keeping the Hippos in this.
This one goes straight and long and strong. Maximo! A large one. And that will be the end of the over. So they do get what they need off that over. 22 come off that. And the score 99 for 2 after 7.
Yeah, Safe just calmly watched that fly over his head and just waited for somebody to underarm it back to him. Very calm. As you can see there, Salonen dominating, 69 off 20. Bilal Masood 23 off 13. Nothing coming from Robson, nothing from O'Brien after that fantastic run out and piece of fielding from the captain. And Krishnan's going to be bowling this one. With Masood facing, and Masood is practicing his big swing down the ground. That's what he's going to be looking for.
Bit of a confidence builder. Masood, can he hold up his end of the bargain? Oh, he's Tortuga around the field. Oh, that's handy. And that will go for 4. It clips this away, and it takes a bit of a right turn at Albuquerque, I think. He's going one way. Ball goes the other.
Into Albuquerque it goes. So, Bilal Masood just ticking along. Better than ticking well.
Yeah, by the way, Tina has scored a pretty nice unbeaten 30 and what looks to be a big win for Germany against Spain. Spain, a bit disappointing. This one is going to be straight down the throat of the fielder, and it's gone. Masood out as Krishnan will get the wicket. Masood, again, not quite able to go at 200 strike rate. Had his moments there, didn't he? But it's not quite the fluency that we've seen from him in the past. Kind of sums up his tournament. Certainly no shortage of effort, but he will be the third to fall. Nice catch taken out there as well. It's 103 for 3. It's Ankur Patel. That's the Ankur Patel zone, isn't it, out there?
Yeah, it was a good catch, and Bilal, he was just trying to get going. And he did get going to a point, but not as far as the Hippos needed him to go. So now we have Hook in, Stuart Hook. And he's going to be hooking them as much as possible.
This is where, what are we in the over? Still early in the over, you know. So I mean, probably can handle a 1 here. Don't really want to dot. Salonen is in. He's 69 off 20. He's still the last great hope. Basically needing 22s or better every over.
Well, hopefully he's still not sore about that LBW in the last game.
He's got his bad luck back then. Look, again, that's the dot. He likes that shot too, and just hoping to get into the gap. There's a big gap there for him as well. Look where the third is, so fine. But it nips back. It's not easy to play it when it's that close to the body.
Yeah, he just got tightened up a bit. He looked to play it down there and just wasn't in the right position. Dot ball that the Hippos didn't need. Tries again.
He will get it this time. Fielder's gone back, so it's only a single. Yeah, just with that Spain chase, I mean, Amelia Jones, a big fan, but she lost a lot of balls, and Naomi Hilma came out, the game was almost done when they lost their first wicket. So, I don't know, I think the learnings from T10 need to go into T20. I think sometimes you have to retire people out. Don't let the game slip away, especially in WCQ. 2 to come in the 7th. Salonen unleashes again. Jeez, this has been a good innings from Nick. Kind of down to their chip in the chair moment. Salonen horns a Maximo, moves to 75.
Yeah, it really is a bit of a one-man show. He's dragging his team with him, and he needs somebody to drag it with him as well. But he is looking really good all over the ground. 360.
I don't think you really got the option to just try and take a single here. You gotta go it. Does and hits it miles. Salonen to 81. Krishnan goes for 17 in the over that brought the wicket of Bilal Masood. And with 3 overs remaining, the Hippos' ideas of a talent miracle are still alive at the end of 7. 116 for 3. They need 68 off the last 3 overs.
So it's still within the realms you mentioned. So it's under 24. 22.66 per over they need.
Let me level with you guys. I've seen what the field looks like in Romania, and I got a feeling that will struggle. I won't show it, so don't have it on me right now. But there's been like 24 hours of torrential rain there.
Ooh.
So even as we'll see. You never know. I'm just saying, if you want to not set your alarm clock tomorrow, it's okay. But I mean, if you want to, that's also fine. It's not my job to tell you what to do. But anyway, meant to start at 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, 12 in India. All right. This is going to be Usmani, who's going to bowl hook on strike. Tries to time it up. How much does he get? Enough. Maximal. Well, maybe it's Mr. Muscles. Shades of the 2020 final. That can bring him home. It's Stu. He can't really back out. He's got to look to hit a boundary. If it turns out to be a one, at least looking for a boundary, that's fine. But yeah.
Well, if the Hippos can just bring this to the last over, if it's less than 25 in the last over, then they're still in the game.
This is one where I think you're happy with just one. Give Salman the opportunity. Left-arm spinner Usmani. Stu doing his regulation hijinks, running between the wickets, trying to cause the fielders to panic and throw. I think he said it's meant to scare the fielder, not the batter. Salman on 81. Again, cracks this hard along the ground. Only get one. So I mean, to get 22 and over, you need 4 boundaries and over. It's kind of what you're looking at. Maybe, two 4s, 2 6s, or 3 6s and a 4, something like that. It's up to 4 a ball now. Hook goes leg side again, gets a fair piece. Going, gone. Maximal.
That sounded really good.
Well, Usmani's got the journey here in the final. He's given up 35 off 10 balls. Stu had to be brave. He was. Gets the contact.
Yeah, and that's one of those. Well, it's a second boundary in the over. We need 2 more at least. And again.
Yeah, this one is a bit straighter. It's going to bounce just inside. So it'll be 4 more. They moved that fielder around more towards mid-wicket, so that opened up a bit of a gap there. Rico falls in the chat. Hi, Rico. Said hello from a wet and cloudy Romania. They did just warn the viewers. It might not be quite the blasting sunshine we have on a Sunday afternoon here in Romania tomorrow. 13 balls to get 50. Think of that in the context of an innings. 13 balls, 50 is a good clip. Short and pulled. Does he get the gap? He does. So Hook moves up to 22. And it is Stu Hook who goes 6 and a 4. He is hungry for more. He's hungry for the win. As Usmani will end up going for 22 in the over. That was the asking rate, more or less. And after 8, the Hippos still alive. 138 for 3.
Yeah, they're taking it deep. Once you get into that last over, it's a final.
The other thing
you never know what's going to happen.
The other thing is, one of these overs you're going to get from Junaid. So you know that's going to be a tough one. But it's going to be now, actually. So the Stallions are trying to put this to bed. But you got to be ready. You got to be ready to hit. You can't back out now. It's too late. Even if you're not quite there, you got to go it. Salman 82. It's been a brave innings. When you go back to that flashpoint, the run out of Jordan O'Brien, I don't think Nick did anything wrong there, if I'm completely honest. O'Brien just slowed to go.
And it was great fielding.
It was,
fantastic fielding for the captain. I mean, just
one of those things. But anyway, here we go. It all happens in the 9th, and here it is. 2 overs to go in Estonia. And it's a beautiful Yorker first up. I thought for a second Salman might have been able to kind of dab it for 4. It was a great effort. But, I mean, look, what are you doing with that? Even a guy on 82 can't do too much with it.
I thought he did pretty well just to get it out. Excellent delivery.
Eats the ball, though. So you love a cheeky little 7-up or something like that. I like the deep third back on the boundary. Right arm express. Junaid bowls him, knocks him over. Junaid Khan with the critical blow now. Salman, he batted so bravely. It was a magnificent innings. And 5 or 6 Stallions go up to shake his hand, appreciating that. But he will have to go. And really now for Stallions, I think the rest is a formality. Luckily those stumps have survived that blow. 138 for 4.
No, excellent delivery again from Zinid Khan. He just keeps it up there. This time a little bit shorter after that very good Yorker. But yeah, excellent innings from Sullivan. 11 sixes, 2 fours, only 4 dot balls in that innings.
Yeah, well, if everyone had batted at his pace, then maybe they could have chased this down. Markovac's going to come out. It's still possible, 46 off 10. We've even seen 3 or 4 occasions now where we've seen supersonic finishes to win a game, 34 to win a game. See, he's annoyed here, but this is what I meant when it's too late to pull out. Earlier in the innings, he can work this, he can kind of maybe angle it, use the pace. And he gets a big hug from Junaid, and that's genuine. I love to see that camaraderie between the players.
Oh yeah, at the end of the day, they're friends. They all play in the same league, and it's good to see that.
Markovac. Oh. Good luck. 10 to come. He's pretty close to losing his off stump. Played all around it. It's one of those ones, I mean, I'm not one for slogging, but it is one of those times where you almost just got to swing hard and just hope that it goes for 6. Because that's basically what you need now. You need 5 a ball.
Yeah.
Even if you get castled.
Make some room, make some space, do what you got to do. Junaid Khan in again.
Good length though. He's a good player. Very good player, Junaid Khan. And for me, I know we've seen some amazing performances in this final. Salonen, Saifur Rahman. But he goes pretty close to being my player of the final. Because don't forget the 24 he put in towards the end. And again, without him there to bowl this over and steady things, this game's still alive. He's the one that gets Salonen in the end. Again, it's quick, it's full. Worked away this time by hook. They want to. They're going to take it on. They'll get there. They need plenty more than that at the moment.
Yeah, look, if you take away the 24 that he scored in that last over, I mean, they need 43 runs in 7 balls. Say take 15 away, 20 away from that, and then they're right
Honestly,
in there.
that's harsh on maybe Saif and Salonen, but maybe not. Saifur Rahman 77 off 23. Salonen 82 off 25. So very similar kind of innings. I just think for his all-round contribution. But I mean, no one will really care. In the end, it's a team game, and the Stallions are going to get the win. They're 6 balls away. The Hippos 141 for 4.
Yeah, things would have to go desperately wrong for the Stallions for them not to walk away with the trophy at this stage. See there's Junaid Khan, 2 overs, 13 runs for 1 wicket, economy rate of 6.5. That's excellent, excellent bowling.
Hello to Kush Brumbat as well. Might be seeing you, I suppose, in around about a month. And I like that from Rico as well. Yeah, saying the sportsmanship's been superb from all the players, for sure.
Yeah.
Don't forget the trophy ceremony coming up at the end of the broadcast. We'll get to find out who's the MVP. Hey, tell us who's your MVP of the week. Tell us who you think. Panwa will get to bowl the last over, and he's going to have a wicket. Saifur Rahman will take a simple catch. It's all academic from here. As Vike does his best to clear the boundary, but it comes up just short. Not a bad shot. Has to kind of flat bat it. The Baltic boss was in the way, and it's 141 for 5.
And he did it the way he likes to do it. He didn't have to move much. The ball came to him. And he just took a deep breath and swallowed it. So Panwa gets the 2nd wicket that he has.
Vike's been great behind the stumps in this tournament. Even had a couple of wickets. You are hearing me, right? But yeah, played some stylish shots. I mean, it was great to see him for an extended run through this week. I'm glad he was available.
He played that one great innings we saw.
Yeah.
Where
He batted up a bit.
Yeah, he batted really well.
Played an off drive that wouldn't have been out of place at Lord's. Anyway, Aditya gets a bat. It's always tough coming in a situation like this, where you know it's done. The only thing that maybe is a benefit is, if you're losing a last ball result, then all the emotion hits you at once, and it's devastating. This is disappointing for the Hippos, but they know with a few minutes to go. I think with the wicket of Salonen, they know, look, it's not going to happen. We can slowly come to terms with it and move on. And obviously they'll have a big season ahead of them. They'll be hoping to qualify for the ECL for the first time. I know that.
I think they can take a lot of positives out of this tournament.
Another wicket here. Oh, maybe not, because if you're over the rope, it's 6. So as Marnie was trying something. He's trying to jump from outside the rope. Yeah, clear 6.
It's a new technique.
It's a handy one. Mr. Muscles doing his best.
Yeah, we have seen a few players try to throw the ball back into the boundary and run in. Hasn't worked yet.
Thanks to Lucas as well. I know he's good mates with Lucas. He's a cool tournament to watch throughout the week. Nice final. Thanks to the ECN team and the commentators for the entertainment. Well, thanks to the players for the entertainment, really. This will drop short. But yeah, it's been a great week. We haven't lost a game to weather. I know we had 1 or 2 that were shortened. But last year we didn't even lose a ball to weather. So Estonian weather, even though sometimes it's been a little bit, let's say a little bit chilly.
Was it at the same time of the year last year?
Same time of the year, more or less, yeah.
Okay.
More or less. Fairly early in the season here. Couple to come. Yeah, so it's going to be a tough one for the Hippos, I'm sure. But I mean, all these players, they'll be competing for the national championship here during the summer, and basically the top team will get to go to the ECL. So that's huge. That's still to come. 150 up for the Hippos, but this is the moment. Couple of slips come in, just so they're closer to grabbing the stump. Maybe here we go. Panwa to finish it off.
Well, slips there. That looks interesting.
That's going to be out of the ground. It will be a Maximo from hook. Mr. Muscles tries his best, but it's the moment for the Talon Stallions. They go back-to-back in the European Cricket Series. Remember, they had to fight their way back on finals day in 2024, but this time they do it all the way. They make it a 4-0 clean sweep over the Hippos, and they sweep their way to a second European Cricket Series.
And I tell you what, 2 moments in this final that were important. The run out from Zeshan Ali and that over from Zuned Khan at the end. In the end, the Hippos got to 156. If you take away 15 runs from that last over, and if O'Brien would batted a bit longer at the beginning, then that would have brought the teams a lot closer together. So
you look at the margin is 27 runs. So it's not a huge margin in the end. But yeah, for the Stallions, what can you say? I mean, they had so many contributors. I know you sometimes focus on the bats, but I think, Junaid Khan, the weapon that he was, I called it earlier in the week. I said, they've got the bowling through Junaid, 2 real tough overs. They are actually trying to steal the stumps, but the bad news is we do need to keep those, so you can take some pictures with them.
Yeah.
But you've got Zeshan Ali and how he played in the final, I thought, was an incredible run out. And then keeping it really tight with the ball, especially his first over. Yoduzmani with his left arm spin. I know he didn't have the greatest final, but he was excellent earlier in the week. Hidirachi is just so solid behind the stumps. Then, of course, you can't go past Rifat Khan and Saifur Rahman at such a deadly opening combination. So, guys like Ankur Patel had his moments with the bat as well. It's, a lot of sportsmanship between the two teams. I think it does help sometimes just emotionally to know a few minutes before that you're not going to win. But still a brilliant exhibition of Estonian cricket, and certainly hope we can come back next year, Marco.
I hope so too. Thank you. Hello.
So
Thank you.
Award ceremony coming up, and we'll be there in just a few minutes after the end of day highlights. But have a look at those highlights now, and he chasing 180s. It's only been done, 4 or 5 times ever, and so you need things to go your way, and you can't have too many things go against you. And a lot of things did go well. Some things didn't. Obviously, losing Robson, it was a gamble to put him at the top. Only used 1 ball in the end, but that meant obviously he couldn't bat again. Couldn't bat through the middle overs where you might normally see him. You can see Robson was fired up. I don't think he was necessarily appreciating that from Panwa, but I think this was the huge moment for me. Full 360 pirouette from O'Brien, then a perfect piece of fielding, hits the stumps. Everything's going everywhere. Bats, batters, bowlers, stumps, ball, bails, everything. That was a critical blow. Really, from that moment, you felt that the Hippos were on life support, although Salnin did his best to keep them in the contest.
He was pumping and pushing and trying to get them there, but didn't quite manage it. But as we said, the difference wasn't very much, and in the end, it was that run out, which was huge. And looking back at the Hippos bowling, I know we're looking at the batting, but that first over from Dhammaratna and that first ball, which went for 13, that just set things on a bad footing.
It's true, actually. I mean, half the margin is actually the first ball of the game.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, you can look back at lots of little things, though, couldn't you? But yes, the Hippos, as you'd expect, they never really gave up, did they? They were continuing to attack. I mean, Salonen, that was an absolute masterclass. His 82 was actually the highest individual score of the final. Eventually, you saw that Bilal went, just again, couldn't quite find his top gear. But I think in the end they give the player of the match to Saifa Rahman, which you can understand. I think he batted very, very well. But I think Junaid, for me in that game, I just think those extra runs, it's one thing. I mean, Saif had the luxury, if you like, of playing himself in and being a bit careful, whereas Junaid didn't have that luxury at the end of the first innings and then with his bowling. But like I said, I don't think any of the Stallions will be too bothered. That was the big moment, wasn't it? Salonen, he's respected for giving it such a great try. He got a good reception from his teammates as well for his 82 off just 25 balls. And then
Great sportsmanship.
it's almost time to party, wasn't it? And Hook, if you can ruin someone's moment when they win this series by hitting the last ball for 6, it's a cheap one, but it's one that you'll take. But it does belong to the Stallions. They gallop their way to a second European cricket series.
Indeed, and another big moment was that non-catch, that amazing, spectacular non-catch, which in the end was a 6. It could have been the end of safe a bit earlier, and that 6 wouldn't have counted. So once again, these are little moments. We're talking about 4 different balls.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, that was an amazing moment from Bilal, wasn't it? Just a shame that
That's
stepped
how he landed
on the road. Yeah, more or less. And actually landed. So he rolled forward, so when your eye picked it up, he was in the field of play. So you look at that landing and you say, I think it's all right, but I think only the slowest of slow-mo replays could kind of tell the whole story. Just quickly, I'll go through the scorecard for you with 82 to Salonen at the top. Hook with 37 right off just 12 balls. Thought he was brilliant as well towards the end, but it was just a task that was a bit too onerous, wasn't it? Masood, 27 off 15, so just, those 3 getting to double figures. Robson going first ball. O'Brien went 6 and run out. So there we go. Yes, he's out of here, Mr. Maximo, with Marco Cell again. Great to have you with us. And yeah, Marco, once again, it's been great to have you here. And I hope you had a great time. You look great. You've got some great weather, and we've had some great cricket.
Yeah, we have had some great weather. We had even better cricket today, and I have absolutely loved it. I've enjoyed the whole week, and today's just been spectacular.
Yeah, it's been absolutely amazing, hasn't it? So I want to say a big thank you to all of you out there. You're really the ones that allow us to keep doing what we're doing, and we really appreciate it. I'm proudly wearing the Estonian colours today. I've had a great week here, and it's great to see women's cricket, 2 games or 3 games maybe on the second field today of women's cricket. We've also seen the juniors, including Henry Patton, before he played the final, playing an innings out there, and we were able to broadcast some of that to you as well. But I have plenty of thank yous, I'm sure, in my trophy ceremony that I'll be assisting with pretty shortly. But yeah, wonderful week, wonderful cricket, wonderful entertainment, and actually you put in a big shift because you started all the way kind of like 10 or 11 days ago, and finally we've made it to the end of the Estonian tour.
Well, the end of my first tour, and I've enjoyed every day. It was wonderful starting off with the Bulgarian women and the Estonian women, to see the joy and the fun that they were having and how far they've come, and then the excitement of the last few days culminating in what we've seen today. And that's just been fantastic. And as I mentioned before, being able to broadcast that to everybody around the world and European cricket around the world is just sensational.
Yeah, definitely. So just a final reminder, before we go to the end of the day highlights, that the trophy ceremony will be coming up pretty shortly. But also, if you are watching on YouTube, to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and tell your family and tell your friends about EC. And also, don't forget our social media at European Cricket, and also our website, europeancricket.com. Let's have a quick look what's meant to come up tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow, we've got some cricket because I know the weather is a little bit concerning there with some of the weather today. But let's keep our fingers crossed that we'll get some cricket there. But if not, then we'll give you some classic games. And I think Phil G will be there. Rico, depending on the weather, I told him if it's looking really bad, he might be able to sleep in a little bit because he's had the big journey today. But Phoenix and Bliss Warriors, they'll certainly want to get on because they've never played ECS cricket before as a team, although they do have quite a few players that have played for other sides. So, what an exciting finish to the ECS Estonia. It's not really the thriller we would have hoped for in the final. Although, I suppose it was thrilling for about 18 overs. but yeah, just weren't able to push it to a last over finish really in the end, in all reality. But I want to say well done to all the teams, obviously, even for Tartu and for the Talon Riders who didn't make it to the finals day. But the 4 teams that did, Strikers again, they had a big winning run of 8 in a row. And it just wasn't their morning this morning. I always think this before finals days. The day's going to belong to somebody, and in the end, it belongs to the Stallions.
Belongs to the Stallions, and it was just a day of little amazing highlights. The catch, the run out, the batting, the fielding all day today has been exceptional, and that's something that I've really enjoyed watching the whole time. And I'd like to thank the Estonian Cricket Federation for the fantastic show that they've put on, not only for the last 7 days, but the whole 10 days that I've been here.
Yeah, absolutely. So I will hand over to Rico and Phil tomorrow for the particular. I think we'll be doing day 1. Rico, have to wait and see. I'll be back on Wednesday for the Medina Cup in Belgium, so fingers crossed for good weather there as well. Tina, she'll be back in about a week after her playing in the World Cup qualifiers. Okay, I've got to get organised for the trophy ceremony. Again, big thank you. It's been really great getting to know you a little bit and learning a little bit about your history in European cricket as well. It's been really, really interesting. But for now, we're going to go to the highlights and then we'll go to the trophy ceremony. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. On behalf of Rico Full, who's already in Romania, and of course, Marco Cheligin, who's right here with me in the igloo. Stay happy, stay safe, and I'll see you shortly at the trophy ceremony. For now, hasta pronto.
Hello to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to the trophy ceremony for the 2025 European Cricket Series here in Estonia. So nice to be here. It couldn't be more cricket really. Sunday afternoon, sunshine. It's the way that God intended it when he drafted the 42 laws of cricket. And it's really great to be here with you. And I just want to say on behalf of all of us here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, we've really enjoyed your hospitality and the show you put on for us this week. Just quickly, before we get to the trophy ceremony, I've got to say that we are very thankful for our partners. We couldn't do what we do without our partnerships that we've built kind of off the field. So to Dream 11, to Fan Code, to HCL Software, to 1xBet, to Rado, to Bizaway, who get us all around, which is quite amazing how many tournaments we've got going on at the same time. To Local Lifestyle, who provide these unique medals and trophies that you'll receive today. They're really special. We hope you cherish them. And I'm telling you, there's millions of people around the world that would love to get their hands on one. You guys happen to be in this position where you will receive one today. But I've got to say that it was a really exciting ECS. I watched with interest, actually, obviously, during the internationals last week, and the great progress that's being made there. It fills my heart with joy when I come up here and I see two fields and I see 3 women's matches on the same day, and I see a full net full of juniors, and then going out there and creating special moments on the television even, which is great. And never seen someone play in the kids game and then play in the final. That's another story. But it is very, very special. So I suppose I just implore you to set a great example for those youngsters and the newer players that are coming through. They're in a great position to do that. So my first thank you actually goes to all the players and all the Estonian cricket community on behalf of all of us. So congratulations on a wonderful week. Obviously, we're really, really happy with the relationship with Cricket Estonia. You know, it's been great to have European Cricket Series back up here from last year, and then we want to keep coming. We haven't lost a game to weather either. We didn't even lose a ball last year, so That's brilliant. I know sometimes it's not so easy with the conditions, but that's what you signed up for, I guess. And Tamita, it's great to see you again. Obviously, a big part of our family for a long time, but I know that you've put a lot of effort into making it smooth for us and the crew. So Mita, to you in particular, I'd like to say a big thank you for all your work. But to Robbo, to everyone around here from the Federation, we do really appreciate what you've done, and we really enjoyed the week. Just before we move on, I do want to mention a group of players, probably on that side of me, a group of people, I should say. A lot of them are players as well, I will say, but it's to the umpires. And the umpires, I think, have a really tough job. I know a couple have come in, and again, that's another kind of connection that's been built now. I think is great. And honestly, we didn't talk about you too much, except for normally when you're having to dodge balls that were flying past you. We got a bit of a kick out of that. But I think you handled yourselves really well. And one of our key metrics 5 years ago was we wanted to upskill and improve the standard of umpiring so that you can rely on it to make it a little bit less village, if you like, and so that you can play a more professional game of cricket. And I think with a team like this, you're definitely in a good place. So congratulations to you for a wonderful week, and of course Tyrone for his mentorship. Finally, just a blanket thank you to everyone who drove us around, that organised for us to get around, for everyone that organised food for us and all of these things. But really, most of the thank yous, I think, have to go to you, because we realise, some of you travel a long way to play. Sometimes there's hours, there's many kilometres travelled for you to do this. So hopefully we're holding up our end of the bargain. We're giving you, the kind of memories that you can hold on to forever and show your kids, show your grandkids, even if you stepped on the rope, it's still probably the catch of the century, so we're told. We do have the silver medals to hand out here, and this is a team, obviously, they won the European Cricket Series back in 2020. We had a rematch of the final actually here 5 years later. I can't believe that's 5 years later. But a team, I think, that I really like the vibe about the team. It reminds me of when I played, that you really enjoy each other's company. You kind of back each other even when something goes wrong, and things will go wrong in this game. I think we all know that. I love the relationships you built, some of the players you brought into your setup. The main thing is you love your cricket and you want to see cricket move forward, and I really applaud you for that. So I'd like to invite you up. Who's going to come? Dave? We'll get Dave Roxton, the captain, up to collect the silver medals. Please put your hands together for the Talent Hippos in second place. Before I get in trouble, I do want to mention actually a group of people that I get to work with every day, and they're behind me. It's the Blue Crew, the ECS crew. Obviously, as you guys now know, 5 games a day, 12 hours out of the hotel every day in some conditions that are not always the easiest, but I love the professionalism that each and every one of them brings. So I want to thank you, whether you've just joined us or whether you've been with us for a while. And obviously it's a big season. So I'd like to put my hands together for you. Big thank you to all the ECN crew. While I'm on it, to me they're part of the ECN crew, but actually our TV crew from Two Circles are incredible with what they do and their skills that they're able to just kind of translate to cricket with the replays, the fact that we're making so many more correct decisions with line decisions and height decisions and these things. So I know Dennis is here, Marta's here, Chris Happ's in the truck somewhere. So big thank you to our crew from Two Circles. So, getting there is an MVP trophy. First, I want to congratulate a couple of shout-outs. Saif Rahman, player of the final. I thought you had an outstanding week, and it's always great to see you and you just relaxed and enjoying your cricket. So, big congratulations for setting up that big total. I've got to say it. While I'm on that side, I should mention Junaid Khan as well. Actually, you were my player of the final. Sorry, Saif. But I just thought that Junaid just struck 24 really important runs at the end. He didn't have the benefit of playing himself in, and then obviously such a difference maker with the ball. So I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing you in a blue shirt soon at some point. So congratulations. On this side, I got to say Henry Patterson. I mean, that's 2 years in a row you've topped the tree with a wicket taking, which is quite amazing for someone so young. Got a little bit younger in this tournament as well compared to last year. But no, Henry, congratulations, and hopefully you can see you're already in a structure where there's room to grow. There's things ahead, like representing Team Europe now as well, which is a possibility, and playing against some of the stars of the world game. Ross Taylor was playing against Team Europe, so that's something that I think in particular single you out, but I know I saw a lot of talent from the juniors this morning. So congratulations on a great tournament. This will go to, if I'm going to do individuals, I'll just keep going. But Mark, I love your keeping, and I can't believe you took a couple of wickets. That was unbelievable. And Carla, again, you just seem to hold your nerve, again, no matter what the situation. Just a couple of pick out of nowhere, but honestly, each one of you deserves to be congratulated. But there's one MVP, and this was done over the course of the week and over many contributions in many games, in many situations. And it's actually from the Talon Strikers. The MVP is Habib Khan. There he is. Congratulations, Habib, and just a quick note that, you know, every time we saw you, I think also the way you played the game, I mean, it could have been snowing and you would have been out there. You would have been jogging out there because you just loved the game. You really stood up under pressure. Congratulations on those, making the Hall of Fame a couple of different ways. Not many players do that, so I wish you all the best for the rest of the season. Congratulations, Habib. It was a tough one this week. It was a tough one. Okay, so let's talk about the winners. Team that we've seen all the way 5 years ago, the Stallions, and they are a force. Looking great in black. A team I know really well, also from the European Cricket League, and actually smashing a couple of records there at times as well. So I know you were disappointed to miss out on the qualification this year, but you got a lot of work ahead of you. It's wide open as far as I can see. That trip to Malaga next year. Congratulations to all of you, to those involved in the national setup as well. Obviously, we'll see you during the year. But as far as your tournament went, when it comes down to sometimes when you got the big dogs, if you've got the wood over another big dog, then you're going to go a long way. And obviously, to win all 4 games against the Hippos, that's not a coincidence. I think you had lots of people who were standing up. I think you know that they've got a lot of dangerous performers, but I think obviously every time you just had what it took to get the win, and that included the final. So congratulations, enjoy your second European Cricket Series, and best luck for the season. I'd like to invite you now to collect your gold medals, and you can come up one by one. Come on and collect those gold medals. Put your hands together for the Talon Stallions, the champions of this European Cricket Series, Estonia. Pray for good weather if you come. Oh no, we've had a tangle. Sensational. Just remember, you know, just remember, and I had plenty of rivals and rivalries when I was playing. But rivalry is actually what builds sport. You know, rivalries is what you cling on to, what you'll be talking about a long time from now. So I'll get you come together a little bit more, because there's a big moment coming up, because Medaguch is going to present the ECS trophy to Zishan Ali of the Talon Stallions. Congratulations. Your champions, the Talon Stallions! Congratulations once again. Thanks, everybody. Tell you what, I never get sick of this, especially when we get Sundays like this. And let's just hope we have this kind of weather tomorrow in Romania. Stallions 4-zip over the hips. That wasn't a mistake, was it? I mean, they always had what it took to get over the line. But tell you what, that final, if they played it again, I bet the Hippos would like another shot. Hopefully back next year in Estonia, but tomorrow we'll roll on to Romania, and hopefully some cricket there with Phil G and of course Rico featuring this week in that European Cricket Series. But for now, from on the ground here, from the Estonian National Cricket and Rugby ground, stay happy, stay safe. I'll see you for the Medina Cup during the week in Belgium, but first, tomorrow, more ECS action right here on the European Cricket Network. For me, hasta pronto.
divine.